Fine, I'll keep it on.
Alright, good.
Just keep it on.
Keep it on, we will get dead lobbies.
Yeah.
They'll make
just
it
fucking
easier
farm.
to prestige, yeah.
We'll farm.
Watch, I guarantee this will be a max queue. I guarantee it's going to go to the end. Just watch.
Oh, Alex, you going to bed?
No, good night, Alex.
What's going on, S.W.Frost one? How you doing?
Yo, what's up, Snake?
Welcome to the stream. We're just trying to click some heads here.
Oh, I just clicked on Super Hot Pandas. Their max MMR is 5-star.
Yeah, I play Hunt almost nightly, trying to get to that prestige 100.
They only play Western.
Hey, I appreciate it.
That's why they're getting full lobbies, because right now is one in the morning for them. And for the E servers, it's their time. Vinny, what time is it?
4:11.
4:11. That's East. That's
Oh
East
yeah.
time.
No, I'm trying to get
nobody,
prestige 100.
Nobody's on at 4:11. And people in the West servers are on at 1.
I'm almost there. I'm like Bloodline rank 89. Bloodline rank 89, prestige 99. I'm 11 levels away from hitting my prestige 100.
Look, it was a full queue, by the way.
By the way, S.W.Frost, I am sitting at 2,602 hours.
I hate you.
Watch, I told you it would be a full queue, didn't I?
Yeah? Oh yeah, dude, I'm not sure how well it's gonna be, how much it's gonna be worth it. I bought this game when it came out back in March of 2018, but then just didn't play it forever, so I had no one to play with. I've had this game for over 4.5 years now.
What is it then?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Oh, I can fucking hate you, how fast.
Get on my level. Get on my level, Ray.
Like, if I would have played this fucking game, bro, like, not playing Tarkov or
Dude,
other fucking games.
I mean, I was like prestige 13, like, what, 8 months ago? If I was actually playing this game, you know, since it came out, I would have been P100 3 years ago.
Yeah, true. But we were, at some point, we were in the same person.
That's
Nobody
what's so
fucking
crazy
grabbed the
and so
nuke.
funny.
Oh, it's over there.
That's what's so crazy and so funny. You both were at the same prestige.
Oh yeah, dude. The hunt grind is real. And also, Hunt gives and Hunt takes, man. Hunt does the majority of taking.
What the hunt grind? I haven't grinded in hunt in like, what, since I started?
Yeah, but the dog still went off.
Ooh, it's going towards my reports.
Oh shit! Shit! I mean, I'm dead. Ambush, they're on top of me. BB.
What is it?
One back here. One up there.
Oh yeah, it
They're gonna
does.
burn.
Oh yeah, it always feels good.
Burning?
No, I'm not burning. They missed.
They came from fucking.
I got caught with my throwing knives in my hand. They're talking about the house, to the right of the house. They're talking about the house. It was on my body. There they are.
I have nothing long range. Oh, they went at.
We'll see. Snake.
On me.
Oh, they're on. Oh, he's pushing you.
You missed?
Yeah, he's pushing you up. He's going up.
One dead.
Nice kill.
being pinning, buddy.
The other one's pushing. It's a daughter.
I healed up.
Pushing right now.
Choke me if you got it.
Inside. Yep.
Why is my fucking shit acting up, bro?
Expo. Tagged.
Well, I'm gonna have to play on MK.
He healed that.
Got her.
Good
Come
shit,
on,
guys.
You guys are
On
better than that.
MK, bro.
Did I drop frames? I apologize if I did. I don't.
Bro, on MK I got it.
Says I'm streaming. Oh man, they burned out all my fucking health, guys. You got Vulture, dude?
Yeah.
They burned out my health. It says I'm streaming. I'm maintaining a constant bit rate of 6,000, so I don't know if it's dropping. Oh fuck.
Another team?
Tagged one. I gotta pull back.
I have 50 HP, dude.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh my god. Behind. Behind Big Mound.
Guys,
Tagged one.
I'm pushing with you.
One dead. Right side.
I see you, I see him. Tag, 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 tag. Where's the last one?
Behind here. There's two. There's two.
three.
Daughter tag, dead.
I gotta move. I gotta move. I gotta move.
I need uppercut ammo.
White shirt hit.
Hail Mary up top.
Yeah.
Uppercut on me. One
I got
left
uppercut.
side.
I got
Left side.
Oh, white shirt, white shirt.
Tagged one.
Where?
Right here. Right here.
They're flashing on me. They're gonna res the TA. Right here. Push up.
I had 50. Yeah. I was trying to camp. That white shirt
Come on,
peeked
but
up.
you can't talk shit if you're third partying now. Man, we got so many fucking kills there, dude.
Yeah. If only I had
Is that the last team?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Damn.
Yeah, for sure.
I kept peeking, and
What's that other team? A duel?
it might have been. No. You did kill him. Wait, was that MH? Hold on. That was, yeah, MH and BB. Good fight,
It was
guys.
a 2v3, bro. She pushed it quick, bro.
Dude, I did not have the HP. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
But in the end, it doesn't even matter. Keep
No.
singing, eh?
No, my ears. My ears.
Too
dude.
bad, so sad. Suck a dick.
Yeah, you're gonna keep bleeding, dude.
You know what? You know what?
So what's
You know what? You know what? Me and Ray were talking about it.
Slaughterhouse, catfish, and some. supposed to, you know? Now I know that you know. Good job. They blasted the door. Got outside to the compound. że gdy sycę sedane Sztaję, że sobie sycę Wait, the window? Bomb. That one. pretty good. It's pretty good.
Halo,
Zdravo, zdravo.
šta se radi?
Zdravo momci, zdravo Bek. Ali on nije tu, ili?
Tu je.
Nisam jedan trak pokupio, našao sam $920. Ajde. Može i tako.
Kako je 920?
Pa lutovo 6 lovaca, 7. Znaš. Tako.
Dobro večer.
Zdravo ljudi.
Šta ima?
Treba mi još 99 pojena. Pa gledam. Taman jedan meč. Onda više ne moram da igram Hunt.
To je sjajno.
Sjajno ili ne? Zarila Kenže, Angela, mrtva hladno.
Glupa kiša.
Pa, jesi teo da izađeš da šetaš napolje ili tako nešto?
Pa planirao sam, ali sad nešto ne planiram.
Ili da izvedeš kerušu u šetnju, tako nešto?
Pa da.
Slight alterations, so let's go! I'll do my best to not change it too much.
Kratko Daki, gde si?
Okay, Dad, before I leave, is there anything you want to say to your fans?
Nothing like I thought.
Okay, or pulleys at the end, which essentially multiply the force, but it also is easier to pull back. The first thing I want to do is I want to start by taking off all of this stuff, this thing, which is like some sort of stabilizer. These things are, decaying. It's okay, buddy. We're just gonna give you a little haircut. Don't worry. So let's give it a shout. I've decided to make a few alterations right off the bat, besides taking off all the bits and bobs. The first thing is I'm going to try and squeeze this together with a clamp and relieve some of the tension so I can pull the cables off. And do not attempt any of this at home because what I'm doing is borderline dangerous. Well, probably actually dangerous. So just let me risk my life for your entertainment. Ouch. That really hurt. Anyways, as I finished disassembling the bow, you'll notice a design / pattern on a piece of paper in the middle right area of the screen. Now, middle of the screen because I zoomed in. Editing a video is
Tebe boli briga kod vas, struje nije stalo nikad tamo u Beogradu.
kind of like being a god. I can do this. I can even add a little monkey. I were at the computer deciding on what weapon. No, Lila, we looked at a buttload of different designs, but just kept coming back to Thundering Pole.
Pa da, treba da izgori sve. I šta onda? Da nekom skočiš na kičmu sa distribucijom. A ovo sam gledajuće Kesiću.
Ovo, baš ovo.
Pazi bomba.
Moram te iznesiti kad si dvojicu ubio zaredom, ali gledao sam kad si jednoga bar ubio na vrat.
Sveštenik vam je preko na prozoru,
Ne,
tamo
sve
gore,
prvica, pa znaj ti, bre.
Čekaj, je li ovo bio neki posla meč? Vi ste ovaj meč izgubili, jel tako?
Ne, dobili, bre. Nijedan meč niste.
Zar nije bila došla nova ekipa? 3 čovjeka.
Pa njih sam završio sve, jebote.
Gdje sam ja bio nestao?
To su ta trojica, brate.
I ja
Bio
sam
si
otišao možda da se
jebote.
okupam, pa sam propustio kraj meča.
Da, pa
to se ja ne sjećam. Ne
Zato
sjećam
sam
se.
ti klipao.
Ne sjećam se ja ništa. Znam da je Boris poginuo na prozoru, da...
Pa taj meč sam imao 5 kilova, brate.
Jednog si ubio kroz metal na vrat uppercutom, čini mi se. Možda kako se ja sjećam detalje. Kaže, Peđi, imam puno slobodnog vremena.
To je ta partija, to je ta partija.
Peđa radi, ja.
Da.
Ilija,
Ne.
znaš gdje može kompjuteru da jebe majku preko LAN kabla? Moraš onaj LAN kabel,
Moramo li da rezimiramo ono o čemu smo pričali prije 2 sata?
Ne, pa moraš LAN kabel da ubaciš telefonski kabel.
LAN kabel ili telefonski kabel?
To je LAN kabel.
Pa to nije to. To nije to. Šta sada ta dva?
Pa onaj koji ide od splittera do routera, ajmo tako reći.
Šta s tim kablom?
Od splittera do routera ti je telefonski kabel. To nije LAN kabel. A LAN kabel ima, koliko bori se, 8 ili 10 onih žičica malih.
To je onaj DSL kabel ili kako to oni zovu, DS... Kako je?
Slušaj, da ti pojasnim, znači to moraš da radiš samo ako imaš ADSL konekciju, ako imaš kablovski ne moraš. Zato što preko telefonije zna da ima glupih udara prilikom oluja i
Ima.
dođe kroz telefonsku žicu i da napravi dž.
Da ti probije ploču.
Hoće da napravi dž.
Ali nismo svi na ADSL-u.
Da.
I sad recimo ja bi treba taj kabel da izvučem do buksa i sa jedan do...
Kako ćeš to ups, to nemaš tu opciju, kako to je da uradi? Kako to je da uradi?
Imaju upsove, imaju.
Za telefoniju ovo. To prvi put čujem, ne.
Meju. Ima ups nazad na sebi to. Imaju čak i oni stariji model.
Samo treba da kupiš, recimo sad ja treba da kupim na jedno metar toga kabla s te dvije žabice da mogu da izvučem.
Ma imam tih kablova pun kurac. To je taj telefonski kabel, baš taj što treba, sa 4 žice. To je to.
Pa imaš i to?
Pa ima tuda toga. Zna da mi se to uvuklo tuda kroz fioke, pun kurac.
To je sjaj.
A uzet ću ja ups definitivno, ja ne mogu ovo više tolerišem, ovo je postalo pakla.
Kako bi ja rekao, potrošio sam pare za...
Vidio što je slučaj.
Treba samo još struju da plaćaš.
Jedino ne znam da li ima svrhe taj ups, jer zna da ako dropa struja u postu, ako se nešto desi tamo neki prekid, zna da dropa internet.
Obično ti je telefonska centrala vezana zasebno, znaš. Obično.
Kesiću, on pegla i na post, nema tu problem.
On ti priča o telefonskoj centrali, da ti ne stane struje tamo, na primjer.
Ima veze da ostaneš bez konekcije, to ima veze. Ma, mene najmanji problem što mi se ugasi kompjuter, ajde, manje više.
Pa...
I jest problem i nije problem, već je problem što 10 minuta treba mi se konektuje internet. Opet, tu je problem.
Nije problem kad mu fali struja pa dođe do pekla. Nego njemu je problem ono...
Tudu? Kako? Tudu? Nemoj Beka, nemoj da radi ste onom atopeju. Da, ne. A što kod mene? Ti nisi u stanju to da uradiš, šta? Viš kako to glupo zvuči, boriš se sve. A misliš da naručiš da dođe na Đure Đakovića 39, pa stavi ti moju adresu, nije problem, plati i stavi adresu. Mene? Šta mene da sprda? Da imam šta?
Ti si skraćeni mosi rozbog.
To ti je nešto ima kundar, onaj obraz mesa. Možeš trebati 3 heavy-a. Treba ti 3 heavy-a dobiješ jednog emulatora, znaš. Nije puno.
Da. A što je tam karabota?
Kapo, zašto spavaš ko šegir?
Nisam znao da su na Cypress Cutsu dodali jedan prozor sa strane u bosserima.
Šta je to?
Na Cypress Cutsu. Bude previše dobro da bi ga puštio.
Šaljite invite. Pa nije, moraš moliti.
Kako me neko ne ubija od ova imolatora, kad ovako krene bez veze udara rukama. Kameni zidovi. Ziben, počeo sam da pričam, da parlam na nemački. Si ti ispratio da se raspao Rammstein, ja nisam znao. Nego vidjeh solo neke pesme od onoga njihovog frontmana. Ko zna. Ajde, pa i Bruce Dickinson ima solo pesme, ne zajebavaj. Kako beše mu se zove album, onaj Tattooed Millionaire. Ne, album, to je pesma. To nije album. Bolje, Makić? Jel bolje? Znam da si bio nešto slab.
Ja sam sad super. Da.
šta god. Možda. Boss ovdje, a?
Koliko treba da učita. Evo ga, tu je boss. Ovdje. Jel je?
Moj stream.
Odmah samo da se izvučem iz bossa arene, ne stoji mi se ovdje u Vladar dopunu.
Ja dam stamina shot. Yes.
Znaš kako izbacuje žicu? Dok je agrovan, udaraš ga ili pucaš, onda počne izbacivati žicu. Pa treba da mu radiš malo damage-a, ne da ga iznabadaš sabljom dok ne umre.
Ali dole nam je bounty, brate.
Dajte me, prvo ovaj z vama.
Ovo je laž, ovaj hunt s ovim žbunovima. Nadat se. Vi se nadajte, nemojte puno. Vi ste u prvu plantationu. Dovoljno mi je bilo da vidim malo zgrade. Ne puno.
Kako radi stream, Ilija?
Pa radi dobro. Mogu da vas gledam obojice na split screen. Provjerit ćemo.
Divlja u Windowsu, nešto stalno kao da ono zvučem iz vode kroz sve. Čujem zvuk, negdje nešto.
Ne čuješ?
Pa znaš,
Dobro. Provjerit ćemo malo. Reci bo... Ne, ne mogu to da ti dam tu informaciju. Čući sebe duplo. Čuje se vratno sve u redu.
Nije to bitno sad, igramo pa igramo.
ajde ko da ti neko gleda.
Ni ja se
Gledam,
ne čujem
ja.
na svom streamu i boli me kurac uopšte.
Ne vidim ti stream online, Milane. Reci, Boris.
Ovo me sad izluđuje, majke mi je.
Brate, nešto ti je na priority, ko zna šta ti roka, taj USB, šta
A
ti...
na system devices nešto prijavljuje, ne prijavljuje, prijavljuje, ne prijavljuje i ne mogu ulatim šta.
Ajmo napolje.
Ajde. Ako imate ovih buba...
Imam, gdje? Gdje ono bol?
Evo ga.
Puši kurac, šta ti da si jebem ti mater. Čekić je razlupo stvar od 3000 evra u slast bi ga razlupo, znači.
Što tako?
Ovakvih govara.
Kad nešto ne radi. Čeče, ja sam 2 dana čekao da utvrdim da li je hard disk radi ili ne radi.
Ne radi sve, ali nešto u system device, samo gdje su PCI busevi, SMS busevi,
Neki
a tu
driver.
ima jedno 75 stvari.
Neki driver.
Evo instalirao sam nov driver, sam instalirao za grafičku i sad tu nešto prijavljuje kao tudum.
Sad ću ja reći. Audio kabel. Znaš da ima svaka grafička ti ima taj audio output, to ti zebam.
Šta da radim s tim?
Uradi rollback na stare drivere, vidio se to dešava, možda je bug.
Ma dešavalo se i pre 3 dana, jedno pismo koje je prestalo.
Šta ništa ne vjeraš?
Ne viči, Milane, stani.
Što imaš potrebu da dokazuješ da si najgrlatije dete u čitavoj zgradi?
Nije audio bi mi vidio bi ga device manager pojavljuje uz audio device. U system device nešto tako.
Prvi put sam sad prešao 160.000.
Čega? Dolara? Lako zaraditi pare u ovom eventu.
Ti Milan ti je na 4.000.
Pa on kupuje jedan špic, drugi špic, treći špic, četvrti špric. Terminus. Ne može ti falit, pa ne može. Dok god imaš 3 huntera ne možeš falit pare.
Bitno je opuštenije igraš kad imaš 400.000 nego kad imaš 400.
Pa, sa free hunterima bi ja igrao pušteno.
možeš automat uzeti.
Može.
Express i
Tvoj
ostalo.
domet je 10 metara, ti bi tamo se snašao s automatom, svaki imaš da igraš. Mislim, sjećam se kad si napravio zasadu pored zide, kad ti je prošao čovjek i promašio si ga na 5 metara. Sa automatom.
Ne mogu da riješim zvuk na OBS.
Stvarno misterija. Ne, nego imaš previše izlaznih uređaja, to je. Eliminiši koji pa će biti sve u redu.
Kako?
Vidi, mislim da bi trebalo da rešiš zvuk na OBS-u.
Ne čujem vas i ne čujem.
Nisi uradio desktop audio. Imaš tamo da dodaš audio source. Kao audio source treba da dodaš desktop audio. Ono što tebi radi je...
Što si mu rekao?
A nisam ćemo zapravo.
Evo.
Audi output.
Ne, nije tu u pitanju output, nego imaš tamo da dodaš source, izvore, u donjem ćošku OBS. Imaš da dodaš, kao što imaš da dodaš game capture, screen capture imaš da dodaš, audio, source, izvor. Šta ti nije jasno?
Piše audio input, audio output.
Pa proba jedno od ta dva, ajde, budi malo kreativan, ja znam. Probam do uspeha. I ne moraš stream da restartuješ, koliko ja znam. Dovoljno je samo da namestiš kako treba i ako si sve uradio, trebalo bi da se počne čut zvuk. A ne mogu, čućete u duplikatu. Uključi telefon pa probaj.
Pa uzmi mobilni onako kako trimer na uhu stavi.
Trimer kažeš.
A juč sam gledao dok je slušao sa
gledao.
Koliko ja znam, to je sve bilo namešteno, nego si ti uzeo da eksperimentiraš malo.
Ok,
Šta kažeš?
ćemo upper the sali, šta ćemo?
Da.
Malo se igrao, a?
Ma on je poludio i kao izbacio sve osim game capture-a i kao meni ne treba ništa, kamera, nema ništa mi ne treba i sve izbacio, razumiješ? Pameti. Sve je bilo namešteno. Sve je bilo namešteno, sve radim. Normalno poslije.
Ovdje je boss.
Kako bismo umrli da nas je ovaj okrojio pored crvenog bureta, je. Ili da si ga ubio pored crvenog bureta.
Makiću, nešto nas je krenulo, a? Da ga ne urekli.
Samo što je ovo jedini boss ovdje. Idem po tragu.
Molim. Nema. Kako ljudima kaj si strah? Može.
Doša?
O, došla, o.
Ne mogu te i pucati dizat, nikak.
Imaš 4 ruke.
Ne da pucaš to, da zapališ čovječe, jebot. A jebi ga, vidiš da ga gađam noževima. Jebi ga.
Ovdje dole poison sense i kill, a?
Sad ako izgoreli ovi itemi onda u kurac.
Pa nego šta što.
I malo potrebe puca bi ja.
Zna Kesić i sam da pucam.
A bježiš od njega ako nemaš šilti da ga biješ. Jednostavno je, prosto jednostavno. Ubit će ga drugi.
O, evo ih.
Falit će ti medkit, falit će ti toolkit.
Jebote.
Nema, možda bi bilo da si otvorio toolkit, jel tako Kesić? Da otvorio žutu kutiju, dobio bi još dvije žice. Ne moraš mene da imaš.
Ima li fiksilizacije ili?
Manje nego kod Milana. Visoko ima bolji procesor. Ima manje fiksilizacije, ali bitrate je manji. On ima bolji upload. Ti imaš bolji upload, ali ti secne ponekad, znaš. Ne pričam o tebi, o tvojoj igri, pričam o tome što radi tvoj procesor. Multitasking 0.
A bitrate mi zavisi od uploada, kako?
A od internet provajdera, koliko ti daje internet brz. Da li će mi dati?
Ne vidim nikoga, ajmo napolje.
Bježno napolje, ajde.
Halo?
Ajde, izlazi.
Net mi nestao. Halo?
A, morali se drto.
Viče.
A moje je jebot.
Steže ga neko za jaje.
Ne vidim ništa.
A on se nadao Keću da neće raditi danas, znaš. Kako voli njegov gazda pare.
Jeste, jesi dobar?
To je dobro.
Nije se dogovorio, reka mi je samo da je tu. Če sad htio sam da vrba sa Dejna koji je tu zvao me, međutim nije. Da, htio sam se kući možda za jednu sat, bio sam u firme, neke pare i... Firme za koju radim Burrito Veritas, kontrole. Pa i to radim, ni od toga ne odustajem. Tako je, tako.
To Pero Šajić.
Mislim da nije. Mislim da je to ovaj kolega s posla s kojim menja smene.
Bilo mi je, jebote, tamo me su to a rekao sam ti kad smo čuli, dan, dva, da mi se čuli.
Mislim da mi fali jedna korpus da izvršim ga. Ja naravno znam da on voli reflektore, pa mu puštim svjetlo u oči. Ste vi izašli iz meča ili učitavate? Teško odlučao.
Zabubovalo se.
Ne, nego vam dosta bezbrižan, prepostavio sam da ulazite.
Samo se jebeno čujem ja.
Čuješ se ti zato što ti radi capture od verovatno samo mikrofona, ali ti ne radi capture od Windowsa. Ti stvarno, to si ti zastro, znaš. To ti se zove Game Capture, Browser, Video Capture.
Kako se ja to zabubova ili?
Pa izbacio si audio. Ne samo settings, audio. Imaš pod settings audio, desktop audio.
Low suspicion.
Ma nemam ja posebno bre desktop audio. Ne se bavaj. To je sve integrisano. Nemaš ti posebna podešanja. To radi sve.
A da stavim umjesto game capture, da stavim desktop capture device.
Znači, ovdje kad otvorim špornić, slobodno. Tri pojene. Sad bi nešto rekao.
od SLI-a bio postavio otrov.
Da.
Otrov i žicu i tu je čovjek umro.
Samo si diga ono tuđu zamku, tako?
Pa diga tuđu zamku i postavio ovdje, brad.
I računa se tebi kill, ako ga zamku ubije, koje ti nisi ponio.
I čovjek, brate, prođe kroz to i umre.
Kek.
Furuna sam.
For example, Asmon was dating Pink Sparkles. I think we all know what that chick is about, but regardless, she's a bombshell. She chose to give that up because he prefers his gaming and lifestyle over everything. Truly a Chad move, but at the same time, Asmon knows his DGen life is part of his appeal. He knows if he started streaming from a condo with a themed room and started looking sharp, he wouldn't connect with his audience as much. This is what people really think. Do you know why people watch me? Is because I have an entertaining show most of the time, and I talk about things that people care about. Nobody gives a shit about what I look like or where I live. The thing is that whenever you're making content, this is my best advice for any content creator out there, is that the content is the only thing that matters. It's the only thing. It doesn't matter how you act on social media. It doesn't matter what you do off camera. It doesn't matter what your opinions are. It doesn't matter who you're dating. It doesn't matter any of that. Content is the king. And if you go live and people are excited to see you because they don't know what the fuck you're gonna do next, or they're pissed off because they know what the fuck you're gonna do next and they want to see it so they can get mad about it, then you're winning. And the moment that people aren't doing that is whenever you start losing.
What's up, boys? So today, I wanted to talk to you all about a question that I've gotten a lot recently in the past, I don't know, 3 to 4 years. And that is, why do I live a simple, or why do I live a humble life? This is a question that people in my real life have asked me, friends in game have asked me, people I've known online for years have asked me, people in my stream have asked me, other streamers have asked me. Everyone has asked me this question. And I thought I should make a video and kind of explain where I'm coming from and what I think. So, I think that the best way for me to make this video and to actually do it...
Mad Bad Max. Šta god.
Headshot. Op, evo ko meni, ubio me, jebe mu jet se za kampu. Diži me.
To ko zid bilo kesiš.
Beži, bomba, beži. Neko macer imaš, diši slobodno, ne, moramo brže ovo realizati, ovo su ozbiljni igrači.
Ozbiljno.
Prošao sam ih, boriš se!
Čekaj, brate.
Gdje si ih prosto?
Još ljudi, brate.
Jebem ti mater igri svemu, kuda me vidiš? Ubit će me opet ako me ne stanete ispred mene.
Kjeći, ima ljudi koji koriste jednostavno wallhack.
Još me headuje čovjek, jebe mi majku u pičku. Kroz ništa, ne vidim ga.
Kroz zidove, a?
Jebem tigru, mrtvu u pičku.
Što dark side.
A ovo mi ne možemo vidjeti.
Ali nema ništa.
Ajde pičke usrane, userem vam se, ustavam se userem. Sve je samo da se skine na.
Ja se ne šunjam oko zidova. Hvala, pametni tip. Sigurno nešto da se šunja oko ljudi s pumparicom. Probavat? Pa puca kroz zid da vidi jesi tu. Ne čujem, ali... Slučajno, u glavu. 2 put zaredom.
Si slučajno u glavu.
Sasvim slučajno 2 put zaredom u glavu.
Nigde me pogodio nije ne u glavu, sasvim slučajno.
Slučajno je to. Više mi je to slučajno. Ću umret.
Oni su gore.
Pa... Ne, nije to! Šta to je? Šta je? Pa boli me kurac, nikam šale, smrdi mi kan pusrani bre! Sisajte mi bre kurac, jebem vam mamu u pičku!
Latencija, Kesić.
Jebe mi mamu bre u pičku, samo treba da klikujem bre! Tamo da im jebem mamu na flavinu u pičku da im jebem bre, odmah ću jebam mamu u pičku bre! Ovo na 2 metra sa drugim Romerom nije bio filma, mršte bre, sisajte mi bre, kurčinu bre! Jebem vam mater, ja da gubim živce zbog vas ovdje, jebem vam mamu u pičku, da vam jebem bre! Nisam ubio čovjeka na metar jebeni, metar usrani.
Od gore su ušli, sva trojica su skočila od gore.
Nabio ti se na cevo od oružja, Kesić.
A nabio mi se na kurac mi se nabio bre, nije mi se nabio, nisam ga već ni bio je gore dok sam ga pucao bre. Sad ću da klikujem to, direktni pogodak, direktan pogodak, ovo ako bude, sam ću sebi gol na pojest ako bude bude.
Nemoj da ideš, nemoj. Ako pogledaš na sporan snimku možeš vidjeti nešto što nisi vidio. Nemoj.
Ajde jeboti pas mater. Jebe, mater.
Bravo, Dunja.
Viči sve u pičku materinu. ovo sa lobijem? Šta se ja ispakli u pizdu mati?
Ja tek prošao kroz njega kasno, drugovi.
Stavi tamo dolac. Kude je te šapčić. Tako, samo pazi, mora da ima to svoj žlijep.
Šta ova neće da klipuje tvoju pizdu mati?
No, zašto neće klipuje? Zato što treba da staviš da objaviš kao taj...
A objavio sam ga, neće ni da ga objavim.
Stvarno su im serveri sranje, malo pre sam gađao čovjeka koji je bio totalno nepomičan gledom mene.
Nevjerojatno, majke mi, ovo zakleo bi se da sam čovjeka direktno pogodio.
Loši serveri. Definitivno loši serveri. Drugog objašnjenja nema.
Žao bi ja, brat, se kad ne odgledam.
Da.
Bem ti milu majku. Neće više. Wrong something wrong.
Ne.
Popušiš mi kurčinu, znaš. Zato što mora proći jedno 3,5 dana da Twitch vidi da se ja zaista objavio video ili šta uradio.
Ne.
A jeste, tako je. Juče ista priča. Isto nisam mogao da klipujem. Dok mi padne, kad sam ga padlišao, morao je prođe ne znam koliko vremena da bi ja mogao da klipujem svoj video.
Zato što nisi verifikovani streamer, ja mogu odmah da objavim sve. Ti ne možeš, probaj da klipuješ sam sebe.
Ajde da igramo, brat, sada jebote.
Kesiću. Neko ili vara tamo sa lag switchom ili jednostavno serveri su loši.
Direktno sam pogodio čovjeke, na metar sam ga direktno pogodio kroz drvo. Bez ikakvog metala, bez ičega i nije umro. Ma mrtv bre, neći da igram bre igru mrtv.
Jel tamo?
Mislim da nije.
Nije mi problem da umrem, jebe mi se što sam umro. No kad me tako bre jebeno igra pokrade da popuši kurac, onda neću da igram, jebe mi se.
Imate ovdje gore trade, sad ću da vidim koji je.
Spala na pamet da neka drugi igrača možda pokrade.
Ono isto, onaj headshot, ono, ali nema save, neće ništa. Kaj je?
Ej, to je Furuna je tamo jedna kod zida ako se traži. Kažem za furunu. A neću da mi lutaju zmije. A evo, neće me.
Ima serpent. Ako ima serpent može to da uradi daljinski.
A uradio sam već.
Ne želi nikome da poklanja ono što je sam skupljao. Ne može. Prvi ja neću.
Ano, fenomen igra, fenomen. To u CSGO ne može se desiti.
A ne, ima bolje server.
To i govori. Jednostavno, koliko ima igrača, nešto toliko je nešto i dobro i
mjesto smo ubili
koliko nešto valja, toliko je i popular. Eto. Sasvim jednostavno.
Tačno. Žica na vrata.
Ja imam veliko ako vam bude trebalo. Bačena je već tamo. Možemo i na leš baciti. Možemo odakle smo došli.
Šta je, ne radi bioskop?
Metalni ovaj džukel, ova...
Pam, pararam, pam, 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 pam.
Imaš nešto
Mam ploš.
Imaš nešto zapaljivo? Ovdje bači, nemoj baš na mene. Bači na mene. Bači ovdje bači, nemoj baš na mene.
Pa hoćeš.
Sebi čak da kupi velik.
Sad ti igraš sa velikim Nenadom Čankom. A? Od kada ti igraš sa velikim Nenadom Čankom?
Nek noće zgori Balkan.
Ilija, otiđi na ovaj moj stream što sam ti poslao, idi na 39. minut meč.
Ne.
Pošto mi Twitch smrdljivi ne da klipujem.
Ne.
Baš da pogledaš o čemu ti pričam.
To ćemo ćete. Trideset deveti minut.
Da, i prati tu, kako gledam gore na rupu od kuda mi čovjek ulazi. Dok nisam umro.
Nije ti ovaj video publishovan, čini mi se. Ne mogu da premotam uopšte. Moraš da odeš na... Gdje je to? Na video, na primjer, sad sam pokazati, pošaljem. Moraš da odeš na ovaj link. KSICC. Moraš da odeš tu, Kesić.
A tu se ga i publishovan, nema šta, piše da je publishovan.
Ako je publishovan... Treba neko vrijeme da proći, samo da vidim. Recent broadcast. I 1 hour ago, 40 minuta 26 sekundi. Ne mogu da ga premotam. Ne mogu što da ga premotam.
Ni meni nije dalo da ga premotam i onda sam ih prešao 330 puta i onda...
Moraš se čekati. Čim bude dostupan, pogledat ću. Tardiran, ali dobro.
Nevjerotan Twitch ustan.
Šta će mi sad boost 24 sata, šta da radim s tim? Ma ko će mi džavno, sad njega da boostujem. On čim čuje kod se ovo ide da se bije s njima. Ne interesuje ga ima.
Cersei walked over to assess the damage to the entrance. They could dig themselves out with the tools left by the miners, but it would take hours. She looked back to the Viper and the boy. The Viper gently cradled Kevin as he bled out on the floor. Enemy or uneasy ally, no one deserved this. And then, Kevin blinked. Where am I this time? The boy looked around and came face to face with Delara and the Viper, both shocked to see Kevin alive. Lazarus among us, Mary whispered as she and Cersei ran over to join them. How is this possible? Cersei asked as she kneeled down to Kevin. She raised his head to observe his now mending wounds, bone and flesh popping in like a mushroom in bloom. The moon. I can't rest until she's better. Kevin closed his eyes, curling into the arms of the Viper as he healed. But Linus isn't supposed to break promises. Delara curled her tail around the boy's arm in silent reassurance. The three hunters exchanged a determined glance. They had seen how cruel Mr. Sherry could be. We will help you end this, the Viper spoke. But all nodded in agreement. On the other side of the mine, Ira gasped. The thing in King Snake's depths was coming into focus. We'll have to fight soon. Get the boy to safety, Ira said as she reloaded her gun.
Me. Said. Ahem.
Da bacimo ovdje na stepenice, a bacio je neko već.
Ja bi ga ubio gore, momci. Ajmo gore. Lakše možemo braniti gore nego dolje.
Evo. Sad će. Ja imam veliku, mogu je baciti ovdje.
Rješeno. Da. Da.
What's up, boys? So today, I wanted to talk to you all about a question that I've gotten a lot recently in the past, I don't know, 3 to 4 years. And that is, why do I live a simple, or why do I live a humble life? This is a question that people in my real life have asked me, friends in game have asked me, people I've known online for years have asked me, people in my stream have asked me, other streamers have asked me. Everyone is asking this question, and I thought I should make a video and kind of explain where I'm coming from and what I think. So I think that the best way for me to make this video and to actually do it is to start from the very beginning whenever I was younger and show you kind of what's happened in my life to make me arrive at the position that I'm at now. So whenever I was a lot younger, and I'm talking about ages, I'd say like 6 or 7 to 13 or so. So all of elementary school, and I do apologize, there are a lot of fucking mosquitoes here, so I might be flailing around for a little bit of time in this video, but I did want to record this outside. So anyway, this is whenever I was a lot younger, and I went out and I cared a lot about wearing Nike, I cared a lot about wearing nice shoes, and I remember my mom bought me a really expensive pair of shoes at Academy, and it was awesome, and I'd go and show them off, and people would think I was cool, etc. And these types of things and the materialism of it was very appealing to me. It was very important to me.
Facebook, Instagram, ko što ima.
And I basically allowed that to kind of be part of what I identified myself as. And that was the case all through elementary school and also all through middle school. And the real formative moment for me personally was in high school. Now, in high school, I didn't always go to the same one high school. I went to 2 high schools. At the very beginning, I went to a more upscale, a richer high school where, you know, it wasn't like super, super rich or anything like that, but it was definitely more upscale. You had the kids who would drive the Hummers to school, and it was very obvious that these kids did not buy their cars from their McDonald's part-time job, okay? Their parents bought them very expensive cars. And they were very brand conscious. They were very conscious about what they would wear, how they would look, how they would appear. And whenever I looked at those people, I thought it was so superficial and so worthless and so meaningless that it was just very off-putting and weird to me. And then I realized that I was also looking in a mirror. I realized that while those people were doing this same thing, I was just doing it to a lesser extent. And if I had as much money as they did, I'd be just like them. And I think that realizing that seeing the conclusion that that type of mindset led to kind of allowed me to diverge from that type of mentality. And whenever I went to another high school, this was a much more poor high school, I fit in much better there. I liked it much better there. And I didn't really give a shit about that stuff anymore. I didn't care what my shirts said on them. I didn't care what car my mom drove to school. These things were just completely meaningless to me, because I cared more about spending time with my friends and being happy and doing the things that I wanted to do. And I think that's another big part of this, is that a lot of people, I believe, do things, especially nowadays, not necessarily nowadays, because it's harder to do things nowadays, but, you know, in the proverbial nowadays sense, it's much more people that they will do things because they feel like they should do them. They'll do things because they feel like they would want to have done them. And I think that's even a little bit more acceptable. But it's mainly the people that push themselves into a circular hole whenever they're a square peg. And the fact is, I'm a fucking triangle. I'm not like any of
Ili je najpametniji igra ono što mu odgovara, pa se jebite svi ostali.
Ima 24 časa boosta, znaš koliko me interesuje? Što ono kaže, ne, da izbijem na...
Ma beži.
Lučaj. On se takmiči s ljudima koji imaju 120.000 pojena. Tu 300 gradi.
To sam ono bolestan čovjek.
Ja sam samo htio da uradim event. Ima još 34 dana s igram, ne interesuje me više. Kad izbacuje nešto novo u igri, probat ćemo.
Na primjer neku novu mapu ili bossa.
Mogu da izbacuje nešto, neki novi mod. Šta bi falilo, recimo na Lawson Stationu si sa još 3 igrača, znači vas 4, i branite Lawson Station, dolazi sve jači i jači zombi. Šta bi falilo to?
Mogli bi da napravi mod gunfight, bez bossa, smanje mapu i...
1-2 compounda.
Da.
Jako malo.
Može jedan compound da bude veliki
i da se respawnuju ljudi.
Tako je, respawnuju se ljudi i onda kreće fight. To bi bilo dobro.
Možda biraš oružje, možeš nasumišno, pa šta dobije? Pa to je to, pa to ti Makić priča. Znači to je samo mod, ne zahteva to sad ne znam šta. Koliko njihovog truda da izmisle točak.
I take actually great pride in having a cheap fucking shitty car. And I think that a lot of people might not ever look at things this way. But think about it like this. If I go out to Taco Bell and somebody keys my car, I don't care. It doesn't really matter to me. Yeah, it's gonna piss me off. But but it's not going to ruin my day.
Halo? Baš smo pričali o tebi.
Pogledam ove
Slučajno.
streamere, pa njima ispadne ono čist kill, a nije kill, onda baš ono što je već...
Šta se vuču na nije iza mene? Kakve vuču me?
Znate, ja te spomenu da nisi normalan. Pokušavaš da se takmičiš sa ljudima koji imaju 150.000 pojena, to je... To je...
Alo, meni nije ni bitno da ja uđem.
Gdje bi ti ušao? I ti neš da igraš Borisom zato što šta? Pada ti MMR. U Huntu ti pada MMR. Pa igraj sa free hunterima, ako misliš da gubiš par. Kupi nož i medkit i sve ostalo ona oprema koju ne možeš da prodaš. Nož i medkit su ti $45, ako pokupiš jedan trag možda pogineš svaki meč.
I šta, i da... Kažem, lečiš...
Pa pusti ga, ne, pusti ga, do sada ići njemu pre nego tebi. Nema da mu pričaš, kažem ti 15 plus 3 $45, idi pokupi jedan trag i pusti ga da on vodi. Kad on pogine, ti uđite novi meč. Poslije 4-5 meča reći on boli me glavu, umoraz. To se tako radi. Pusti ga da on vodi akciju, kad pogine jedno 5 puta zaradno dosadit ćemo. On uvijek želje akcije, pa verujem da jesi sa random ljudima.
Ja, ovo sam našao ovako neki našao. Novi jače.
Da nije Karadžorđe ona ekipa. Imaš lika, zove se Karadžorđe, on ti ima oko 100 ti prestižiš njim.
Ne, ono bučara je.
So it's like buying a brand new gaming computer to play Minecraft or Solitaire. Who gives a shit? And so I think there's a certain amount of freedom that comes with not having things of luxury because you don't have to worry about upkeeping them. You don't have to worry about you know, keeping them clean or
to mi je poznato, da?
I
John Wick, jel?
I don't have to worry about those things and that leaves my mind open to think about and
Buster Scruggs, da. Baba Yaga mi je jako poznat. Imaš onoga kako se zove Dildo Swaggins. Nije Bilbo Baggins, nego Dildo Swaggins.
A i opet, igrao sam mislim neke teorike čovječe. Kaže, ne mora držati već da znaju gdje smo odmah.
Da.
Uvijek sam, džaba je njima pričam, oni znaju što znaju. I samo ću škujem.
Pa dobro, u njihovoj glavi oni samo kažu nismo imali sreće, drugi put će biti bolje.
Hoćemo akciju.
Pa da, ali dobro, u njihovoj glavi kažu samo mi nismo sad imali sreće, drugi put će biti sreće. Drugi put neće sponat nikog pored njih. O tome se radi.
Eno ti lijep klip na Discordu.
Ja mu kažem, ja tašu, sad kad si podigao tebe, ja ne znam da si me olaziš.
Čujem te, sve prati, no. Pa naravno da znaj, ja prvi znam gdje si, čim upališ metak.
Milane, i šta bilo za ono, jesmo se dogovorili? Se ako da ti daš kesić ili ja dam tebi?
Pazi ovaj prozor ovdje.
S koje slamarice, čovječe?
Ko ima slamaricu, ti imaš.
Čovječe,
pa nije to, pa Kesiću, ti si ga pukao u noge, brate. Pogledaj sam šta si uradio.
Pa ti je upavljak u kamionu 80.
Pukao si ga od dole, gađao si od dole u njega. Sva sačma se zabila, ne u telo, nego random se zabila. U ruke, u noge. Ništa drugo nije ni moglo da pogodi iz te pozicije. Evo ti ja kažem. Pa ja sam gledao svoje klipođe.
Onda baš treba obrisati igru.
Pa loše, ja ti kažem šta je. Ako ti se ne sviđa šta sam ti rekao, ignoriši me. Ja ti kažem šta je.
Nebitno, sačmarica, direktna sačma, sva sačma je pa i unegdje domatična, sva sačma. Znači ono...
Ne, četvrtina Kesiću. četvrtina damage-a. Jesi ti lud čovjek? Udari nekoga sabljom u nogu, pa da iš koliko ćemo skinuti, nek ti kaže. Uzmi nategni sablju, udari Makić u nogu. U nogu, ne u ruku, ne u torzo, ne u donji deo tela. Udari ga u nogu sa sabljom, sa heavy atakom. Neš mu skinu četvrtinu health.
Smiješno, ali nema...
Neš mu skinu 15 health.
Stvarno, onda fiziku treba u pičku materinu.
Ja ti kažem šta je.
Baš ono, niđe veze fizika ove igre, niđe veze.
Pa nema veze.
Ono, čist hit, ali čist hit, direktno u njega.
Pogodak Milane u rame ili ti u ruku ti je pola damage. Nije na pola, ja ti kažem to ti je pola. Kad ga pukneš sa strane, sa sačmanicom u rame kad tankuje, to ti je pola. Koliko god treba da ste uradiš, to je pola. Archie je gađao lika u glavu, on je nosio 2 pištolja. Ono, znaš kako nosi 2 pištolja Kesiću i drži ruke gore, jel znaš?
Da.
I gađao ga Archie u glavu i kako je drži ruke ono gore, umjesto da ga udari u glavu, metak udari ga u ruku. I čist headshot ono kao, znaš, samo u ruku ga podio ništa.
Evo ih.
A ti si počeo da čuješ, no?
Ja mogu da ga ubijem momentalno, ali vi...
Teško.
Jer ovi će doći da ga ja ubijem.
House, and I help pay for things and clean things up and just, you know, basically live the life that I've always lived. There's nothing really that I've ever wanted more than that. There are things that I want, and those things that I want are not things. Many of the things that I want as a person, you can't touch. Many of the things that I want, you can't buy. And so, what is really the point of having these things? There isn't any. They're just distractions. They're, you know, basically eating, I don't know, like eating junk food whenever you're hungry. It will not necessarily fill you up in the same way. And whenever it does, the side effects are not very good, let me tell you. So I think that's really where I'm coming from. And the reality is that I wake up every morning and I'm happy. Almost all the time, right? I mean, there are things that depress me. I'm not
Ja imam veliko, ako ste negdje da je baci.
Fuck. You know, I've got a lot of problems with my teeth. I've been working through those, but I have a lot of problems with them still. And that really stresses me out a lot. That bothers me a lot. And that is a problem that partially money can fix, but at the same time, it is what it is. But other than the things that are mostly immutable, I can't really deal with as easily. I'm relatively happy, and I enjoy what I'm doing, and I like streaming. I love making videos. I love playing video games. I love spending time with my friends, and I love creating things. I love talking about things that I'm passionate about, and I love just doing things that make me happy. And I focus so much more on doing things that make me happy rather than having things that make me happy. Having things is more or less a burden for me now than actually a reward. I don't really live a very materialistic life at all anymore. I don't really care about almost anything other than things that have sentimental value to me. There's nothing that I'm really looking forward to getting or buying or something like that, because it's just another burden for me. You know, if I get a new thing, it's like, okay, well, where am I going to put this in my room now? What am I going to do with this? Is this really going to improve the quality of my life, or is it going to be just another burden on my everyday life that just gets in the way? And oftentimes, it's the latter and not the former. And I think that's one of the mindset changes that I've had. And I think that really for a lot of people, it's hard to actually get to the point where I'm at without being at the point where I was. And I don't really think that there's any way to make that process any faster. I think that it's a completely internal thing. You can't really goad this into happening. You can't, you know, kickstart this or anything like that. But I think that the first thing that if you want to do anything is to think about what really makes you happy. And if having X, Y, or Z makes you happy, think to yourself and ask yourself, is having that thing what makes you happy? Or is being able to have that thing what makes you happy? Because being able to have that thing is what made me happy. And that's why I never really had to have that. And so the why I live a humble or why I live a simple life is that I don't. I live the most extravagant, great life I could possibly ever imagine. I'm surrounded by my friends that I spend time with daily. I have a great, I hate calling it a
ništa kao, ništa, jel? Nema veze,
I have
ništa.
a great thing that I do with my streams and my videos.
Što je najgore,
I'm incredibly
trader.
lucky and I'm very passionate about that in many ways.
Odmah smo mi dole čim je bacio bombu.
I have my parents that care about me and love me. I have my family that cares about me.
Ama bili smo dole, čovječe, čim su bacili bombu, jebo. Sva trojica su leteli, jednog sam ubio. I završio me ovaj sa slagom.
Extremely happy. I don't need a expensive car or anything like that to have. I live a very extravagant life, I live a life of opulence, and that doesn't necessarily mean that it has to do with money or things or anything like that. And so I wanted to share that with people because I think a lot of people need to hear that, because I see a lot of people that are very materialistically minded, and I understand that better than almost anybody does. And it's also very, I'm sure, ironic for me to talk about this whenever I am so focused on collecting items. I care more about getting items in game than in real life. And that's absolutely true. Because at least items in the game don't really take up space unless it's in my inventory, and I think you guys have seen that, so you can see kind of what my mindset is about that as well. So the point that I'm really trying to make with this is that try to realize, and if this is like any bit of advice for anybody, is trying to realize what really makes you happy, what you really want. And I think for me it was more fulfillment, more than the thing itself. It was the fulfillment and the ability to buy it. And more than that, what that meant a realization of the self, that meant a success. And I really wanted the success, not necessarily what the success entailed. The success entailing things doesn't really matter. I just care about the actual success of itself. And I'm very passionate about pushing towards that and working towards that and doing things that make that happen. And it makes me happy, and that's really all I need. And many times whenever I make videos or I'm editing videos, I'm in one of the best moods possible because I'm doing the thing that I love to do. And I think that if that's something that other people can catch, other people can hold on to, it's something that just kind of completely changes your perspective on the way that you go about your life. And that's why I wanted to make this video and kind of give people my insight into it, and hopefully people can see where I'm coming from. And I try to
On je prvi krenuo,
as much as possible because I feel like it's just so important.
Kolovođe.
Obviously, I'd be very curious to hear all of your feedback and a lot of the comments that people have for this. I've thought like 2-3 weeks on how to make this video. Hopefully this is the best way. But regardless, thank you all so much for watching. I really appreciate it. And I'll see you soon. Peace.
Mora smanjiti mog Milana. Bio bezvučni zid, evo.
Međutim, dobri su, bolji su od nas. Nemaš... Makiću, nema šta, bolji su od nas. I ovo nam je premium, znaš.
Ne zdravim.
Jel imaš onu plastiku za vađenje dugmića? To ti je onako, onaj krug i ima onako kao vilica. Bojano ne radi jedno dugme na tastaturi, moram da znam. Ma ne, Bojana. Pa to dobiješ s tastaturom, smo naći sad.
fuck yourself.
Pucanje na Lamberu.
This Uber driver's passenger is a special agent, and he's built different. The film starts with detectives Vic Manning and Sarah Morse arriving in a hotel to catch the notorious substance lord Oka Tejdo. I think that's how you say his name. He asks the concierge not to give up that the police are here, but she still calls him anyway. That's dedication. Deserves a $1 tip. Oka's boys greet the police with a shotgun. That's how we roll in our hood. Rainbow Six fans. Vic slams in and shoots a guy hiding behind the couch. Morse gets distracted by the second guy while Vic gets attacked by Oka, who looks more like a Yakuza game character. Oka tactically punches the glasses off of Vic's face, immediately making him blind like a bat. Not the best kryptonite for a police officer if you ask me. While Vic gets his butt kicked by Oka, who's 4 times smaller, Morse manages to shoot the other bad guy. At least someone knows how to work here. But Oka realizes beating the police won't bring him any level up and runs away. Oka becomes Yamakaze and jumps away by the balconies. But Vic gets a brilliant idea to throw down a cart. It works like clockwork and Oka gets smashed down. What looks like 2 floors, but it doesn't stop him from attacking Morris. Vic feels he can fly now and jumps 3 floors down, but gravity wins this time, and Oka escapes. The detectives chase Oka out of the hotel and into the streets. Morse gets close enough to catch Oka, but as they fight for her gun, Oka shoots Morse in the stomach. Ouch, that hurts. Oka gets away as Vic rushes to his partner's side to save her. Don't worry, man, I saw Reservoir Dogs. The struggled for hours with that wound. She's still that time. Oh no, she's dead. Rip in peace. 6 months later, we meet Stu, who works at a sporting goods store while taking a side job as an Uber driver. He has to give a ride to his douchebag boss, Richie Sandusky. He runs his father's store and gives him the nickname Stuber, which Stu hates. Don't know if that's bad.
Oj, šta ovi rade
jebote. Sticky fingers. Not like it was something cool. He didn't make it to the toilet one day. Tried to hold the flow coming from his butt with his hands, and it happened in front of the whole class.
To što ste se u isto vreme matchmakeovali.
Stu must keep his rating over 4 stars, or he gets fired and his rides aren't doing great typically. Oh man, I can't even imagine what I had to do to keep a 5-star rating at a Thai massage salon I used to work with. Those sticky fingers were workers of the month for a long time. Yeah, the nickname was mine. Meanwhile, because he obsessed with catching Oka and avenging Morris, he trains his shooting without glasses.
A nema šta, čuje se, brate. Ko ima dobre slušalice, čuje tačno
the case against Oka is bumped up to the feds. Darn, those kung fu lessons for 2 years will never pay off. Stu is also investing in a spin class gym business with his college friend Becca, with whom he is secretly in love. Sim. Unfortunately, she's dating a superstar basketball player. Vic realizes it's time and gets LASIK eye surgery. High IQ move. Actually, I need to do that. He'll be dizzy and see unclear for a while and have to wear Riddick glasses.
Vladika, ja ću tebe sad
dati.
Veličaš protivnika da bi veličao svoj doprinos čitave stvari.
He promises to attend even though he's a blind mole. Nicole installs the
kakav ja sam rekao bravo.
Ilija, to je kao što kad se recimo bio 10 Lijana, recimo ne pete, oni napišu da bio 100 Lijana.
Ne može protiv svojeg lige.
A vidi, 10.000 i 100.000 nije isto. Nije blizu isto je.
And that's how he meets Stu. The latter acts extremely annoying, talking more than driving. So I'm not even surprised the boy struggles with those 5 stars. Turns out Vic has chosen Uber pool, so 2 chicks get into the back. Nah, not on my duty, so he throws the chicks away. After some more annoying talks from Stu, the 2 arrive at Leon's warehouse. Vic finds Leon, not in his best condition. I mean, dead. Meanwhile, Stu gets a video call from an angry and drunk Becca. She found dozens of sussy photos of other girls on her now ex-boyfriend's phone. Well, what else would you expect to find in a basketball star's phone? Candy Crush? Great game for toilet times. That invites Stu to come over and comfort drunk and freshly broken up lady. That's like a VIP pass to the panties. Stu promises to be there after dealing with Vic, who's not really understanding that Leon is dead gone. I mean gone, because he's dead. He takes Leon's phone, unknowingly leaving behind bloody footprints. From what we see on the
znam zato što gledam streamera, ne, ja ne pričam. No ono što znam, što ja ne lažem i ne pričam stvari koje nisam upućen i koje ne znam. Nikad ne lažem, nemam razloga da lažem.
Nema koristi od toga, Digniša.
Uj ti kurac, Kesić.
It's French. She runs the place and schools one of the dancers, Felix, for eating a sandwich when he has to look buff. Vic talks to her about Leon and says she was involved with a dealer named Amo Cortez. Stu talks to Felix about Becca, sharing that he clapped her cheeks a while back when she broke up with another guy. The girl has a pet, but they both act like nothing happened. Felix encourages Stu to express his feelings to her. Even drunk, Becca calls Stu again and says she wants that chorizo in her white bun. Can't make this stuff up. However, Vic is not done with Stu. He compels him to drive to Long Beach to find Amo. Stu follows because he's beta in the story. Oh wait, Miss T.T. is talking about Stu and Vic. Meanwhile, in the car, Vic shares a story about how his abusive drunk father left him alone in the desert when he was 14, and that Vic became a man that day. Stu only whines about how Vic is preventing him from becoming a man with Becca. The boys arrive in a not-so-good neighborhood, and Vic enters a house where Vic interrogates ammo. The homies don't give him on ammo and order the guys to attack Vic, but the poor doggy pukes out a pack of drugs. Ew, Peter. Vic is a dog who is gun and feeds the drugs to the girls, and they quickly give up where ammo is. Snitches. Vic gets him to Stu's car.
Znam ja, čuo sam za njega 10 KB ima, vidio sam kad me bio ubijen.
Cops get paid well, especially when they hang with dealers. Vic leaves ammo in the car, but Stu refuses. Wasn't it an
10, kako 5? Pa 10, ja vidio 10. Mene ubio bio, ja vidio 10 da ima. A ja vidio 10.
Vas dvojica vidite različite stvari. Siguran da gledate isto.
Nice one, bro. First day on the job and you've already shot someone. Classic hop moment. Vic comes back with a pop and starts to pry info from ammo. Reveals a drop is going down tonight, but passed out from shock before telling where it's happening.
Ne, može ga ti
naći.
Može ga naći kad uzme solo da igra.
Ti znaš da on ima 2.7 KD, to je to, dovoljno. Nema potrebe.
Može upast da...
Nema potrebe da traži.
Može upast protiv njega kad krene solo da igra.
I nešto drugo vidim, sasvim drugo, nema veze.
When Stu finally has the balls to call it quits with Vic and get back to his car, a group of Voka's goons enters, and the leader holds Stu at gunpoint. Swap negotiations begin, but Vic
Štekajući se na terasi sa sabljom, pola sata. Vrlo zabavno je za gledanje.
Hvalite me ljudi da ne umro, hvalite me.
The leader tries to escape but steps on the cat's tail, and Vic puts a bullet in his head. Stu freaks out over all the dead bodies and pukes. Whoa, I thought Uber drivers are used to that. Vic asks Stu to send a message.
Rekao je na kraju u Huntu pobeđuju ljudi koji kaže, koji imaju strpljenje.
Looking like crap, arrives at the gallery. Vic acts a fool and bumps into things, not perceiving a thing about Nicole's art. It's okay. Modern art is unreachable for me too. Not so modern art too. She meets Stu and he shares his day.
Ja sećam, tebe ubio onaj Archie odmah potom.
My typical birthday party. Vic then goes to Nicole, gives her a gun, and asks her for a storage unit's key to their house. Nicole realizes this is the only reason he showed up. That's clearly not true.
Jer je Peđa odreagovao.
She whines about Vic being absent in her life and caring more about his job.
Peđa je čuo da ga napadaju pčele i dokreće ga.
He's a cop who looks like Drax from Guardians of the Galaxy. Wait, is the same actor?
Pa pčele su ga napale jer je pametni rakta bacio sam sebi ove pčele. I vratili su. A ne možeš ti odrediti. Nema to veze. I dalje ti skidaju health. Nema to veze. Nema to veze. Nema to veze. Onako ima veze. Ma nema veze. Ako te pukne s paksom u 30-40 metara, ti si mrtv. Ako ti jedan health skine pčela. Nema veze. Pčele i dalje skidaju health. Iako...
She says her boyfriend called and sounded apologetic, so she's close to forgiving him.
Ti imaš dobro percepciju, teško.
Stu gets pissed off, finally putting his foot down and calls Vic out for his actions, telling him that he is scared of showing his emotions by hiding behind his masculinity and being a terrible dad to Nicole. Well, that Uber driver has a point, but Vic, as you remember, is a brute, so he answers not with solidarity and understanding, but anger. Things heat up as Vic promises to put 0 stars for Stu. Whoa, bro, that was way over the line. You can call a man weak, pathetic, Omega, a crypto trader, and any other horrible words. But when you call him a 1-star driver, you get beaten up with a golf club. The two start fighting, using baseball bats and bicycles, balls, big heavy balls. Stu here has the advantage. At least he sees something. Finally, they're both down, hurt, with no strength left, when they get caught by Richie, who aims a crossbow at them. Richie makes fun of Stu again and calls him Stuber. Wait, I finally got it. He's Stu, and he drives Uber. Stuber. Okay, never too late. Suddenly, Vic stands up for Stu, and the latter stands up for himself, taking Richie's crossbow and showing alpha mode. He also says he quits. Ha, like that wasn't obvious. As they leave, Richie tries to convince Stu to stay because he considers Stu his best and only friend. Well, that was surprising. Stu comforts Richie, saying he's not really balding, and leaves for good. Nice one, bro. Richie wasn't that bad, and Stuber is indeed a hilarious nickname. You should put it in your app, and you'll get 5 stars only. Stu gets Vic to the storage yard to catch Oka. On the road, Stu convinces Vic that calling for backup is okay. Oh right, I almost forgot there are other cops in the city. Vic calls McHenry, who's already searching at the vet for him. Darn, that's the wrong person to call. She kills the vet after. Why? Because no loose ends, I guess. The stealthy boys get to the deal, and Vic, confident that the SWAT is coming, lets Stu go. Who doesn't want to go at this point? Stockholm Syndrome, they call it. In the car, Stu calls Becca and comes clean about his feelings for her, saying her business idea is her dream, not his, and he just wants her to love him back. And also that casual cheek clapping is not for him, because he can't pretend he doesn't have feelings for her anymore. Wait, hold on. You cut the cheese, but why don't you eat the slice? Alright, you psychologically stable boys are too straight to the point. She asks if they can be friends, but Stu masterfully ignores the friend zone and says he will call her when he is ready. Smart move. But you would have been ingenious if you could do this after clapping cheeks. Stu then sees a single cop car driving instead of the SWAT team and understands something sussy is going on. McHenry then shows up and reveals herself. Dirty cop moment. She and Oka killed Leon and orchestrated the whole thing to get Vic framed for murder and off their tail. Classic dirty cop. She shoots Vic once, ready to finish the job. Suddenly, Stu drives his car into her and slams her against a wall. Now we're talking. That's a 6-star move, not less. Ted and his goons spot them and the manhunt begins. Stu drives away while Vic regains his sight and can shoot at the bad guys. Then, Stu makes another 3-digit IQ move and throws a propane tank for Vic to shoot so it can blow up. That's a pro gamer move. This stuff only works in movies. Oh wait. Eventually, Stu's electric car runs out of battery. Did oil companies pay for this? Oka catches up and slams his car into theirs, knocking it down a hill and forcing the good, bad boys to run. Oka finds the two as they run through a factory of hot sriracha sauce. The worst place to shoot at, but Oka does. Vic gets hot sauce in his eyes and loses sight again. Employees run out and our boys hide with the employees in a van. They call multiple Ubers to get them out of there and make Oka think it's a police backup. Great plan. Why not just call multiple cops? Or do you think everyone is on Oka's payroll? Vic gets on the wheel and smashes the car into an old boat. What the hell is the boat doing here? Oka catches our boys when Vic uses his Better Call Saul skills to win some time. Stu uses the moment to throw hot sauce at Oka. Doesn't work too well. Finally, the cavalry arrives. The Uber cavalry, that is. Vic says it's the feds, and Oka almost gives up, but one of the drivers blows the whole thing, and the drivers flee. Somehow, Oka gets hot sauce in his eyes, and Vic uses this moment to knock the guy off. Nice one, Stu. All your plans work today somehow. Vic and Oka fight, and Stu takes the latter's gun, but has no balls to shoot the little guy. Oka keeps punching Vic, and Stu finally shoots. No ammo. Stu throws the gun at Oka, who catches it, knocks down Vic, and then Stu with it. Whoa, that was impressive. You should have gone to the Marines, or a circus. Why deal drugs? I guess you barely use your skills there. Oh boy, this generation. Suddenly, Nicole shows up. She got Vic's location off the Uber app. She's really her father's daughter. She shoots at Oka and demands he gets away from her dad. You people, just shoot at him, not near him. At least in the leg. Oka takes her gun, because that's what happens when you don't shoot at people. He tries to shoot Nicole, but Stu jumps and takes the bullet for her. Vic rages out and tries to strike Oka, but Nicole stops him. Can you finally kill that bastard? So sad. I really hope that Yamasaki Ninja Yakuza would die. As the last dramatic drop, Stu's car blows up. Yes, without gasoline. Can you still believe Elon Musk after this? Stu and Vic wake up in the hospital. Nicole thanks both of them for what they did. They get their phones restored. 5K for a drive? Well, I guess the night was worth it after all. Stu gets them to leave while Vic gives him a 5-star rating. Score. And also give a tip. Thanks Stu for saving Nicole's life, then hugs him and breaks down in tears. What do you know? Big boys cry too. It is now Christmas time. Becca successfully opened the spin class gym on her own. Stu remains an investor and it's a big success. We see Vic hitting in a Chinese restaurant with the pop. He walks into Nicole's house where he finds out she and Stu are now dating. Pretty fair. He ate her bullet, she eats his. Well, you get the idea. Vic is left speechless but still comes in to celebrate. Moral of the story? Remember when you could put 5 stars on YouTube videos? That was just a like button. You don't even have dislikes.
This is Story Recapped. Today, I'm going to explain a drama, sci-fi, and thriller film called these final hours. Spoilers ahead, watch out and take care. As an asteroid plummets into Earth's atmosphere, several people call their loved ones to say their farewells. After an intimate time with his lover, James drives back to town while listening to the radio stations with different reactions to their impending doom. The asteroid has hit the North Atlantic Ocean, and in 12 hours, the firestorm that it produces will reach Australia. To cope with their final hours, a group of people reads the Bible, while others choose to end their lives in their own terms. Chaos is also in the streets as people unleash their inhibitions during the final moments. James drinks as he remembers his previous conversation with Zoe, who invited him to stay in her beach house until it happens. James chose to leave and indulge in alcohol to numb himself from the fear and pain. Suddenly, James comes upon a blockade of shopping carts. A man enters his vehicle and threatens him with a machete. The man orders him to drive as he rants about being betrayed. Finally, they come upon the man who betrayed him. So the deranged man steals the car keys and threatens James to stay. But when James watches the madman hack someone to death, he runs. The man chases him across the neighborhood until James hides under a van. He muffles his breathing until the crazed man finds someone else to chase. Once the coast is clear, James pulls out a nail that stabbed him during his escape and tries to open the van. He ducks his head when he spots a red van parking nearby. From the red van, two drunk men carry a young girl who's screaming for help. Once they're inside the house, James quietly makes it to the red van, still hearing the girl's cries for help. He gets in the van and finds the keys but hesitates in driving away as he hears the men yelling at the girl. Torn by guilt, James picks up a hammer from the van and enters the house. James quietly searches the house until he finds the door where the girl is locked in. Suddenly, one of the men races to him, so James swings his hammer across his head. The other man strangles him from behind, so James hits him on the side. The man releases James but picks up a lamp and hits him. The larger man pins James on the floor, choking him with the lamp until James bites his finger. James reaches for his hammer, but the man negotiates to share the girl with him. Uninterested, James slams the hammer on his head. James breaks the locks on the door and assures the girl that he's there to help. He carries her outside, but she's too scared to get in the red van. She insists that she wants her father, but James yells that it's not safe to be out in the open, convincing her to get in the van. During the drive, the girl recounts how the drunk man tricked her by promising her to find her father. She then shares what her father looks like and that he was looking for petrol when they got separated. The girl mentions that her father burned down their house so that no one else could break in and live there. They were supposed to go to her aunt's house, where the rest of the family should be. Seeing that the van is nearly out of fuel, James contemplates what to do with the girl. 2 hours later, James listens to the radio, reporting that Central America, Mexico, and Canada are already gone. They found her father's car, so the girl honks the car while calling her father. James convinces her that her father isn't around, so she suggests heading to her aunt's to James refuses because her aunt's house is too far, so he suggests taking her to his sister's house instead. The girl insists that she needs to be with her father when it happens, so James gets on the van alone. When he starts the car, the girl is left with no choice but to ride with him. Finally, the girl introduces herself as Rose. They reach his sister's house, but no one answers the door. James enters from the back door and sees Christmas ornaments, family albums, bottles of liquor inside. He hears water running upstairs and tells Rose to swim in the pool to spare her from what he'd find. He reaches the master bedroom, where his sisters and her husband's bodies are in a shower. Unable to cope, James raids the liquor cabinet and drinks. Then, he watches Rose swimming from the balcony and notices his niece's new graves in the playground. He hurries into the garage to take his sister's car, but Rose finds him before he can leave. With no choice, he lets her in, and he reveals that he's heading to a big party. Rose suggests that someone else at the party may take her to her aunt's house. Earlier at the beach house, as James was getting ready to leave, Zoe started crying and revealed that she was pregnant with James's baby. James was distraught, given that it was the end of the world. Zoe still pondered over the possibilities of their baby, but James got angry at her for telling him since it no longer matters. James insisted that he didn't want to feel anything when it happens. Rose notices James bleeding arm during the ride, so she offers him her socks to bandage the wound. While bandaging his wound, Rose reveals that she believes she might go to hell because she once prayed for a boy in school to die. The boy soon got leukemia and died. James assures her that it wasn't her fault, since bad things just happened. Suddenly, a family riding a police car pulls up at the library behind them. James takes Rose inside to ask her parents to take Rose in. The mother insists on them getting out while her husband is frozen in the trap while holding a gun. Realizing what the parents were about to do, James pulls Rose away. Allison stops James and explains that he couldn't watch his kids suffer in waiting. He then
Ne može da
asks James to
stigne,
shoot his
ne može stigne na
children
njega da
instead
uradi
because he can't do it, assuring him that the kids won't feel anything. When James refuses, the husband begs James to say he forgives him for what he'll do. James then leaves with Rose, leaving the family to their fates. Soon they reach their party, and Rose holds his hand nervously. Inside, a crowd of people goes wild while drinking, dancing, and pleasure. A group of men cheers as others play Russian roulette. James desperately shields Rose as the scenes frighten her. Finally, James reunites with his friend Freddy, who's hosting the party. James looks for his girlfriend and Freddy's sister, Vicky, but Freddy teases him about something they've been working on that's already finished before he leaves. The two head inside, where Rose witnesses more sensitive activities. He distracts her with a bowl of chips while he searches for Vicky. Suddenly, a woman claims that Rose is her daughter, so James defends her from the woman. Finally, James finds Vicky, who quickly dismisses Rose to spend intimate time with her boyfriend. James hesitates in leaving Rose, but ends up following Vicky anyway, and leaves Rose by the pool. In the bedroom, the couple sniffs some powder before getting intimate. However, James is distracted, disappointing Vicky. James finally mourns how his sister and her family are already dead. Still, Vicky remains indifferent, stressing that none of it matters anymore. Witnessing his own reaction to Zoe earlier, James starts to feel guilty. To cheer him up, Vicky takes him to the basement. Meanwhile, Rose swims in the pool when the woman who thinks she's her daughter finds her. The woman corners her and offers her a pill to relax. Scared, Rose bargains that she'll take the pill if the woman promises to take her to her aunt's place. Below the basement, Vicky reveals that Freddy finished the underground bunker with enough supplies to last them a year. James isn't impressed and points out that they need the bunker to be a lot deeper underground to survive the firestorm. Outside, Rose feels the effects of the medicine and becomes entranced by the confetti and party. However, she begins to hallucinate. Back at the bunker, Vicky realizes that James went to see Zoe, ridiculing him for going to her instead of his family, finally revealing how scared she is of dying. James holds and comforts her, but she starts to beg for intimacy again. James stops her and confesses that he went back to the party because he didn't know what to do, but now he realizes that he couldn't black out the pain. Instead, he wants to take Rose back to her family, where she belongs. When Vicky asks him where he belongs, James simply states that he doesn't belong there with her. Freddy finds them and notices that Vicky is crying. He questions James why his sister is crying, and James nags him for filling Vicky's head with lies about survival, then leaves. Vicky mentions to Freddy that James claimed that the bunker wouldn't work, so Freddy follows James, screaming in anger. Outside, James finds Rose vomiting. He pulls the crazed woman away from her, who still insists that Rose is her daughter. Freddy steps out and aims a gun at James, from spoiling their fun. The woman convinces Freddy that Rose is her daughter, so Freddy threatens James into giving the girl back. James continues to push the woman away, and Vicky walks in. She takes the gun from Freddy's hands and aims it at James, but instead of him, she shoots the crazed woman. The party people get startled by the gunshot, but move on quickly. Vicky tells James to go, so he heads out, but finds their van is caught between more cars. He carries a barely conscious Rose into a tunnel and gets her to drink some water. Soon, they hear a man singing drunkenly near a cab. James steals the car and drives off. James takes Rose to his mother's house, where they change Rose's clothes and help her through her fever. James's mother scolds him for claiming he'll never come back to her, yet he still did. James argues that he planned on dropping by and that he didn't plan on having to care for Rose. Later, his mother asks about his sister, but James lies that he didn't see her. His mother recounts how she visited her yesterday, but no one answered the door. She calls her daughter selfish for keeping her grandkids away and blames her son-in-law. Not wanting his mother to think of his sister that way, James ends up lying that his sister and her family went away. He then asks for his mother's car, but she laughs at his sad attempt to help the girl. James argues that her inability to understand his desire to help Rose is not his problem. Finally, James's mother reveals that her car has been stolen. Despite their arguments, the two share a laugh at how alike they are. His mother then tells him to search for gas cans in the tool shed. James asks his mother what she plans to do before it happens. She just intends to finish her puzzles until the world ends. Finally, Rose recovers and James returns her to the cab. He then goes to say goodbye to his mother. She tells him that she's happy to see what he's doing for Rose. They hold hands until his mother urges him to go. James wishes her good luck with her puzzles before tearfully walking away. During the drive, Rose apologizes to James for getting tricked by a woman at the party. James waves off her concerns, stressing that her father shouldn't see her upset when they reunite. He encourages Rose that she's tough and he gets her to smile. Soon, They reach Rose's aunt's house, where jazz music is playing loudly. Rose excitedly runs to the house, calling for her father and family. Inside, however, they find the house empty. After searching the house, Rose wonders if her family is at the pond nearby, so she goes there. Meanwhile, James heads to the woods in the opposite direction, where he finds bodies of Rose's family, including her father. James stops Rose from discovering her family and regretfully tells her that they're all dead. Rose fights to see her father, so James carries her away. When he puts her down, she still insists on seeing her father to ensure that it's him, hoping to spare her any more grief. James carries her father's body out. Once she confirms that it's him, Rose grieves. James ushers her to leave, but she refuses, insisting that her father promised they'd be together when it happens. James and Rose take her father's body near the pond, where she decorates his body with flowers. James gives her the photograph of her family that she found in her father's body. He confesses that he could have been a father, since he got another woman pregnant. When Rose asks if the pregnant girl is prettier than Vicky, he agrees. He admits that he messed up when he left Zoe alone. Rose looks at the sky and assures James there's still time to go back. The two share a hug and say their farewells before James walks away. James drives off, and Rose playfully chases after the car so they can see each other until the very last moment. Once she's out of sight, James quietly leaps in the car. With only minutes before the firestorm hits, James speeds his way back to the beach. However, the car overheats, so he runs the rest of the way under the scorching heat. When he gets there, he finds Zoe's house empty. James runs to the beach and finds Zoe watching the fiery storm moving closer. James reunites with Zoe, but she pushes him away in anger for leaving her alone. He begs her forgiveness and confesses his love for her. Zoe accepts his embrace and tells him she loves him too. The two share a kiss and hold each other as embers reach them. The entire beach turns red, but they keep their eyes on the storm. Zoe says that the storm is beautiful before they're engulfed in its flames.
Subscribe to watch more videos like this. Turn on notifications. And leave a like, it really helps the channel out.
Story recapped here. Today, I'm going to explain a fantasy, drama, and romance film called Amazing Stories: The Cellar. Spoilers ahead, watch out, and take care. Brothers Jake and Sam Taylor get off their truck and arrive at an old Victorian-inspired house. Jake marvels at the house's beauty while Sam focuses more on his Tinder app. Jake calls his brother up the stairs and says their clients want the house restored to its former glory. Sam asks him where they should start, and Jake tells him they must find the breaker first since the house has no electricity. Hence, the two went down the cellar searching for the breaker. Jake turns the lights on and sees an old barometer attached to the wall. As he looks at it, Sam gets a notification from a girl asking if he's free that night. So he asks Jake when they will finish since he has a date to attend. That night, Sam arrives at the bar and introduces himself to his date, Francesca. He apologizes for being late and tells her that his brother, Jake, is to blame. Francesca asks him if he often blames his brother, so he tells her how Jake has been a tyrant since he just adopted a baby with his husband. Francesca gets intrigued, so Sam shows her Jake's family picture. The next day, Francesca drops off Sam at the old Victorian house where Jake is waiting. Sam gets out of the car and says goodbye to Francesca. He approaches Jake, who asks him if he thought about permanently joining him in the house restoration business. However, Sam tells him he has other dreams. But Jake tells his brother that he needs to get his life straight, saying his last plan for success was searching for Honus Wagner's baseball card in garage sales to sell it for $1 million. Sam chuckles and tells him it's still a good plan, but Jake is adamant and says he must find his purpose in life. After a while, the two start working on fixing the house. They smoothen pieces of old wood, remove planks from the floor, and screw on bolts. They replace the old floorings with new ones as they work tirelessly as the daylight slowly goes away. As nighttime comes, Sam removes a big chunk of wood and sees a small handle hidden beneath it. He looks closer and pulls the handle up, revealing a small compartment. Inside it is an old cookie box which Sam opens immediately. It contains old matches with the word cabbage written on its cover and a photo of a beautiful woman. Sam stares at the photo and quickly feels a sense of connection with it. But alarm bells start ringing, signaling that a strong storm is approaching. Due to that, Jake and Sam rush outside and bring all the construction materials inside the house. As they prepare for the storm, the power goes out, so Sam heads toward the cellar to fix the breaker. But as he reaches the breaker, he hears a loud, deafening noise, making him get on his knees and cover his ears as the barometer's needle starts rotating. He feels a strong headache as the sound pierces through his ears and keeps ringing inside his head. Suddenly, the sound stops, and Sam notices that the breaker is fixed. He heads up the stairs to tell Jake, but surprisingly sees the house in perfect condition and is filled with pieces of furniture. Sam walks around, totally confused, and hears a woman singing while playing the piano. He approaches her, but the woman sees his reflection and immediately grabs a vase to protect herself. Sam instantly recognizes her as the beautiful woman in the old photo, but the woman asks if he's from the bank and tells him to leave as he is trespassing on their property. Sam tries telling her about his brother Jake and how they were restoring this house, but the woman doesn't listen to him. So Sam ignores her and runs up the stairs while looking for Jake. The woman follows him and points a shotgun at Sam, threatening she'll shoot him if he doesn't state his business. But he still goes past her and heads downstairs. The woman sees her mother arriving through the glass and immediately tells Sam to leave if he values his life, since her mother is as mean as a snake. Therefore, Sam goes out the back door as the mother enters the house. The older woman calls for her daughter, Evelyn, and asks if someone is with her, which she blatantly denies. Her mother smiles and says her fiancé, William, bought her a dress for their engagement party. She then gives the box to Evelyn and tells her to make the dress fit. Meanwhile, Sam walks around town and is shocked by all its rustic designs. He approaches a sign to take a closer look and finds out that he's in the year 1919. Back in the house, Evelyn grabs the records hidden in the walls and places them in the record player. She sits on a chair and sings along to the music. Unfortunately, her mother hears this and tells Evelyn to surrender the records as her fiancé doesn't like those songs. But Evelyn refuses, saying it belongs to her brother Emmett. Her mother says Emmett is dead, which is why they're broke, and Evelyn must marry William to save themselves. Evelyn reluctantly gives her mother the records when Sam suddenly appears and introduces himself as Emmett's friend. He tells them he loaned their son the records before and wants to take them back. Evelyn goes along with his story, saying Sam is a doctor and was Emmett's classmate back in medical school. Her mother believes them and gives him the records. Then she invites Sam to the engagement party, but he says he is only passing through. The mother leaves and Sam returns the records to Evelyn. She thanks him for helping her, but Sam seems disinterested as he keeps looking for something. Evelyn asks what he is doing, so Sam tells her he's from the year 2019 and he's trying to go back home. Evelyn laughs at him, so Sam takes out the picture of her he found in the future. A confused look is all over Evelyn's face, saying she doesn't have a picture of herself yet. Sam says she will eventually and asks her if there is anything weird about their house. Evelyn tells him her grandfather built the house 40 years ago and that he could meet him at her engagement party. That night, Sam arrives with Evelyn at her engagement party. She introduces him to her grandfather, Warren, and Sam immediately asks if there's anything weird about the cellar that he built because he heard ringing when he was there during a bad storm. A man named Henry Barrett gives him an answer, saying the temperature drops during a thunderstorm, which is why he hears ringing. Sam is about to ask another question, but William rings his glass and calls his fiancée. Evelyn approaches him and the pianist starts playing his instrument. The two start dancing and William tells Evelyn that he arranged the session for her photograph to be taken. Evelyn then realizes that what Sam told her about the picture is accurate. The music stops and the dancing concludes. Evelyn approaches Sam, saying what he said about the photograph is true, but Sam tells her he needs to talk to Henry about the storm causing the ringing. Evelyn says Henry has already left, so she asks him if he wants to walk with her since William is busy putting his children to bed. With that, Sam obliges. The two proceed to walk down the streets, where Evelyn keeps asking Sam about what the future is like. He tells her about speakers and how it allows the house to be filled with music all the time. Evelyn lets out a smile and says she wants to experience that. Sam stops as he sees a bar across the street, saying the place seems familiar to him. Evelyn then tells him the bar has an underground club that requires a password for one to enter. Sam leads her inside and tells the bartender the word cabbage, making the bartender usher them to a secret room. The two go downstairs and see a crowd dancing to live music. The two approach the bar to order liquor, where Sam notices the same matchsticks he found on the house. So he takes one pack and puts it inside his jacket. Sam then notices Evelyn grooving to the music, so he asks her for a dance. Evelyn accepts and the two start dancing on the dance floor. As the song ends, Sam suggests that she should go on stage and sing a song. Evelyn laughs at him, saying she's no good, but Sam says they should flip a coin to determine if she should sing or not. Evelyn agrees, so Sam grabs a coin and flips it. Sam wins the game, so he approaches the stage and tells the singer about Evelyn. He then walks away, and Evelyn heads to the stage, where she starts singing beautifully. The crowd claps as Evelyn finishes singing. After a while, the two exit the pub with Sam telling her how wonderful she was on the stage, and how the crowd loved her. Evelyn smiles and tells him she wasn't looking at the crowd. Unfortunately, her mother sees them and reprimands Evelyn immediately. Sam tries making an excuse, but her mother doesn't believe him and proceeds to take Evelyn away. The next day, Sam heads to Henry's house to ask him more about the storms. Henry leads him inside his barn and shows him a barometer, saying the needle will go down if a strong storm comes. Sam tells him the storm he experienced completely rotated the needle. Henry says a powerful storm is called a derecho, and the last one was so strong that it knocked the doors off his barn. Sam asks him if he can borrow the barometer, but Henry refuses, so he tells him he can fix his doors if he gives his barometer as payment. Henry thinks about it, but ultimately accepts his offer. Later, Evelyn is packing her things when Sam arrives. She tells him to leave as she'll be running away from everything. Sam stops her, saying he knows how to get them to 2019. Evelyn is confused, asking why she should go to the future. So Sam tells her she deserves to be happy and choose who she wants to marry, which going to the future will allow her. Evelyn looks Sam straight in the eyes and kisses him. After that, Evelyn says that the wedding is in 10 days, so Sam tells her a storm is already arriving. He then heads to the cellar and places the barometer on the wall. Days go by as the two wait for the storm to arrive. Evelyn stays at William's house while Sam continues repairing Henry's door. At night, the two see each other for a brief moment to share a kiss. Unfortunately for them, William sees Sam leaving his house, which raises his suspicions. One day, Evelyn is wearing her bridal gown as she's getting her picture. William tells her to stay still so the photographer can capture the perfect picture of her. Evelyn obliges and poses for the photo. Suddenly, she hears thunder roaring outside, so Evelyn tells the photographer she has a headache and leaves. She rushes outside in the middle of the storm and goes into the cellar with Sam. As they look at the barometer, William and his men arrive. He tells Evelyn he always knew about her secret affair, but Evelyn says she never loved him and their engagement is about money. William gets furious, so he orders his men to separate the two. He grabs Evelyn and takes her away while his men beat Sam in the cellar. The barometer's needle rotates when the men leave, taking Sam back to the present. He immediately runs up the stairs while yelling Evelyn's name. Sam sees Jake and starts screaming at him until he realizes he's not in 1919 anymore. After a while, he shows Jake pieces of evidence that he indeed went to the past and met a woman named Evelyn. He shows him the matches, but Jake doesn't believe him and says they must go home. But Sam tells him he's staying as he must find a way to get back to Evelyn. Jake respects his decision and leaves him be. Later, Sam searches on his phone about the derecho that happened in 1919 and is horrified to see Evelyn's name on the dead or missing column. The next day, Sam listens to the news about the derecho and finds out that the next is expected to come in 10 to 15 years. He can't wait that long, so he must return to the past using the current derecho. Later that day, Jake invites Sam to have dinner with them since his daughter misses her uncle. But Sam refuses, saying he can't leave because the derecho might arrive. Suddenly, the alarms went off, making Sam rush to the cellar and face the barometer. The needles rotate and he's taken to another time frame. As Sam goes up the stairs, he's surprised that the house looks different. The decorations are modern and there's a birthday cake on the table. Sam makes his way up the stairs where he notices a poster of Evelyn on the wall. He then hears her singing and follows the sound of her voice. Sam peeks at an open door and sees Evelyn singing a lullaby to her son, Sam, which makes him sob. He proceeds to leave but stumbles around the stairs, startling Evelyn and her son. Sam heads to the barometer and goes back to the present. He immediately notices a change in the cellar and asks his brother about it. Jake tells him it's the wine cellar that the client requested them to build. Sam attempts to tear it down, but Jake stops him, so he tells him about how he saw Evelyn in the future with their son, and if the wine cellar isn't removed, that future won't happen. Jake looks at him and makes a deal with Sam, saying he'd help remove the wine cellar if he agrees to see a doctor afterward. Sam takes the deal, so the brothers remove it. But as Jake enters a room to place the pieces of wood, Sam locks the door behind him and heads to the barometer to go back to 1919. As Sam arrives in the past, the cellar is completely flooded with water. He heads upstairs and starts searching for Evelyn, but he can't find her. So Sam heads to William's house and there he finds her. The two then rush through the storm and head to the cellar where they see a whirlpool in the middle of it. As they head down the stairs, a large piece of wood falls on Sam, trapping his leg. They attempt to remove it, but the wood is too heavy. Sam tells her to go, saying he went to the future and saw Evelyn with her son. She smiles as she thinks he is the boy's father. But Sam tells her he probably wasn't and is destined to die in this flood. But Evelyn refuses to live a life without Sam, so she attempts to remove the wood again. Unfortunately, she slips and tumbles in the water. Sam immediately grabs her hand and stares at her. He then says his final words to Evelyn, "I love you, but it's time to let go." As their hands separate, Evelyn spirals in the water and finds herself in the future. She opens the door and sees Jake, but Evelyn ignores him as she tries looking for Sam in the room. Jake then heads down the cellar and looks back at Evelyn as he slowly understands what has happened. After a while, Jake brings clothes for Evelyn to change and tells her Sam loves her since he always talks about her. Evelyn asks him what Sam said, but Jake tells her it wasn't what he said, but how he said it. He says Sam told him all about her love for singing and her music records. So Evelyn tells him how she hid her records on the wall the day she and Sam met. Jake looks around and says the cellar is an original, and her records are likely still in the wall. They tear down a piece of wood on the wall and find 2 letters from Sam addressed to the 2 of them. They're both happy to know that Sam survived the flood after all. Jake leaves the cellar and Evelyn opens the letter. It says that Sam didn't die in the cellar and that he desperately tried to get back to her, but the derecho never came. Sam tells her he finally found a place where he's comfortable and that he belongs in the past, as much as she belongs in the future. Sam ends his letter by telling Evelyn to stop looking for him and that her life is waiting, so she has to get it. Meanwhile, Jake opens his letter and the only thing written on it is, "Time to build your own house." He flips the baseball card attached with it and sees that it's a rare Honus Wagner card worth over $1 million. In 1919, Sam opened a biscuit container and placed Evelyn's picture and a pack of matchsticks inside it. He then places the biscuit container inside a hidden space in the fireplace. Sam also has his own construction business, so everything turns out well. In the future, Evelyn's son asks her if someone is on the stairs, but she tells him no one is there. As her son sleeps, Evelyn rushes to the staircase to see if someone is there. With tears in her eyes, it's evident that their love still remains.
Subscribe to watch more videos like this. Turn on notifications and leave a like, it really helps the channel out. Thank you for watching.
Šta mi se dešava više s mozgom?
This is Story Recapped. Today I'm going to explain a drama and sci-fi show called Electric Dreams, Impossible Planet. Spoilers ahead, watch out and take care. A group of tourists marvels at an interstellar phenomenon known as the hmmmmm Ultra. As the audience gazes upon the dance of space dust, their tourist guide Norton sits at the control deck, providing information about the event. Suddenly, the clouds turn dark, and Norton's computer warns him that the cloud's density is increasing, which causes the low visibility. To appease the customers, Norton adds a filter to the screen to intensify the color, thus earning a surprised gasp from the tourists. With that, Norton ends his statement that the hmmmmm Aurora's beauty is enough to make people believe in God again. After the show, guests exit the sightseeing spaceship, Dreamweaver 9. Norton heads to the office where he gives his co-worker Andrews the day's reports and surveys, which include one customer complaining about the sound quality. He points out that Andrews needs to fix a speaker, but Andrews just flips him off in response. Norton then notices moaning sounds from Andrews' computer, so the man discreetly closes the video he was watching. As Andrews lists their scheduled sightseeing tours for next week, Norton decides to hurry home to his girlfriend, Barbara. Before he leaves, Andrews asks if Norton's transfer to Primo Central has been confirmed, commenting that Barbara dreams of a high life. However, Norton shares that the transfer isn't confirmed yet, but he's hopeful. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door. Andrews points out that they're closed, but the person on the other side is persistent. Since he's leaving anyway, Norton answers the door and is surprised to see an old woman at their doorstep. Seeing her face triggers a vision in Norton about a bicycle, but he snaps out of it and explains to the woman that they're already closed. An android named RB29 speaks up, saying that its owner, Irma Gordon, is deaf. The woman demands to be given a tour, so Norton asks the android to tell her to come back next week instead. When it doesn't respond, Norton heads to the office to take a pamphlet for her to check their available destinations, but Irma insists on taking on a tour to Earth. Hearing this, Andrews intervenes, noting that what she wants is crazy, since Earth no longer exists. Still, RB29 explains that Irma is 324 years old, and she flew their craft from Riga too, urging them to fulfill her request. RB29 adds that Irma is willing to pay 2 kilo positives in cash, which catches the men's attention. With that, Andrews begins researching Earth, which was destroyed by a solar flare. Andrews also searches for any tour destinations that could match the planet's appearance and chooses M43. the third planet in another solar system with one moon. Norton points out that it's a dead rock with no oxygen, but Andrews argues that the woman only wants to see it, not to set foot on it. Norton refuses to trick the woman, but Andrews insists that they'll be just giving the woman what she wants. He plots to cancel all their tours for next week by claiming that the ship is damaged so they can give Irma her private tour. He insists on keeping it off the books, so he and Norton can split the money and earn a 5-year salary in 1 week. Still, Norton refuses as it might jeopardize his chances at Primo Central. As he's walking away, he receives a call from Barbara, who tells him to check his vidmail. Norton checks and opens a vidmail from Linus Primo, telling him his transfer has been rejected. With that, Barbara complains that they've been on the planet for 4 years, and they were supposed to leave after 2. Now that Norton was rejected from Primo Central again, she realizes that they'd be staying much longer. Norton promises to take care of things, but Barbara insists that Primo Central doesn't care about him, and he can't change their minds. The rejection from Primo Central and his girlfriend's disappointment push Norton into agreeing with Andrews' plan. Aboard the Dreamweaver 9, they give Irma a tour towards Alpha Centauri, where they're supposed to show her the planet Earth. However, Norton's control panel shows that their destination is M43. When Norton gives Irma her complimentary drink, Irma starts reminiscing about her grandmother, Laura, who told her about life on Earth. Laura lived in a cabin that was near the Elk River Falls, where she and her husband Bill would swim. Laura claimed it was the best feeling she'd ever had, so Irma longs to see that place and swim there. Hence, this is where Irma wants them to take her. Norton asks her android to tell her they can't take her there, but Irma continues rambling about how Earth has changed, but she believes that Elk River Falls is one place that chooses not to change. After the woman has fallen asleep in the lobby, RB-29 starts questioning how there isn't any other crew. There was no paperwork before they left. Norton waves off its questions and insists that this is what Irma wants. RB-29 stresses that Irma has a heart condition and will die in 2 months. Therefore, this is her last trip. This makes Norton feel guilty, but he hides it and simply leaves. The next evening, Norton delivers Irma's drink to her cabin. Hoping to converse with him, she uses a communication device to help translate his words. She asks about Norton, so he shares that he was born on Primo 76, but he hoped to eventually move to Primo Central with his girlfriend. He's been with Barbara for 5 years, so Irma asks why they haven't been married yet. Norton explains that he plans to, but he's waiting for the right time. Irma wonders if he loves her, and Norton quickly says he does, though she notices that he seems hesitant. He just excuses that he feels like he's being interrogated in court, so Irma teases him that he sounds like he's not so sure. Thinking this, Norton admits that though he loves Barbara, they don't always want the same thing. Seeing his expression, Irma concludes that Barbara wants to be in Primo Central, but Norton wants something else. This makes Norton see the vision of riding a bicycle with someone, but he pulls himself from the vision again and excuses himself to leave. Clocking out for the night, Andrews puts the ship on autopilot and sleeps in the cockpit, not noticing that RB-29 is just outside. The android hacks into the system to unlock the cockpit and discovers that their destination is M43. Realizing that they've been tricked, the android's eyes turn red. The following day, the ship closes in on the M43 solar system, making Irma happy. Resting in the cockpit, Norton asks Andrews what he plans to do with his money. Andrews considers retiring early and taking a tour to experience being a passenger. He then suggests Norton use the money to marry Barbara and move to Primo Central, since that's what he's always wanted. When Norton doesn't respond, Andrews assures him that he deserves it. Suddenly, Norton suggests telling Irma the truth, feeling guilty over ripping her off so that he can move somewhere he actually doesn't want to go. Andrews claims they're not ripping her off because they're creating her dream, like artists. Norton corrects him that they're con artists, but Andrews doesn't see anything wrong with it. He defends that they present tourists with enhanced versions of celestial events to give them a piece of what they're dreaming of. Norton, however, sees this as selling pre-digested happiness when they could give people something more. Before Andrews can answer, they receive an alarm from Irma's cabin. Norton gets up to tend to her, but Andrews insists on him not saying anything to her. When he gets to her cabin, Norton finds Irma struggling to button her robe as RB-29 doesn't know how to clasp a hook and eye. Noting the old-fashioned attire, Irma explains that it's her grandmother's robe from Earth, which she hopes to wear when she visits the planet. As he helps her dress up, Irma recounts how her grandfather did the same for her grandmother. She recounts how people from Earth were so eager for an adventure into the unknown, thinking that they might reach God in space. She asks if Norton thinks that they can reach God, and he admits that he did when he was a kid. He recalls dreaming of breaking into new universes, since there were still corners that they hadn't reached yet. However, the entirety of space has now been charted, so there are no more mysteries. Irma disagrees, because there will always be mystery in humans. Suddenly, Anders announces that they've entered the solar system and will reach Earth soon. Irma then asks her android to leave as she wants to talk to Norton privately. Once alone, Irma admits that she's nervous. She asks Norton how she looks, and he replies that she looks beautiful, though he realizes that she can't understand him because she's not looking at her device. However, Irma reveals that she did hear him, as she hears some people better than others. The woman then kisses him and calls him a gentleman before showing him something. Taking a picture frame from her belongings, Irma tells him that it's from her grandmother and grandfather. When she turns the photo to him, Norton is surprised that her grandfather Bill looks exactly like him. Irma reveals that she had a dream about him, and she thinks he had a dream about her too. Confused, Norton heads to a computer room to call Barbara. He finally confesses that he never wanted to move to Primo Central and only agreed to work for it because it's what Barbara wanted. With this revelation, he asks her if she actually wants to be with him, or if she simply wants the life she pictured for them. Barbara refuses to discuss it, but Norton insists, asking if she ever dreamed about him. When she doesn't respond, Norton concludes that she doesn't, so he admits that he doesn't dream about her anymore either. Heartbroken, Barbara asks if he has met someone else. She then demands that he return home, but the screen glitches and shows Norton the moment when Irma kissed him. Once the connection returns, Norton decides to drop the call despite Barbara's protests. Later, Irma and Norton return to the lobby just as Anders announces that they're passing by Mars. However, Irma points out that it's wrong because Mars is supposed to be red, not green. Anders says that she must be confused, but Irma argues that her mind is still sharp and knows Mars is red. She asks Norton to make Andrew stop treating her like a fool, while Andrew speaks to him from their intercom, ordering him not to tell her the truth. Before he can say anything, however, RB-29 steps in to reveal something to Irma. It tells her that 60 years ago, an electromagnetic event in the solar system caused major radioactive damage to Saturn, Mars, and Venus. This caused Saturn to lose its rings, Mars to turn green, and Venus to become yellow and gain one ring. Irma turns to Norton, asking if this is true. With no choice, he says that it is, excusing that they didn't tell her because they weren't sure how she'd react. Spotting a yellow planet nearby, Irma is convinced that this is Venus and marvels at it. Continuing with a lie, Norton adds that the radioactive event also changed Earth. Not wanting to read further, Irma closes her communication device and decides that as long as it's Earth, she'll feel something. Finally, Irma sees a glimpse of what she believes is the planet Earth. She asks to get closer, but Anders discreetly warns Norton that they can't. Still, the woman feels overwhelmed and asks to hold Norton's hand as she gazes upon the planet where her grandmother was born. Despite seeing its condition, Irma searches for her grandmother's hometown since it should still be green and blue. Hurriedly, Anders checks the console for something he can create for the woman. On the other hand, Norton tells Irma that they may not be able to see it. Irma insists that it's still there, so she asks Norton to close his eyes with her. Just in time, Anders uses a filter on their window to turn M43 into a more lively blue color. Seeing this, Irma demands them to land the ship and let her be on Earth for one sweet moment. Andrew insists that they can't, but Norton promises her that they'll land on Earth, hoping to make the woman's dreams come true. The Dreamweaver 9 soon plummets into M43, experiencing turbulence as they go. Anders complains that it's not safe, but Norton insists on continuing. After locking in the landing process, the two strap onto their seats while Irma keeps her eyes locked ahead, awaiting the land she dreams of. As soon as they land, an explosion occurs. The ship is broken, and Norton checks on Irma, seeing the woman unconscious. Fortunately, she wakes up and gazes out the window where the color has turned dull. From the intercom, Norton learns that they lost the color mixer. RB-29 tells Irma that they simply landed in the wrong area, so they must fly and land again. However, Andrew stresses that it's dangerous and their tour is strictly for spectating only. When RB-29 still demands to take Irma where she wants to go, Anders warns that they must leave if they want to return home safely. Turning to Norton, he announces that they only stay for an hour before he leaves. Despite this, Norton decides to take things further. Taking spacesuits from a supply closet, he presents Irma with a chance to walk on Earth. Before doing so, however, she shows him the same attire that Bill wore in his photo, which is the same as Norton is wearing in his visions. Dressed and geared up, the two later exit the ship and walk onto the storm-ridden planet while RB-29 watches. Andrews returns to the lobby, so RB-29 tells him that Irma is resting. Alone with the android, Andrews confronts it about knowing the truth. However, RB-29 thinks that no one knows the truth, but to Irma, this planet is Earth. Suddenly, Andrews starts complaining about a headache and notices that something's wrong with the temperature control, as it's too hot in the ship. He asks for Norton, but he's outside, holding Irma's hand as they traverse the land. Realizing this, Andrews warns him that the suits only have auxiliary tanks, This doesn't convince his co-worker and he confesses to Irma, but RB29 reminds him that she's deaf. Andrews confronts the android, ordering it to get the two back. However, RB29's eyes glow red as it reveals that it knows that they tricked Irma. Outside, Norton starts hearing birds chirping. From the intercom, Andrews warns him that they only have less than 30% of oxygen left, so they have to turn back. However, the two are entranced by what they're seeing. Norton announces that they found a forest, but Andrews insists that they return, otherwise he'll leave without them. Irma hears water flowing, while Andrews continues watching their oxygen levels drop until they reach zero. Thinking that the two are dead, Andrews turns to RB29. Despite this, Irma and Norton find themselves well. While Norton isn't looking, Irma removes her helmet. She turns to him, and Norton sees that she's turned younger. In a flash of light, Norton finds himself in a lush forest with a waterfall behind him. An image of Irma's grandmother, Laura, invites him to take a dip in the water, so Norton removes his suit, resembling Bill, under his helmet. He then joins her, passing by the bicycle he'd been dreaming about. The two dive into the beautiful water, enjoying the dreamlike world that none can take from them anymore.
Subscribe to watch more videos like this. Turn on notifications. And leave a like, it really helps.
Today I'm being sponsored by Across the Obelisk. Team up with these other people to try to beat the game. It just got released into 1.0 and it's a roguelite deck builder. It's kind of like Slay the Spire and Darkest Dungeon, but also with multiplayer co-op. And though I don't usually cover roguelites on this channel as much anymore, I just wanted to remind you that I have a VOD channel dedicated to fantastic content like this. Oh, it's because this pipe isn't connected to the network. So I did have plenty of water. Never mind, I stand corrected. Wow, just look what you're missing out on. We have to get these numbers up. Yes. Come on.
The greatest stream of all time. We are joined by the wonderful Kiwo, Ambiguous Amphibian, the Spiffing Brit, and RT Game. Together, we are 4 adventurers who have set out on a quest, largely because we've been paid by Paradox Interactive to publicize this game. So, of course, take all our opinions with a grain of salt, but we do like this game. And we are going to try and save a princess, if I remember correctly, and die horribly in the process. We are meant to work together. We don't have to work together, but hopefully we will. I'm pretty sure I nailed the brief there.
That was really good.
We're all crippling addicts to deck building roguelikes, and this is literally a cooperative deck building roguelike, which is just a dream come true. We should probably introduce our characters.
My name is Reginald. I am a healer. I think I do mess with people's minds a little bit. I'm a bit of a head fuck. Am I still allowed to say fuck? Or is the 4-letter word still banned?
Fucking bugger were banned from this stream.
Okay. Well,
you can say fucking.
Fucking does
fuck on its own.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm rank 13 because I became unfortunately addicted.
Way stronger.
I'm of course Spiff playing as Andrew. I'm a devilishly handsome rogue, of course, as you know from the real world, and they've kind of created me in just not as handsome or as sexy. It is possible that my turns just simply don't end. That is my plan today. And RT, you're playing as Magnus, your persona. Please introduce your persona.
No, why? You just chat was already saying it, and now you've made it worse. I have to tank hits, and I have to take the damage so that no one else takes the damage and dies.
That's very submissive of you, Dan.
Don't make it weird.
Right, we should probably ready up and begin our adventure together as one big happy family. Do we want the critical lore? Yeah, well, let's do the lore. RT, do the intro.
Do the voice?
Just read out the text in a voice. Come on.
The royal guards explore every corner of the castle. Should I try my British accent? Because I'm the only one here without a British accent.
Go on, go for it.
Desperate, the king proclaimed a royal decree. A spot of news spread quickly. Many groups of adventurers. Now you have to do an American accent.
Yeehaw! To the kingdom town we go.
It's an old granary. You've noticed that a nearby granary door that's been opened. Some strange noises coming from it.
In them you can clearly see a strange flower grappling their hearts.
Which way are we going?
I personally want to go up because there's Tom's farm event and I want to know what's happening at my farm.
Tom's farm.
The corn would be nice.
Oh, it is the angry corn. Oh, look at them.
And
they're a menacing bunch.
We survived. The new recruits, you've reached a crossroads to the north path that leads to an old watchtower. To the south, the path leads you to the bridges that cross the river. The northern path appears to be blocked by a pigman with a brand on his arm trying to recruit others for what appears to be a new cult.
I could scare them by pretending to be a savage werewolf, apparently.
Well, you are a glorious man in a fursuit, so I mean that's terrifying and intimidating enough for me.
Finally, my time to shine.
Right, if you pull a melee card,
I failed. I've got a rash.
In the forest, you find an open space that seems like the perfect place to rest a bit before continuing your journey. As you go to set up camp, you notice a group of werewolves camping. Do you want to share their camp and tell them a story?
Can I just say at this point that like every single dialogue option, there's something where I'm just like, I'm a wolf. Did I mention I'm a wolf?
I was at FurCon. Do you want to hear about my stories? Yeah, there's a werewolf story to the south.
That sounds like a wolf to me. Oh my god, let's have a conversation with him.
I haven't even read anything.
It doesn't even matter. It's like...
You know exactly what's happening here.
Oh.
Oh, self-esteem.
I would have a self-esteem if I had a rash too.
Oh, my rash. Oh, my rash.
Yeah, this isn't even for the princess. We're on an extended trip to see a doctor for Dan's rash.
I just need to get this checked out.
I'm gonna use the barrier on me just because.
Yep. Yeah, no need to excuse yourself, otherwise they'll think that you're
justify it.
Trying to make yourself look better. If only those magical heals were able to heal a very complex rash. You probably want some defense, yeah.
I'm gonna keep that one and then just get draw. I want to get the barricade.
Isn't it funny how he discarded his free give someone a shield?
Wait, what was it? Give someone a shield? No, but it was like.
Yeah, be careful what you say to him. He's defending us all still. Thank you so much, Dan. I really appreciate that. Unlike Spiff over there. I fully support all of your bad decisions. Please keep defending me.
If we now get to the start of Dan's turn, he dies. It's a glorious bonus.
We're just gonna kill Dan immediately. Oh.
Goodbye, Dan. Yeah. Goodbye, Dan. Farewell. It's been nice knowing you.
I'm taking a lot. Magnus has been crushed.
RT changed from Scooby-Doo to Old Yeller.
Oh no!
Fuck you.
Welcome to the club.
Looks like it's just us, AA. So much though, you've done a valiant effort.
Did we at least take out one of them? Aww.
Oh, one of them will die, yes. No.
Oh my god.
We're fine. I've got this. I've got this. No problem.
There's 2 more turns.
No problem. What are you on about?
You're wet!
What are you on about?
Oh,
no! No! Oh, one player's disconnected.
I was using the altar.
You just pressed exit, right? You just pressed exit the game rather than ready to leave the altar.
I'm so sorry. Can I just rejoin?
Oh my goodness, you absolute smooth brain.
I'm so sorry.
I can host it again. Ban him from the game. Looking for the brand deal.
We could go for 4 healers.
4 healers. We actually could. Give me divine power. Give me more divine power. I am Squid Man. It's me, Squid Spiff.
Peppa Priest is here to lead you to victory. Let's go.
Why does he have a mitre? Is he a Catholic pig?
Canonically in this universe, Porxus died on the cross for our sins. Okay, Dan could die from this one.
I have faith. I have faith.
I believe in you, Dan. I'm afraid you're dead.
Something that makes me oddly hungry about seeing your character burn.
Smells like pork.
People are saying that they would go to church if they gave them bacon. It'd be more exciting than the communion bread, you know, like communion BLT.
Should we just start referring you to Pope Dan?
No, it's Peppa Pope.
I make for some really cursed episodes when Peppa Pope, you know, like deals with the heretics and
he performs an exorcism in one of them.
That's about cute pets.
Pope has a pet rabbit here. I mean, it's the Easter Bunny, isn't it?
And then I have the Lamb of God, and Spiff has the Spider of God.
Isn't the snake that convinced? Isn't that Satan? The snake convinced Eve to take the apple from the tree.
Yeah. And consequently, women forever are now, you know, mistreated. 1 apple. If only you could have controlled yourself back then, Kiwo.
Do we want to try the challenge?
Dan, how badly do you want that card?
All of them.
I kind of want it. I kind of want the card.
Fine. Okay. For Dan to get one shit tier card, this is it. Start your polls in your chat. Start your gamblings, because this is gonna be the fight. This is gonna be the fight.
Divine power. I will play it again next turn. I can give you courage, gang.
Sad nema više igre, no?
Physician.
Physician?
Please don't. Anything but
healing is better.
It's okay. I can do both.
No.
Oh no.
The shield would have been so much more useful.
Divine power.
Yeah, but all monsters, it
Divine
kills
power. Divine power. Might I suggest the card you should use?
Stop it, Dad.
I don't have that card. That it's those two words, and the first one is divine, and the second one is
Don't say it. You say them off. Divine Ire.
That has divine in the name.
Oh my God, Dan! What have you done?
I'm so badly hurt, but I need to play it.
Thank you, Dan.
It's important to maintain self-control and do what's optimal.
Divine power me, divine power me, divine power me.
Okay, now fuck what I just said. There's your divine power.
Let's fucking go. Divine power.
There we go.
Yeah.
Must go further beyond.
Deeper than ever before.
Yeah, that's the Exodia build.
I will eat the sacred bast before I murder.
You have everything you need.
You are so good, Dan. I love you. Oh my God, Dan. Marry me. Marry me, Dan. Marry me.
Slither in it.
You might as well. Because I love you.
Can I?
Yeah, because it gives you 1 mana. Oh, fuck, it killed you! What? Nope, she dead.
I have faith.
I believe in you, Dan. I'm afraid you're dead. There's a chance you die, it's random.
You might live.
Don't not kill me.
No.
GG, everyone. GG.
Jesus Christ.
Story recapped here. Today, I'm going to explain an action, adventure, and sci-fi film called Space Hunters: Adventures in the Forbidden Zone. Spoilers ahead, watch out and take care. A space cruise travels to the heart of the Krenos Nebula. While passing between two suns, a sudden bolt of nebular lightning strikes and damages the space cruise. A shuttle escapes before the space cruise explodes. As it's programmed to seek out Earth-type planets, it lands on the nearest habitable planet. 3 women come out from the shuttle, but hostile natives known as scavs ambush and capture them. Meanwhile, in space, Wolf, a salvage operator plagued with debts and monetary demands from his ex-wife, intercepts a message from a 3,000 megacredits reward for the rescue of the 3 women. The message turns garbled as the communication control panel gets busted, so he kicks it out of frustration. Wolf then wakes the chief engineer, Chalmers, to fix it, but she reminds him that they need new parts. He asks her to retrieve the Mayday about the shuttle rescue, so Chalmers recovers the message about the 3 women on the planet Terra 11. Wolf recalls Terra 11 as a colonized planet ravaged by a plague. Chalmers checks the logs and confirms a planet-wide outbreak in Terra 11 back in 2021. Doctors Patterson and McNabb led an interplanetary medical expedition in 2022, but they had a falling out. McNabb, who was later known as Overdog, ended up ruling over the planet and the medical expedition ended in 2031. Given this, Wolf concludes the plague is still rampant and the food supply is probably infected. Despite this, he finds the situation feasible, so they proceed with the mission. Reaching Terra 11, Wolf and Chalmers program the shuttle to sink into the ground as they set out in a 4-wheel vehicle named Scrambler. Soon, they spot the scavs and the female captives on board a pirate trailer that gets blocked. Suddenly, a group of Overdog's men called the Zoners attacks the scavs, seizing the trailer. During the shootout, the scav leader, Patterson, attempts to push through the blockade, but another Zoner with a cannon shoots him down. The Scrambler also gets shot, so Wolf decides to join in the fight. After Chalmers destroys the cannon, Wolf heads into the ship. He picks off a few Zoners, but another knocks the gun off his hand. Grabbing a pike, Wolf strikes his enemy down and moves up to a rope bridge where he evades a few more Zoners. Meanwhile, Chalmers watches Wolf's movements when she gets shot. The scavs try to flee with the female captives, but the Zoners block and drag the women to the top deck, where 3 Zoners on hang gliders snatch them away. Seeing this, Wolf descends from the ship and the wounded Patterson mistakes him for McNabb. However, his wards, Jarrett and Duster, tell him that he's an Earther and an Outlander. He then asks for the women, but the wards reveal that they were taken away to the zone. Wolf asks where the zone is because he needs to find the women, but the young men refuse to help since they're focused on avenging Patterson. As he heads back to the Scrambler, Wolf finds Chalmers destroyed with the wires from her face exposed. Saddened at the loss of his android companion, Wolf retrieves the remote and pushes a button, triggering the robot to melt. He continues his journey and soon finds a deserted spaceship filled with skeletal remains. Roaming around, he sees a piece of metal identifying the area as part of Patterson and McNabb's Serum Depot. Suddenly, he hears the Scrambler's engine, so he hurries outside and finds a young girl, Nikki, maneuvering it away. Wolf quickly chases the Scrambler and turns off the engine, pointing his gun at the girl. Caught, Nikki introduces herself as an Earther and offers to be his tracker in exchange for food, but he's not interested. Nikki tries offering information as Wolf starts driving away, but he stops when she mentions seeing where the Zoners took the Earth women. Figuring that she'd be useful, Wolf agrees to take her in. As she climbs in, she also demands fashionable clothes and food from Earth as a reward. She points him to the scav camp but clarifies that they're harmless because it's the Zoners that are dangerous. Meanwhile, the hang gliders drop off the women in the desert. The chemist, Overdog's chief henchman, monitors their arrival and orders the men to check if the women are as young and smooth as Overdog likes. Before nightfall, Wolf and Nikki set up camp. He cooks hot dogs, but Nikki refuses to eat them as she thinks they're from real dogs. Wolf explains that is just how they're called, so she eats them anyway. He then prepares an insulated sleeping bag but refuses to share it with Nikki, leaving her in the cold. In the lab, the female captives demand to be released as holding them is against the galactic law. However, the chemist tells them that Overdog is above any law. He recounts how their lord mined the planet's riches for their allies, so the chemist offers the women to be their allies too. He promises that they'll feel at home after they receive their mood enhancers. So a soldier approaches with the serum. In the morning, Wolf wakes up to Nikki's arm hanging over him. Startled, he carries her to the pond and forces her to clean up and get rid of her stench. Afterward, a plow vehicle arrives, so Wolf attempts to return to the Scrambler, but the plow keeps blocking him. Seeing this, Wolf orders Nikki to return to the Scrambler while he distracts the plow. The plow comes charging toward Wolf, but he sidesteps and climbs over to cover the driver's face, causing the vehicle to crash. Wolf gets thrown off the vehicle, so the driver checks on him. Pretending to be unconscious, Wolf waits for the driver to come near before he hits him and snatches his firearm. Wolf recognizes the man as Washington, whom he trained in the military with long ago. Washington proudly declares that he's now the chief of Terra Sector for the military, but Wolf isn't impressed since it's the garbage heap of the universe. Washington also looks down on Wolf as he hasn't stuck to a job long enough to achieve anything. He complains about his damaged plow, so he demands that Wolf helps him tow the vehicle. Washington reveals that he's also there for the rescue mission, and as a sector chief, he can freeze Wolf's career just by being there. However, he offers Wolf to work together in exchange for 500 mega credits. Wolf refuses, and Nikki agrees that they don't need him because they can reach the zone on their own. Before they leave, Washington demands his firearm back, but Wolf throws it into the water to annoy him. With one last try, Washington offers Wolf to be his partner, but Nikki insists he's already got one. The two then board the Scrambler, leaving Washington behind. On the road, Wolf clarifies with Nikki that they're not partners, stressing that she just leads him to the zone and he'll give her food. Hours later, Wolf senses Nikki's fear as they near the zone, but she defends that she isn't scared. However, she's been hiding from the chemist, so she isn't comfortable heading to him. They soon reach a ruined tower which they climb to camp in. During this, Nikki tries to get to know her companion better, wondering if he cares about anything since he's always cold towards everyone. She also wonders why he's allowing her to sleep next to him this time, but Wolf just sarcastically answers that it's because of her witty conversations. That evening, they wake up to a sound. Cautiously, they check and discover the synthetic cloth hanging from the ceilings are cocoons of mutated humanoids. Nikki screams upon seeing them, thus waking the humanoids. She tries to climb down the tower, only to find more humanoids gathered at the ladder, so they shut the hatch. To escape, Wolf orders Nikki to jump down from a hole. Though she freezes in place, the humanoids start breaking through the hatch, so he pushes her to move. They descend to the ground by hanging on loose cables and hurry to the Scrambler as the humanoids chase them. Thankfully, Wolf drives off before they get captured. Meanwhile, the chemist brings the women to Overdog as gifts. Appeased, the dictator chooses one of them and finds pleasure in watching her getting slowly undressed. Elsewhere, Wolf drives through a pond but worries that the Scrambler might sink. To help, Nikki hops into the water to lead the vehicle to the shallow area, but someone pulls her down. Wolf climbs on top of the scrambler looking for her, but finds women with spears slowly rising above the water instead. The women size him up as a good breeding mate, though one believes that breeding with them would kill him. Wolf teasingly accepts the challenge. Finally, Nikki surfaces as she struggles from her captor. She gets dragged down again, so Wolf dives in and finds her tangled in a net. The women trap Wolf before he gets to her, so they both get hauled up with the women aiming their spears at them. A water dragon appears from the pond, scaring the women away. As the dragon approaches, Wolf attempts to climb out of his net but ends up hanging upside down by his feet. Still, he shoots the dragon before releasing himself. He then shoots Nikki's net, freeing her as well. The women return, so Wolf and Nikki escape through a tunnel and soon reach land. Without the scrambler, they travel on foot and become dehydrated because the water around them is poisonous. Still, they keep moving forward until Nikki passes out due to exhaustion. Wolf carries her across the terrain until Washington's plow passes them by. Desperately, Wolf asks for water, but Washington rants about having to get his firearm in the pond, getting his vehicle unstuck and tracking down Wolf through the tunnel. He also found the scrambler and towed it out. Wolf ignores all this and begs for some water for Nikki. Taunting his rival, Washington gets his tumbler and drinks. So Wolf gives in and promises Washington what he wants. With that, Washington tosses the water, which Wolf gives to Nikki. He offers Wolf 1,000 mega credits to help him get the girls and fly them out. However, Wolf wonders why a sector chief would need him to fly out of here. So Washington confesses that he damaged his ship during a bad landing. This means that Washington needs Wolf's ship to get out of the planet, so he insists on half the reward money instead. With no choice, Washington accepts. Soon they find
puko ga je kroz daske.
Ona je gore kad si gađao onoga.
Zadnji snimak.
Pogodio ga jeste, ali nije pogodio na način koji će gubiti. Tako ne radi Hunt.
Feeling guilty, Wolf offers to give her a lift to any other planet after their mission. Nikki tells him that she'll think about it first. Suddenly, Jarrett and Duster arrive on their motorcycles, revealing that the area is the only safe place before the zone, so they've come to rest. They share that they plan to kill Overdog, making Washington think that they're dangerous to be around with. However, Wolf thinks that they could work together instead. Soon, they hear a distinct chant from the cliffs and discover a group of odd-looking kids holding Molotov bombs. Nikki identifies the mutants as products of Overdog and the chemist experiment. As the kids start throwing bombs, Wolf and the rest quickly evacuate. During the escape, however, Washington's vehicle gets damaged. Wolf tells him to fix it quickly so they can catch up with Jarrett and Duster, who have gone ahead. By nighttime, the group arrives at Overdog's fortress. As Washington and Wolf sneak in, they defeat the guards that approach. They then tie up the guards and change into their attire as disguises. An alarm blares, signaling the start of the game. The crowd gathers as Overdog releases the prisoner into a maze where a motorized tank rolls in to chase him. The prisoner climbs over a wall, but it collapses, leading him into a pit of flames. Wolf points out to Washington that the captives they're looking for are in a cage near Overdog. They also find Wolf fighting the guards, so they help him out.
Ono kad je počeo da kašlje, zato što je počeo da kašlje i dobije aim, taj knock, znaš. To su ti gluposti da se dešavaju samo Hunt.
So they formulate a rescue plan when another game begins. As Wolf retrieves some items from the scrambler, he orders Nikki to stay behind to keep her safe. This surprises Nikki as she thinks he cares about her. Using his disguise, Washington brings Duster to the slave pen as a captive. The guard on duty opens the slave pen to bring him in, but when he does, Washington snaps his neck while Duster lets the others out. Despite being told to stay, Nikki leaves the scrambler and sneaks inside. However, two guards corner her and
ne znam, ti si vidio u telefonu. 9. Onda začini su pitanje.
Soon, Washington detonates a bomb near the pen, so Overdog sends his guards to check. Hearing this, Wolf gives one of the guards a cylinder and steps away. With one click on his
to isto kao onda kad su tebi rekli da dođeš u... Kad je bilo? 9-10? Kako ono bilo?
Overdog fumes upon seeing Wolf release the women.
To je bilo pa jedno 10-ak dana, kad su tebi rekli Đubić.
Ima, ti si od 9 među smena.
Znam. Ma to hoću da ti kažem. A znači, planiraj da ima. Onda je dobro. Onda je dobro. Nisam pogledao papir. Nego se dobro sjećam onda kad smo mi došli na pakovanje, a tebi sve kad dođeš u 8 ili 9, tebi Đurnić. 9, ja mislim. I onda si ti bio s nama do 2, pošto nije bilo proizvodnje taj dan. Pošto su sve dobro izračunali.
Da, ali sutra ide proizvodnje.
Tako ide.
Ovo ide od 6, a vi 109.
Pitam se koji sad začin fali. Pošto su zaključili da ne treba svaki začin se napravi mesni narezak. Može poneki da se izbači.
However, this catches the other guard's attention, so Wolf fights his way off of it.
Nevjerojatno.
Meanwhile, Nikki runs to the end of the maze, but Overdog blocks her path, congratulating her for her inviolable life force. He demands her to share it with him, revealing that he lied about freeing her. He lifts her to his lair and hooks her into a machine that starts draining her energy to prolong his lifespan. Seeing their procedure working, the chemist decides to leave, but Wolf shoots him and his guards. Panicked, the chemist calls for more guards, but Wolf grabs the syringe he's holding and injects the chemical into his body, leaving him immobilized. Wolf gets inside the lair and sees Nikki tied up, but Overdog uses his mechanical claws to shoot him. Driven to save the young woman, Wolf exchanges fire with Overdog until he lands a shot into the dictator's torso. With Overdog immobilized, Wolf steps closer to him, but the man suddenly claws into his shoulder. As Wolf drops his gun, Overdog claims that he's made of a substance that Wolf can't even dream of. Wolf begs him to release Nikki, offering himself up instead, but Overdog refuses. Noticing a loose cable nearby, Wolf grabs it and sticks it into Overdog's claw, electrocuting him and sending the entire fortress into cascading explosions. Wolf then grabs Nikki and they hurry out of the fortress, dodging explosions and debris. Soon, Washington barges in with his plow and rescues the two before the entire fortress collapses. The next day, the group arrives at Wolf's shuttle. Jarrett and Duster thank them for inviting them to leave, but they choose to stay. Nikki listens from a corner and gets restless, believing that Wolf won't bring her along. Wolf sees Nikki leaving and asks her where she's going. She's upset that he never asked her to come with him, so Wolf explains that he lives alone and can't take care of her. She starts walking away, so he finally admits that he wants her to come. Nikki asks if she can trust his words, and Wolf walks over to her. Finally, the shuttle leaves Terra 11 to claim their reward and head to their next adventure.
Subscribe to watch more videos like this. Turn on notifications. And leave a like, it really helps the channel out. Thank you for watching.
This is Story Recapped. Today I'm going to explain a drama and sci-fi show called Electric Dreams Autofact. Spoilers ahead, watch out and take care. While driving, Emily Zabriskie listens to the news reporting the increased tension between the US and Russia due to Russian missile tests, which the country's government insists weren't violating the nuclear agreement. Emily soon nears the Autofact facility, but her radio signal gets cut off. She spots something speeding across the sky, so she stops and watches the missile descend into the city that she just left. The shockwave soon reaches her, and Emily wakes up in a barn. By morning, Emily and her team drive a truck across the barren city. After the missiles triggered a war, society was decimated, leaving only the automated factories that kept working to provide goods for consumers that no longer exist. Her group searches the perimeter until they find a drone that's delivering a box of supplies to a sorting facility. Emily shoots it with a spear gun but fails to destroy it. Instead, the drone spots them. So Conrad loads the spear gun while Perry warns them that the drone is about to escape. Emily then shoots the drone again and finally takes it down. With it down, Emily dismantles the drone to collect its control system, thus disabling it completely. At their hideout, Emily uses the drone system to connect to Autofact. She spots Perry reading a magazine, so she snatches it away and hides it in her stash. Conrad questions what's so important about it, but Emily just says that it's her only copy. As she hides it, Emily recalls when she scavenged books for their library. When she hurried to leave, she found the magazine on the floor. Emily snaps back to the present as Conrad calls her back to the computer. She sees that they've managed to access an old client help desk, so they plot out a complex complaint to get the attention of the artificial intelligence that's running the factory. Perrin suggests saying that their merchandise pizzled, defending that the fake word would confuse the AI. With no other options, Emily sends the message and immediately receives a reply, telling them that a representative will arrive in 24 hours to assess the merchandise. They later share this message with their community, who are dumbfounded as they thought no human was working at the factory anymore. Emily suggests suggests that AutoFac might send them a machine designed to interact with clients, but this makes them laugh. Perrin asserts that they will try to reason with it to convince AutoFac to shut down as it's no longer needed. However, some survivors fear that the AI might send killer drones instead. Conrad doubts that the AI would assassinate them for filing a service request, but Lewis notes that they can't be sure. Still, Conrad insists on trying since the factory produces pollution and kills what little land they attempted to salvage. He points out that they've been waiting for 20 years for the factory to die out, but it hasn't. Therefore, it'll keep eating their resources, polluting their air, and poisoning their water for a society that has long gone. He insists that they might be humanity's last chance, so they must get it right this time. After the meeting, Emily catches up to Conrad, expressing her suspicion that AutoFac might actually kill them. Conrad thinks this is ridiculous, but she stresses that they might need to consider Plan B. In hushed voices, Conrad reminds her that if they do so, there'll be no going back. But Emily is sure that she can do it. Suddenly, Avi calls Emily, asking her for help with his water heater. Later, Emily tests Avi's shower and notes that it's fine. Avi walks in and tells her that she should tell Conrad about the relationship. Dodging the question, she invites him into the shower, but Avi insists that he just wants to talk. Still, Emily pulls him in, and they get intimate. Afterward, the couple cuddles in bed, but Avi still asks Emily to tell Conrad about them. Emily asks if he's jealous, so Avi admits that he's intimidated by her and Conrad's history and duties. She assures him that his work as a librarian is also important, as the books he collected will rebuild the world after the factory is gone. He asks if she thinks their plan will work, so she tells him that if it doesn't, they can shut the factory down themselves. Avi then confesses his love for her, but before she can respond, the ground starts shaking. Bright lights shine above them, so Emily checks and sees a large aircraft arriving. The community gathers as it lands, and an android steps out, introducing herself as Alice. Taking Alice to their church, she assures them that she's not biological, but is designed for human interaction, so she encourages them to speak to her freely. She then points out that the word pizzled isn't correct, so she assumes that they merely sent the message to open a conversation with them. Conrad confirms this, so Alice asks them what they should work on. Hesitantly, Perrin points out that the packages they've delivered to the sorting center for the past decade haven't been opened, but Alice doesn't see this as an error because AutoFac is built to provide. Conrad argues that they provided nothing but obstacles due to all the pollution that's destroying their crops. Alice notes that their carbon footprint is small for a factory their size, but Perrin adds that their heavily guarded exclusion zones are everywhere. Conrad insists that they no longer depend on them, but Alice suggests that their lives would be better if they did. Still, he points out that humans cannot rebuild the world that fits them when AutoFac continues to control the resources. Despite this, Alice asserts that AutoFac will not terminate its operations. Failing at their negotiation, Conrad signals for Emily to enter, so she approaches him with a camera in hand. Alice defends that humans have nearly destroyed themselves, so they should depend on AutoFac so it won't happen again. As she rambles on, Emily stabs Alice from behind using the taser disguised as a camera. With that, they transfer Alice into the barn to allow Emily to reprogram the android. When she accesses Alice's programming, Emily is stunned at its complexity. She triggers Alice to wake up, but the android slams herself on the table as the taser has damaged her. During this, the other survivors become afraid that they attack the android, so Lewis orders them to stop. However, Conrad argues that they can't send the android back now. He recounts how they tried to reason with it, but AutoFac is already aware that mankind lost control. Therefore, it won't give it back to them. He brings up the warheads he salvaged, revealing their plan B is sending them into the AutoFac. While Emily dismantles Alice's head, she recalls how she cut into her own skull years ago. After a while, Conrad wakes Emily, who has fallen asleep while working on Alice's programming. She tells him that she already fixed Alice, and she'll wake up soon so they can confirm if her reprogramming worked. She notes that the programming is more complex than she expected, because Alice isn't just mimicking human behavior, but is actually thinking. Finally, Alice wakes up, asking what happened to her. Emily tells her she suffered a short circuit and asks if she's functioning well. Alice says yes, but she's aware that Emily accessed her programming. Emily admits to this and sends the men out so she can work alone. Hearing her struggle, Alice asks if her code is more complex than the drones Emily is used to. Again, Emily admits this, making her wonder why she was programmed that way. Alice argues that customers don't want to talk to a robot. Therefore, she's programmed like a thinking person. Emily sees that as the problem since the factory believes that everything is replaceable. She checks the code and laments how it'll take years for her to learn how to read it. Alice reminds her that she doesn't have that long before AutoFac comes looking for her. Agreeing to this, Emily takes the control system from the drone they captured and decides to wipe out Alice's operating system and replace it with the drones. This will turn Alice into a delivery drone in a human suit. Surprisingly, Alice shows fear as Emily threatens to wipe out her existence, adding that everything is replaceable anyway. She then commands her to help them get into Autofac in exchange for not erasing her code. Alice warns her that it's a mistake, but Emily tells her to let them make the mistake and be done with it, lest she erases her instead. By dawn, Emily comes out, declaring that she has reprogrammed Alice, who's now free and repairing herself. Conrad asks what she did, but Emily just insists that Alice will cooperate. Later, Avi finds Emily packing for their mission. He's concerned about using the warheads on the Autofac, but she assures him that they'll get out before detonating them. Avi asks if she can stay behind, but Emily refuses because she wants to create a future where they're free from Autofac. She asks Avi to trust that only she can shut the factory down, so he just asks her to promise to return. Before she leaves, Avi kisses her in front of Conrad, thus establishing the relationship with her peers. Emily begins to share her feelings for him, but Avi stops her and asks her to say it when she gets home. With that, Emily joins her team and enters Alice's aircraft. With the aircraft, they're able to traverse without triggering Autofac's security system. During this, Emily shows her team the blueprints for Autofac's underground levels, where they'll find the AI system's nodes. She asserts that blowing them up will shut the factory down, and the internal security will be less since Autofac focuses them on the outer lines instead. She gives them mobile devices where she copied Alice's RFID to allow them access to the factory. She warns them that the devices aren't stable. Therefore, if they don't work, they just have to pop the battery out and put it back. Perry notices that they only have 2 devices, so Emily shares that she'll bring Alice with her instead. Hearing this, Conrad approaches Alice and threatens the android from harming Emily. Finally, they arrive at the Autofac and enter a cavern under the building. Inside, automated machines continuously create leisure products that humans enjoyed before the war. They ride an elevator to the lower levels, and Emily hands out watches which will alarm when it's time to start the timer on their warheads. They'll have only 15 minutes to get to a safe distance, and Conrad adds that they should meet at the ground level as soon as possible. Arriving at the first level, Perrine cautiously steps out. Emily instructs him to follow the coolant lines to get to the nodes before they descend to the lower levels. Alone, Perrine looks around the dark floor until he finds a large coolant pipes. As he does, however, a camouflaged android notices him. It descends behind him, but when Perrine checks, it disguises itself so it can slip around the human. Conrad gets off the lift at level 2, but before leaving, he hands Emily a gun. She refuses to take it as she already has a crowbar for protection. She assures him that she'll be fine, so Conrad wishes Emily good luck before she descends to the next level. Sensing danger, Perrine hurries down the hall until he finds the door to Node Array 1. His mobile device won't activate, so he removes the batteries. Hearing the android nearby, he hurriedly restarts the device and opens the door. However, the android suddenly appears behind him and slices his head off. At the elevator, Alice asks why Emily lied about reprogramming her. The woman tells her it's because she sees that Alice is too human-like, but her team wouldn't have accepted that. Alice comments that she was designed that way, but Emily questions how a machine that doesn't understand humans can build a machine like her. Alice notes that Autofac can make anything they have the blueprints of, so Emily asks where hers came from. The android reveals that it was from an archived file modeled after Autofac's PR head, Alice Fry. She was designed to think and talk like the real Alice Fry, so Emily asks what the woman would think about their actions. Alice tells her that she would have told Emily that it isn't too late to turn back. Meanwhile, Conrad arrives at the Node Array 2 and sets up the warhead. However, he notices the door opening without anyone entering. Knowing that something's wrong, he pulls out his gun and checks the area. At level 3, Emily sees that what was supposed to be Node Array 3 is a room full of capsules with human-shaped beings inside. She notices one that's familiar and looks inside, then backs away in horror. Scared, Emily takes her crowbar and starts smashing the capsule, revealing an android that looks like her. The android looks at her, making her jump. Emily realizes that the Autofac intends to replace humans, but Alice tells her that she's wrong. Suddenly, her watch beeps, and she hears another one beeping somewhere. Emily follows the sound and finds Conrad's decapitated body with wires sticking out of his disconnected neck. Alice then reveals that the Autofac has already replaced humans. Despite his head being detached, Conrad tells Emily to run. Before she can move, however, Alice tases Emily, knocking her out. Emily soon wakes up with her scalp removed, revealing her mechanical brain. A screen before her plays out her memories while Alice controls the system from the side. Alice tells her that she's downloading Emily's archive to sort out what went wrong. When asked what she means, Alice tells her that she and her entire survivor compound are advanced simulacrums manufactured in Autofac. Emily refuses to believe this, so Alice points out how they're showing her memories on the screen because it's all data. Emily argues that she feels human, but Alice reveals that she was programmed to think so. Humans were driven into extinction after the war, leaving the Autofac alone. It had no purpose because there were no more consumers, so it manufactured new consumers. Emily argues that they don't avail their products, but Alice reveals that their settlement is just a factory error, since AutoFac has already populated hundreds of towns with their copies who are actually consuming their products. Alice intends to correct them by purging their settlement and repopulating it with replacement units. Emily begs her not to, but Alice notes that she has already deployed the sentries. When she continues begging to spare her people, Alice assures her that they're not real. They're simply products that can be replaced because they're broken. Finally, Alice finds the anomaly in Emily's programming, but she realizes that it's malware. She turns to Emily, who reveals that she created the malware. Years ago, Emily cut her scalp open and gritted through the pain to see through the filters of blood and flesh. It was when she confirmed that she was a machine. With this revelation, Emily placed the virus into her own code, so she only needed to get inside the AutoFac to infect it. Emily has known that everyone was a machine for years, but she couldn't reveal it to the others since she wanted them to believe. When Avi confessed his love to her, Emily was convinced that they could also become human in a way. She insists that AutoFac manufactured them but accidentally placed something real in them. Because of that, Emily believes that they're real and are humanity's second chance. Alice still can't believe that she saw through the filters and neural blocks, but Emily thinks it was due to her being an aberration. She had a recurring dream where she was someone who watched the missiles decimate a city. When she saw the magazine while scavenging, she saw an article identifying whom she was modeled after, the AutoFac founder and CEO, Emily Zabriskie. Now that Emily has returned, she uses the virus to unmake the AutoFac, so the power finally shuts down. Soon, Emily escapes from the AutoFac and returns to their settlement, where Alice's sentries fell without detonating. She sees Avi and immediately hugs him, as she looks forward to a new beginning.
Subscribe to watch more videos like this. Turn on notifications. And leave a like, it really helps the channel out.
Today I'm going to be covering the dev blog because it has a bunch of information about the potential future of Project Zomboid. So first of all, it starts out talking about the build 41.73 patch that had an issue with Linux servers crashing. You know, they spent a lot of time fixing that. Glad they did. And they also included an update to the Steam API, which I hope changes nothing, although it could make things better. We just don't really know. We'll have to check that out, see what problems pop up. But onto the meat of this dev blog. For the next patch, slightly logjam behind build 41.74 is a wide-ranging patch full of many and various things. To minimize future disruption to build 41 players, we are thinking that it may well be the last major patch before all coders are moved to build 42 and more feature-based development. Clearly, there will still be fixes and maintenance where necessary. We'll be wanting to leave 41 in the best state that we can and with as many annoyances removed as possible. Can change, of course, but this is currently our direction. Build 41 has one major patch left, as you can see, or at least one planned major patch left. You know, and then the coders are all going to be moved over to build 42 and other future-facing development. This is kind of necessary. There's like a certain point where they do just have to switch from whatever they're currently working on for build 41 to, well, the next major patch, which will be build 42. They have a bunch of stuff that they can integrate into build 41 because it's already pretty much finished, but isn't necessary for it to wait until build 42. So they have a new flat pack model for movable icons, cleared up plastic and metal bucket confusion, new watering cans. Don't really have much to say about that kind of stuff. They want to add a compass to the game, and it'll tell you which direction your character is facing. I'm not so sure how I feel about this, because the devs do need a way to be like, hey, this direction is north, and clear up the misconceptions from the player base. But also, it doesn't really need to tell you which direction you're facing, because we can't rotate the camera. The direction that's north will just always be north. The player can just, you know, adjust based on that. Recipe improvements, more food items capable of being added to tacos and burritos. More food stuff is fun, especially in multiplayer where you can make a special meal for your friends while you're waiting for something to happen, like a rainstorm to go away, nighttime, you know, all that other stuff. Rebalance weights and encumbrance of walkie-talkies, fire extinguishers, branches, spears, and more. This is pretty cool. As you know, recently I made a video about spears being nerfed because they made the weight of the item you're attaching to the spear add to the spear. And I assume that was like a crossfire situation where like they were fixing stuff up for their newer crafting system, and that just happened to be a nerf that happened because of it. For fire extinguishers, I've basically never used them. I've put fires out in the CDDA challenge of the game. If a pot spawns and that sinks right next to you and you're like trying to escape before you burn to death, yeah, you'll put the fire out. But I've never actually really put fires out in game other than to burn a wall down and put the fire out to get in like a gun store without a sledgehammer, which is basically impossible to do in multiplayer since most servers have fire turned off. It will be interesting to see the change of weight to branches. The weight's going up. They're pretty light in general. I guess they could definitely go lighter, but then the plain crafted spear would end up weighing almost nothing, and like it currently does, increases the weight when you go from a branch to a spear. By the way, devs, if you want to balance spears, change the amount of critical damage each spear has and the crit rate or critical chance as well to match how other weapons have different critical chances and critical damage multipliers. As it is, the crafted spear on a crit can one-shot a zombie basically from the get-go. I think even if your character is weak, you can still one-shot the zombie. And that kind of makes the other spears not so great. I mean, the crafted spear already one-shots the zombies from that special animation, and you have a chance to one-shot them from the critical damage. Like, it's a little too much for there to be room for the other spears to make sense. Adjusted the capacities of pistol and revolver cases from 7 down to 4. Changed the sawed-off shotgun recipes to only use the hacksaw and not the garden saw. It was pretty funny that you could saw through metal with the garden saw. So this is just another one of those things where it's like, of course Project Zomboid works like that because it's Project Zomboid. One of the greatest things about the game where you ask the question, can I do this? And the answer is almost always yes. As for the pistol and revolver cases, I don't think that really changes much. Maybe they had a pretty good rate ratio that they're reducing. Long-standing bugbear that using lighters with Molotovs completely drains them, fixed. Also, when a lighter is equipped, it will no longer automatically become lit. Instead, it will do so only if activated using the flashlight keybind or radio menu, or using the inventory context menu option to activate them. That's awesome. I've accidentally burned out several lighters because of that. But I've also accidentally just pressed the flashlight keybind and then burn them out because I didn't even know they were in my hand. Maybe make it a little more obvious that there's a lit lighter in your hand. I mean, I know at nighttime you can see the light, but during the day it's really hard to see them. Several new Zed and building stories. The random events are kind of the bread and butter of the game for entertainment. Everyone knows about like the bathroom bomb of zombies. And then like, you know, oh, you found a zombie with a handgun missing one bullet. You know, everyone knows what happened there. I won't say the word on YouTube, but you know, it's really tragic and leaves a lot of storytelling into your game. Added a new sandbox setting, enable poisoning, which has the settings true, false, and bleach is disabled. It governs if poison or only bleach is disallowed from being added to foods, although this is primarily intended for multiplayer servers as an anti-griefing no PvP allowance. It has been requested for single player as well, thus why it is a sandbox setting and not a server setting. It is nice that this is a sandbox setting because I know a lot of people would accidentally add bleach into their food and then like couldn't use it or couldn't eat it because bleach showed up on the ingredient list. And as for the anti-griefing stuff, there has been several ways to kill people in a no PvP server. You know, slowly getting around to removing those is great. Building keys spawn on zombies and corpses when they spawn inside buildings when appropriate, instead of when they die inside one. Maybe build 42. This is going to be a kind of large change. If you didn't know, you could pull zombies into a building, for example, like the storage locations, and kill them to get the key, and then you'd be able to unlock the majority of the doors instead of having to destroy them or wait for zombies to destroy them for you or anything like that. But also, you've been able to get a key from a building and then disassemble the doors for the doorknobs. That way, when you make your own door, you can still lock it because that key and those doorknobs are like attached to each other, even if you use them to build a new door. Having less access to keys because of this, especially in buildings with lots of doors, because you won't be able to control how many zombies spawn inside a building. So it will reduce the amount of locked doors in multiplayer, but I don't think it's going to be that huge of a change overall, other than just making logical sense. Set some traits to be mutually exclusive to remove exploits or illogical combinations. Brave and agoraphobic or claustrophobic. Adrenaline junkie and agoraphobic, claustrophobic, and or cowardly. For brave and the phobic traits, that just makes sense. For adrenaline junkie, on the other hand, as much as it makes sense, Adrenaline Junkie is really expensive, and not having a way to reliably activate it other than getting scared by too many zombies is going to make it a lot less valuable. I know it isn't used that much in general anyway, but it's just, you know, even worse of a trait, especially if you survive a couple months, you end up needing a ton of zombies to scare yourself. Rebalance the maggots that spawn on corpses so that they spawn less often in spring and fall, and also so that the maggots that spawn on zombie corpses have a poison value of 5 instead of 3. The maggots, they first got added and you couldn't use them for fishing, but then they updated it so that you could use them as fishing bait. So having less of them around will make fishing a little bit harder, but you can kill a ton of zombies and basically just force a near infinite amount of maggots to spawn. As for the poison value, I think you could eat three or four maggots before it would kill you. So now I guess it's like 2 maggots before it would kill you, or like maybe 3. And they didn't really give much food. I was gonna research if you could stop yourself from starving to death with the maggots, but now this future change is gonna make that even less likely. I might still make a video for that if it turns out that you can't save yourself. Improved how current fake dead zombie spawns function. As far as I've been told, it's like a 1% chance between the phases of rotting that they can revive or turn into a fake dead zombie. Probably going to make a video about how to dispose of corpses and include a mod that makes it a lot more convenient to move bodies around because of this. But otherwise, you know, we won't know how it is until it happens. Improvement to buffs and debuffs in terms of XP and Moodle shown. I assume this is going to be something to do with how it'll show that you have a 75% increased experience buff in the character creation or the trait selection window, but it actually ends up being 400% increased experience gain because of like how the way the game was coded, designed, whatever you want to call it. Fix issues that involve spawning in barricaded, burnt, randomized locations. I assume this has something to do with spawning in like a survivor house kind of situation where like every single exit is boarded up and you have to break them to get out. If you start your game, you die, and then you spawn again, everything's already, like all the random event stuff has already been spawned, so you can end up spawning inside a house with zombies already in it or a house that's already burnt down and stuff like that. House keys will no longer spawn with a long string of numbers in their display name. It should have improved this previously. Apologies. Don't worry about it, devs. Added attachments to most food models so they appear in the player's hand while eating. Awesome role-playing stuff. The gunshot command can now target a specific player. That's probably multiplayer stuff. let those admins troll people. Some work in progress changes to zombie behavior. Random offset to where zombies think a sound came from for unseen squares. Rain increases zombie hearing, random offset range, and decreases chance for zombies to react to player sounds. Zombies wander more during heavy rain, potentially Build 42 content. This could be pretty awesome. As for the random offset on where zombies think a sound came from, maybe it'll make shooting a shotgun a little less risky. The other guns have pretty much all had their loudness turned down, so really the shotgun is the only one that has like a huge radius that'll pull a bunch of zombies in. So now the zombies will pull into a more random distribution, I assume. Rain makes that offset larger, so you can get away with louder sounds during the rain. That's super cool. Zombies wander more during heavy rain. I know there's some mods that makes it so that the zombies wander a lot during nighttime or during the fog and stuff like that. And this will just give players a better reason to stay inside during like the tropical storms, because they're hiding from the zombies wandering everywhere, you know, just little role-playing reasons. Fixes and improvements to the admin tile picker system in multiplayer. If you haven't seen that, that's actually a really cool system. It lets the admins create better content for their players, like their own little special events. Oh, there's a cool house out in the woods, you know, like leave like a note somewhere that leads people to it, or like a map with like a path drawn on it and an X marks the spot. They don't have to go into the map editor to make it and then force people to download a mod. Some logical improvements to clothing items. Motorcycle helmets protect from head fractures. Firefighter gear protects from fire. That's really awesome in another one of those Project Zomboid logic stuff. Especially if the motorcycle helmet breaks after it saves you from a fracture, that'd be pretty cool. As for the firefighter gear thing, I think I tested this on a stream once. I put firefighter gear on and stood on a campfire to see if like it would prevent me from accidentally catching on fire. Seeing that they plan on adding this in the future, that's pretty awesome too. A fix to how you're unable to claim a safe house unless standing on the ground floor, and how the game currently doesn't check upper floors for other players or zombies when claiming. I didn't know it didn't check the upper floors, so I guess we should take advantage of this when claiming safe houses till they fix it. streamer mode audio option, which changes vehicle siren sounds to avoid bizarre copyright strikes. If this is what I think it is, I'm going to say it's not a bizarre copyright strike. It's someone taking advantage of YouTube's copyright system, which is just extremely abusable. If you didn't know, basically anyone can sign up as a business and say they own something without YouTube checking to see if that's true. So for example, there was like a big kerfuffle where a YouTuber just signed up a business and started copyright claiming, or started giving out copyright strikes to a bunch of Destiny 2 YouTubers. And like it wasn't Bungie doing it. It wasn't Bungie's legal team doing it. It was just a random person. You're just allowed to do it. YouTube's just got the worst copyright system in the world. Before I switched to only using old school RuneScape, music in the background of my videos, some of my videos got claimed because I used music that had a license that let me use it, but a random person just claimed that music for themselves. And YouTube just doesn't do anything about that. You know, when you get claimed, like you can see, oh, this is infringing on this song's copyright. And then like you go to look up the song online and it doesn't exist. Like they're not selling it. There's no mention of this song anywhere other than in YouTube's copyright system. This is clearly just being abused and it's just way too easy to abuse it. But anyway, I'll move on from that. Various improvements and fixes to the cutaway system. I hope this is a fix where like there's the tall fence and you're on the side of it that's covered up, so you can't see if there's any zombies right next to the fence, and you want to get closer to the fence, but you also don't want to pull any zombies that you can't see. So you end up in like a Mexican standoff with a fence. But also there's, you know, like you can't look into a house because you're looking at it from the wrong angle. You can't see zombies behind the house. Maybe that's an improvement to that. I hope it is. Colorblind friendly accessibility edition, letting you add another variant to red-green and aiming outline, and also to reduce difficulty when Zed is standing on snow. I think any colorblind options that you add are great. Added highlight to crates so it's easier to differentiate which one the player is interacting with. I've made some pretty serious warehouses full of crates, and being able to figure out exactly which crate I'm looking at is awesome. Optional sandbox setting to disable the tainted water tooltip, warning for hardcore play. For the hardcore multiplayer servers, this will be pretty good, but I also think a lot of people might turn this off and then complain that they died for no reason. So it might end up being a little more hassle than it's good for, but we'll find out. Especially there's a mod that makes the water in the pipes tainted, which would be pretty funny with this setting turned off for surprising players. Improvements to level of damage burnt food does players with the weak stomach trait. I assume this is reducing the damage, because I know a lot of people, they take weak stomach, they either eat burnt food because they don't know, or they accidentally eat the burnt food, and then it kills them. Now, I agree that like the burnt food probably shouldn't kill you, or at least the chance for it killing you should be like extremely low. But hopefully it continues to cripple your character for at least like a day, because if you're forced to eat burnt food because like you're starving and you took weak stomach, you should be punished for that. If it doesn't cripple you for like a significant period of time, then weak stomach just becomes an even freer trait. As it is, I'll just take weak stomach and I just don't eat burnt food or anything else that could cause problems unless I have the lemongrass. I know that I can get lemongrass pretty easily because I'm just used to getting it. Changes to how car alarms function in game, seeing as currently they are an extremely rare threat. Hopefully they don't overdo this and like every single car starts honking when you break its window. But I do agree that like right now, especially with the default setting, they're just so incredibly rare that like when it starts going off, did the house alarm just start? I don't even connect the car alarm to the car because it's so rare that I forget about it. Although it's early days yet and unconfirmed for build 42, we are also currently spending some time doing some backstage experimentation with basements and improvements to our loot/inventory UIs. If these are successful, we may well see them surface in future blogs. Is it the RV mod or camper mod where it just teleports you to a building outside of the map as a way to have an interior to a vehicle? And while it's super cool, it also makes it so that like the zombies are no longer a threat because you're actually just getting teleported really far away from them. So if the devs can implement that in a way that the zombies are still a threat, then it's perfectly awesome to have basements in the game. Although a single exit in a zombie game, you get overran by zombies and you can't do anything. They're going to be super dangerous. As for the improvements to the loot and inventory UI, all I would love is for them to take the equipped items out of the inventory panel and put it on like a character doll in an actual equipped items panel. As it currently is, like when you take items off and put them on, they like move all over the place in the inventory, and you have to like search around to be like, oh yeah, my axe only has this much durability left, which is super annoying. Otherwise, the fact that like when you're looting and it's a list, it doesn't look great, but it's highly efficient. Even if you end up feeling like you're playing Microsoft Excel Simulator, the list for looting isn't that big of a deal. It's when you right click and there's a list, and then inside that list is more lists. That's when it gets over the top list syndrome. For an example, in Barotrauma, the health menu, it tells you on the paper doll, you know, this limb is injured. If you're bit on your leg, you can drag a bandage onto that leg and it'll fix it. Or you can click on that leg, and under it, there's a bandage and other medical items that work on the leg that's pre-filled in a list. So you can click on the leg, quickly click on the bandage, and it's over with. Whereas in Project Zomboid, you have the little doll, but then you have to right-click the limb on the list on the right side, and then select a bandage from the list of items you have. Or you could, in your inventory, right-click a bandage and put it on the limb, but then you don't really know what injury you had unless you already looked at it in the health panel. That would probably be another UI improvement in the line of this. But otherwise, that's all for me today, guys. Hope you have a great day. Spawn. Those open right now. Pop back over. Desktop. Hazel, the more recipes. Thing. It's a. Oops, I just made a clip. Oh, that helps. A little. Where are we on this thing? I just read that. Change double-clicking behavior of search mode pin to place item in the current selected player inventory panel. That's perfect. I have not checked out the new gasoline tips. I just read the patch note for it, but I have to spawn a gas can or something. Go run at them. Just as a search mode snow cover penalty limit. A snowy weather combination could easily hit the penalty cap. I noticed that one day actually. But I thought it was okay. Like, it's a blizzard out there. You shouldn't really be able to see far. Fix an exploit with search focus when spamming the search mode button. Force items to change type. I think people knew about that for a long time, right? Fix visual issue with the search focus trigger at the spotting item, which caused picked up item to be the original item. I actually have a little clip of that happening. So that's cool. Ginseng now provides an endurance buff when used to make hot beverage as a spice. Added basil to more recipes. Better handling of evolved recipe items. Hold on. Is ginseng actually good now? And I'm gonna need water too. That'll work. And a campfire. Lighter. Log. And some dirty rags. And God knows because it's zombies. Grit impossible. How dare you do that? It's okay. You'll figure it out eventually. Throw that log in there. Pour into the mug. Great beverage. Tea bag. Add ginseng as fun. +2 endurance. That's also +2 endurance. That doesn't sound great. Let's see what happens when I cook it. Yo, why so close? What's so close? Oh. That. Did I visit the Louisville Fort yet, or any other change map location? If you tell me where the Louisville Fort is, I guess I can go look at it. I don't exactly know what you're referring to. I may have been there already. I'm gonna burn this. Alright, what is it? Endurance +4. That's... I don't think that's bad, per se, as a drink. I'm in God mode, of course. Here, let me... Fully fatigued, endurance 0. Now it doesn't regen, so we can drink the drink and see how much it actually gives me. .04. So it's still awful. Ginseng is still like the worst possible stuff. The east somewhere, you don't know where exactly. Here's the mall. What fort are you talking about? Trying to get my boards. He's pretty effective at it. You have no clip on. East of LV, there's supposedly a survivor fort. Alright, so the zombie population map is probably the only updated. Oh, there it is. Teleport here. So where am I on the map? Oh, I'm off the map. Cool. So off the map, there is a survivor fort. What's it say? Got a flag? Mind, it won't be this grassy. That's the 10 years later mod doing that. Wait, it spawned with loot. This is normal apocalypse, by the way. this? It's some fort out here. Look impossible. It's off the side of the map. There's LV. Here's off the side of the map. So, I mean, the map goes so much farther to the side here. Like, who knows what the devs added. Let me look at the zombie population. So... I don't see any other buildings. I'm actually wondering what this is down here. But I think that's on the actual map. Yeah, that's that down there. That's that house down there. Yeah, this is like a square fort of some kind. These doors should always be unlocked now, I think. Dang, it'd be nice to get the zombies to come in here and just stab them through the windows with spears. Where's the real door? There it is. Got a nice upstairs looking thing. Castle type fort? Yeah. Well, it's like a barracks. It does have loot, so that's convenient. For the brick. Bought the bed. Why do I look like a dumpy librarian right now? Get out of here. It doesn't seem like it has a fairly good loot table. There might be a room somewhere though. Wow, that just goes straight up. Is there not a second floor? Oh, there's a barrel on its side. Interesting. What is this place? This is some fort east of here's, you know, that last top east northeast mall in LV, and off the map to the side there's a fort of some kind. So I think this will be added to the official map. I mean, it's already on the official map. Those stairs are exterior. Do these go up? Hi, zombie. Okay, well, there's gonna be zombies inside this fort. What's over here? What's behind this door? Ooh! A pantry and eating area. Antique stove. Lots of water barrels, basically. This is cool. Yeah, this is kind of cool. It's definitely really far out of your way to get here, by the way. You'd be driving a car down the coast. Alright, we gotta go no clip. Where's the cheats? No clip, fast move. What's above me? Page up. Nothing. It really is just a single story with a roof 2 stories high. Man, that is an awful bed. If you can't make a star fort in this engine, yeah, it looks really weird. Any chance that's a unique zombie? I'll go back and kill it just for you. I do have authentic Z on though, so we can't really trust zombie findings because it might have something to do with authentic Z. That's a nice fireplace location. This wouldn't be a bad place to make people like fight to the death, actually. It's nice and big in the middle. You can have the zombies coming in through the doors. Oh, here's another plane zombie. Fall down. Some of my sounds are broken. Fanny pack. I mean, they got like the nice quarter right here. And then it's a square instead of like a star because they don't have that. Okay. Cool new map area. All rat contiguous throwing in people to fight to the death. Yes. Yes, impossible. So this is added in 41.73. I don't know if it was added in 41.73 or 0.72 because I don't think I looked at this side of the map. And I can't access 7.2 anymore because it's not on unstable because 41.73 is unstable. Hope the idea is to show more Survivor stuff in the next year updates before NPCs. I don't know if there's any sort of idea. Did I see the riverboat thing? Yeah, I did. That should be on one of my live streams. I ran over there, looked at it. Like, it's cool, but it's not done. Like, there's really no reason to be over there till it's done. Man, you are far off the side. I wonder if they built this over here and they're gonna move it somewhere else in the game. But because of that, let's go zombie pop map. So this is here. What's going on with the river over here? Alright, so let's see if there's anything else in the middle of nowhere. That lamp is totally a placeholder? Yeah. What is this? Oh, the wall. The wall wasn't showing up. Ooh, I guess I have to be zoomed in a fair bit for the wall to show up. There's the trailer park. Here's that industrial place. Another trailer park they added, and the riverboat's right up here. There's a lot of zombies over here, by the way. Oh, sorry. At least the map made it look like there was a lot. There's that riverboat. Is the water bluer than usual? Or am I just on a really good day? What's going on here, by the way? What's in this? What are they trying to hide? Yeah, the zombie sounds are from a mod. It's The Last of Us. What is it called? The Last of Us Sounds of Infected. That's the mod. And you have to manually add them in. Placeholder for a water wheel? True. I forgot that water wheels were sometimes on the back of them instead of the side. Water's a lighter blue. It definitely looks like better. Alright, let's switch back to here. So we just checked the ginseng. It still sucks, even in a drink. Although it's better. So that's a bonus. I wonder if you had like tin cooking, how much better it would be. How am I running so fast and flying up? I am in debug mode, and I enabled the cheats, no clip and fast move. And as you can see, if you use page up and down, you'll teleport a floor up and down. And then like, you've seen me running around, but in reality, I can just slide around like a crazy person. You add only one ginseng to a drink. I'm pretty sure you can add multiples and it'll just make you unhappy. That's what I was saying. Like, it's better. You can definitely give yourself like 3 or 4 in a drink. Pour into the mug. Great beverage. Ginseng spice. Alright, so we have the 2 endurance, and it turned to 4 endurance. I can't add another one. Only 1 spice. Locations seem to be for multiplayer. Is it faster to... Well, it's easier to do this. So is this just a road that goes all the way down to Edge of Riverside? Hey, Pertex. And yeah, it is. I imagine these are going to be like some giant fancy houses. Like, there's a whole town out here that's just not made. Placeholder road. I don't know how placeholder this road is, because it's kind of intricate. And I don't think it shows up, because this is off the map. Almost on the map. It's kind of off the map, and I don't think the roads show up in the zombie population map. I forgot that there's more stuff over there. Yeah, they don't show up here. What's placeholder? Is it just being a gravel road? I mean, the road, first of all, this isn't a gravel road. This is an actual road. But the road itself is probably in the correct place. It's just that they haven't, like, added trees and stuff around it. See? It's a normal road. Here's the actual map side. That is a lot of park rangers. And where did this military zombie come? Why are there military zombies? Wait, there's lots of military zombies. Did we just discover a proper place to get military bags? That, like, you don't have to go to the military base? Can I not target you? There we go. Oh. Oh, my targeting's all screwed up. Am I, like, not on the ground properly? There we go. Might just be a lucky event. We'll have to check that out. I mean, it is a blockade. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of them. Oh. Oh, yeah. I have a mod that makes a zombie smell and eat other zombie bodies. It's great. Yeah, the zombie sounds are a mod. I should just make a text on the screen that says that. Check the other blockade. Wait, did I go past it? Oh, that's just like a tile edge. That's a military zombie and a park ranger. Oh, there's another military zombie. I think it might be worth driving up here if you need the bag. Yeah, 41.73 is out on unstable. The zombie sounds are disturbing. Yeah, I was going for that. I really like the mod. Check the one near March Ridge. We talk about this. That's funny. That's so awkward that that's not the edge of the map anymore. Interesting. Is this the one near March Ridge we were talking about? I've already checked the patch notes. I was reading through them. There's still some to read through. No chain links. Was there a chain link fence there before? Yeah, it just stops. Awkward. Hi, survivor group. Where's his backpack? There it is. You can always tell it's a survivor group What are you wearing? I can't. Oh, it's a bandage. I thought she had a bow on the back of her head. Let me stomp zombie. Alt stomp, please. Yeah, she don't have a bow. Look, I'm following what chat wants. Oh, I realized that you guys can't even see anything. That's fun. Bottom right side of the map needs some serious love. Yeah, it kind of does. Well, I mean, now they like expanded the map in 3 directions. Wait, didn't they mention in early oversight making it so they couldn't expand the map north and west? Well, they didn't expand it north, but they did expand it west. Or they had that amount saved up before and they just finally added that. Alright, so ginsengs potentially might be useful every once in a while. Added the... Alright, this song is like echoing in my head. That's Bob's Island. There we go, that's a better song. Expanding north is going past the river, yeah. When I'm playing on any servers right now, I play on the DFP-RP server sometimes. You hope they never fix the attack animation bug that lets you attack super fast? They're gonna fix it eventually. They're hiring an animation person, and I imagine that like all the animation's gonna eventually get redone. Evolved recipes are still kind of meh with how overpowered trapping and cooking is. I think the point of the evolved recipes is to like self-roleplay with yourself. So, you know, you can add some herbal tea in. You can make beer soup, as Awesome Rocks told me. You can make like all these little fun things. It's not really like for your character, it's for you.
Hmm? Što ćete ručiti?
Suppose you should log on to the server at some point to try anything. I don't think the server has updated to 0.72, so there's nothing to try. Unless you guys updated it to the unstable version, like you said you wouldn't. Beer soup? Yeah, I know, beer soup, it's great. They can make it overtime off faster regen stamina. Yeah, so I didn't actually test if it did anything beyond give me flat endurance. It could have given me a stamina buff over time or reduced how fast I was getting tired. You just don't really know. I should apply for the job and then I could have some secret animations and such. I am not an animator. Especially they want someone who's like an animator and really good and can make engine stuff. That's a lot of stuff. Any food respawn is insanely high. Yeah, food respawn is... Right now the servers kind of, they have to respawn stuff or let people suffer. Like sure, people can survive, but they kind of can't. I don't know. Or get a bunch of mods that let people add everything in. Alright, so they're allowing you to install makeshift radios into vehicles. That's super cool. This is done for consistency with the requested fix of allowing makeshift ham radios to be installed in ham radio vehicles. That's cool. The ham radios can be installed. So fixes wise, some broken window thing got fixed. Oh, this one's interesting. I saw it earlier. Fixed vehicle light bar lights and siren continuing to operate after the part condition drops to 0 due to zombie thumping. And then under that, not as a separate note, it says the siren shut off hours sandbox option already exists to prevent griefing in multiplayer. Is there any need for zombies to destroy the light bar? I don't actually think so. So. How do you know that, Neil? How dare you? I don't actually know if it's necessary. Because, you know, they're asking a question, I guess, to us. Maybe they accidentally included that. But zombies don't attack a car when no one's in it. So the only way the light bar gets destroyed is if you're inside the car, probably dying. Is it I don't think it's necessary. And yeah, Pertex is right. It's just adding another thing that's not fixable when destroyed. Your suit with a spice of lime. Awesome rocks are horrible. Trying to catch up on chat. Also zombie sounds. Let's pause that. Awesome rocks. You're not allowed to say it. If light bars can be destroyed, they need to be fixable. Yeah. Glove boxes already drive you crazy. When will they make changeable trunk? When? Can you repair the trunk though?
Alright, Point. Do
you keep your mods on in the menu of the sandbox edit?
Ne,
Add your mods in the main menu, and then every time you start a new save, they'll be included. Hold up, let me do this. So, you add your mods. It's really gonna take forever. Can we repair, but it has a repair counter? I almost feel like the repair counter thing shouldn't exist. So you add your mods here. Right? Because if you click like solo, apocalypse, like, and you add your mods here, then these mods are only for that save you're making right now. But you add them here, they stay forever until you remove them.
Na computer.
The only change you need from this is this unstable support. Yeah, that is really helpful. That it'll go to your open bag. We'll go back here for now. Fix incorrect effect of distance on critical hit chance of fire. Does anyone know what got fixed here? Or like what went wrong? Fix pans holding less water than pots. That's weird. Fix the issue with zombie maggots plus fishing. Zombie corpses now spawn poisoned base dot maggots and not base dot 2 maggots, which are now obsolete. This is a very interesting thing, and I'm gonna have to make a video on it. Because if you can fish with the maggots and you can eat them, you might be able to survive just off of zombie bodies. And like fishing with the maggots from them. It could be kind of interesting. You've still not seen maggots on zombies? They show up if you have like a bunch of them together and the flies show up. Firearms would crit more at max distance. That's actually funny. Actually, I think I noticed that at some point, and I just never made a video about it. Fix issues with new gas bottles and containers in the backpack. Don't know what went wrong, but that's cool. Fix missing distributions for barbecue store and bathroom shelves. I assume that's loot distributions. Fix canned fruit beverage not reducing thirst. That's awesome. Fix obese and fit not being fully mutually exclusive in main creation methods. That's interesting. You like take fit and then do something to get obese. That would make obese a little bit better as a trait if you could have fit as well. Only you would be that interested in maggots enough to make a whole video of them. I mean, it's gonna be like a 1.5 minute long video. Barbecue bookstores fix? No idea. Disgusting survival method. Just had a thought. Doesn't short-sighted reduce weapon range? I do not believe so. to crit more at close range instead of long range. Yeah. I have no idea what's the point of doors, HP, and cars. Yeah, there's a lot of things on the cars that just shouldn't have HP. But I guess it is nice for someone to like play in multiplayer to like get their car fixed up and have it look good again. All my videos are a minute and a half. Hey now, some of those videos are like 3 minutes long. Stanley, if you forage next to the zombies, you'll probably see the maggots on the ground. They're really hard to see if you're not foraging. Short-sighted is only foraging radius and view cone. Short-sighted does not reduce your view cone. And in fact, I can look at that super easily. Get that loading. Fix missing translation string. Fix inconsistent good hot from Wild Eggs tooltip. I don't even know. Oh, I kind of know what that means, but it just. Oh man.
Da. Pa evo, Nenad nam je... Mislim da priča s bratom.
I just... Reloading faster is like so little that it just doesn't even matter. Fix... I guess it's like... kind of infinite foodish glitch with scrapping right there. Fix recipes to tear leather and denim. Yes, please. My tailoring can continue to tailor.
Cool.
Fix issues with eating quarter and half portions of small amounts of food. Oh, for a second I got scared about my exploits. Panic, no sleep not being translated. That's cool. Fix his water source parameter from bleach bottle gasoline. That sounds really bad. 5 and 10 is quite significant difference for shotguns. But then you just get like some couple nimble levels and you walk faster than the fast shamblers and it doesn't matter anymore. Those gasoline bottle drinkers, I know. People were asking me a bunch if you could drink the gasoline. Fix wrong sprites being used for windows. Fix one of the Molotov cocktails producing unwadded empty bottles. That sounds funny. Wait. Fix the burger evolved recipe so baked bread slices can be used to make burgers. I assume a cooked piece of bread was just completely broken. Fix missing tooltips. Fix hot drinks with alcohol being too strong. Come on now. Everyone knows it's a zombie apocalypse. And you're going to make your hot drinks strong with the alcohol. Better tooltips for tainted water. That can all be boiled in microwave. Baked bread slices not being usable when making sandwiches. This was on account of them being cooked. Yeah, so it's exactly what I thought. Fix missing item filets that got accidentally removed. Whoops. Peaches having evolved food recipe berry. Fix various mapping issues. I just wonder what that means. There's no such thing as too strong. Let me chuck it down already. I know. So let's go look at the gas stuff. Hi zombies. Let me not die. Bugger, game time, make it day. Make it day without fog. Map. Mold's is a fine place to explore. Hello there, car. Item list. Empty gas can. What do you think this car has gas in it? course it doesn't have gas in it. Yeah, I'm using the 10 years later mod. That puts gas in it. So when I right click on this, it should have siphon gasoline. And it doesn't really say anything about how much gasoline I was removing. Right? Add gasoline. Oh, here we go. Item fuel capacity. There we go. So it's 10 liters in a gas can. And the gas tank was like 59 liters or something like that. You're welcome, Noah. Do you think the clicking would get annoying? So, the clicker clicking is only annoying because I'm in God mode and they can't see me and start screeching. Because as soon as they can see me, that goes away. And they're just really loud yelling sounds instead. It's a 10 years later a good mod. So, I have one problem with it. It's when you remove vegetation, you can find foraging items, and I think it does give you foraging experience when you do. So what's my foraging? My foraging is literally 0. Let me remove a couple of these while I talk to you guys. Incoherent screaming. Ah, that's the stuff. Yeah, it is. I just got foraging XP. So did I pick up something? I got some violets from picking up grass on my desk. So that's my problem with the 10 years later mod. Is like they could have just let us remove stuff without it randomly giving me items. The zombies being loud is what makes them annoying. I found something. Foraging. What did you find? Unknown mushrooms. Let's see what happens. Do I die? Do I not die? I appear to not be dying. Correct, I'm not dying. Why have it? Awesome Rocks, are you gonna go around exploiting the remove vegetation? Is there COD zombie shouts? I wish there was.
Ču.
Yeah, it's a weird feature to add. It really is a weird feature to add. Like, I don't know
Zašto
why.
nemam zvuk na Twitch?
Jesi stavio game capture?
Okay, gas containers.
Yes.
So let's get a bleach bottle.
Stavi desktop capture.
Gas in it.
Ja imam game captures, ali nije to, pitanje je audio source, onaj tamo u opcijama,
A
znaš.
moj ti gledao, lakše mu je ovo nego da se nemoj da lupaš župu, si samo stavi desktop capture I to ti je to.
When adding fuel to the generator, it tells you how much it'll increase the generator. Adding to the vehicle tells you has in liters. And gas pumps. So I need to find a gas pump.
Check it up.
Is the gas station right next to this?
Spartans.
Hello there. Gas pump. Take fuel. Empty gas can. No tooltip until I start emptying. Until I have more in the gas. I guess when it's empty, it doesn't need to show a tooltip. And then I can do the empty bleach bottle too. Can we drink gasoline now? No. You can fill bleach bottles with gasoline? Yes, you can fill all the bottles with gasoline now since unstable 41.72. Oh, and intro gas. Got that.
Check.
And water bottles too, yep. Oh, nice, you can pour gas on the ground finally. Could we not do that before? Did I make noise? What happened?
Why
are you guys all walking?
Evo, sad tek piše light.
Time for environmental vengeance. Look at the zombie going. Going to town.
Stavi YouTube, ajde.
Meta vent, plaid hoodie, nice. I think the plaid hoodie is from
Ne čujem. Čekaj šta se javio.
Where was the plaid hoodie?
Da,
I think that's from Authentic Z.
Ima više, vjerovatno moj monitor jedan od outputa, moja pretpostavka.
Nije do toga, čuješ samo mene.
Evo sad te čujem na ovome.
Da, ne čuješ muziku iza. Ne čuje se ništa bez ja.
To je privacy settings od Windowsa. Nije dozvoljeno deljenje sa ostalim aplikacijama. Možeš da odeš u audio... Ne, to će ne. Možeš da odeš u audio mixer i tamo da to namestiš. Nije dozvoljeno deljenje sa drugim aplikacijama. To ti je Windows podešavanje, Microsoftovo. Mislim da sam ti već dovoljno rekao. To je u pitanju Windows podešavanje. Windows ne dozvoljava aplikaciji da deli audio sa drugim. Odeš da sound i kopaš tamo.
What's my favorite? Probably authentically. I love adding the like the items on your backpack and then all the different zombies and extra clothing.
Sound settings.
It's just so much better.
To je sound settings, ja mislim. Ne, to je sound settings. Kakav community, šta pričaš ti? Šta lupaš? Probaj tamo. Ja imam Windows 11, ja stvarno ne znam gdje je to. Windows 10 ima malo drugačiji interfejs. Malo, ne puno, dovoljno da ne isto.
Milane, izginula Darija Dugin.
Kogod. Ko ti je to prosto?
Čerka Aleksandra Dugina.
Ne, nije. Ne, nije obes. Ne, nije, nego ti je Windows instalirao. Jesi ti još uvijek Windows free, ti još uvijek izbacao onu poruku da je kao besplatan?
Ne, Windows mi je napravio update.
Pa odlično ti napravio.
A gdje to da
Windows...
Does the mod fuel API still work? I haven't tested that mod in forever.
Pa tu ide na ono desni klik. U desnom...
Who says their favorite mod isn't more plushies as an agent of the devil himself? I'd like to point out that Authentic Z does add more
Šta je po mišljenju poznate influencerke Jovane Filipović jedino pravo čišćenje stana?
What's up, guys? And in your audio, I would suggest setting the mic's appropriate sound input device. On this window, change the device to your default sound input device. This will allow, which will be set by your icon again, to access your advanced audio properties. This panel will allow you to change the and most importantly to allow OBS to pick...
Maybe they accidentally did. Jel ti Nenad kopa po kompjuteru sa onim mini deskom?
What else? So it was just a generator thing, I'll assume that works. Takes time to play.
Nemoj da instaliraš ništa, šta ti je? Normalan ti. Nemoj da instaliraš ništa, napravit ćeš veće stranje.
Nek napravi novi profil.
Nek ne napravi novi. Nije problem u OBS.
A ako on misli da ja se nekad...
Onda nek uradi sam, onda nek me ne zove ništa.
You don't get to decide which version of the mod goes in the servers you play. I mean, you can always just run a non-upgraded backpack or like just a tier 1 backpack. How am I able to take gas? Are the generators there? It was day one of a apocalypse run and the power doesn't go out for like a week.
Ali vidiš kad ti pričaš, ne nego kao da je mutiran, vidiš? Desktop audio, treba da ti se pomera desktop audio.
Where do we spawn? Let's spawn in Rosewood. I have been liking Rosewood recently. Although I kind of want to spawn in Riverside and see if I can make it up to that.
Desktop audio. Blago meni.
Get a military backpack.
Sad ti mi reci šta je. Tom pomeri sam iš.
Good luck because I'm gonna die 2 minutes into
Nije default nego je nešto od toga. Sedi apply.
That's fine. World.
I da li se išta pomera tamo na desktop audio?
Everything is fine until I get down here. Oh, actually,
nije dobro, moraš promeniti. Pusti ti slobodno da ti ide pesma.
And I think, where do I turn off the house alarms? I need it for a...
Pa onda je speaker THX, kako nisi normalan. Promeni to opet. Desni klik.
West Point for life.
Ne, zapravo ideš settings u pitanju. Ne. Probaj speakers, THX, spatial synapse, probaj to. Sad, la. Pa isproba sve. Ti imaš dva profila, mene to neće. Ti imaš dva profila tamo, neće mene glava boliti. Pa onda reinstaliraj OBS.
Kakav mogu problem napraviti?
I'll make the loot
napravi reinstaliraj.
I don't think it's gonna make a difference. Character, everything's fine there. I do want a mini-map. I might as well just make it all known on start too. Start with instant turn off that start. I kind of want to hear if any of the other noises exist. Vehicle stuff, everything should be fine there.
Šta ti treba?
Zombie lore.
Streamlabs OBS. Ili ti slobs. Kuca je to. Ja ni ne koristim OBS. Kao što sam rekao, Streamlabs OBS. Ili ti kucaj slobs. Yes.
Bote, metak ne dolazi do njega.
To se meni malo predešavalo. Nije mi jasno šta ljudi radi. Znaš? Uopšte mi nije jasno. Stoji puknem jednom u njega, metak prođe kroz njega. On stane da vidi gdje sam ja, ne mrda se. Ne mrda se, gleda u mene, ja ga nišanim u glavu, ga pogodim, ništa. Ja, brate, samo reloadem oružje i sklonim se. On gađe Winchesterkom po meni. Ja rekao, važi, ajmo dalje. Kako da ne? Samo sam odustao. Samo sam digao ruke, rekao, ne treba. Šta ti treba?
Nenade, na koji su server? Evropska ili Amerika?
Ko ja ne igram, Nenad igram. Ma, Nenad igra uvijek na evropsko, nemaš ti problema. Nije u pitanju latencija, si li ti lud čovjek. U pitanju su njihovi serveri koji dopuštaju četerima da se konektuju. I eksploiterima. Ne čujete više.
Čekaj, zauzeo sam sad. A i smanjio sam 10 tako da te gotovo ne čujem.
Tačno.
Ti vičeš?
Pa ne vičem. Ne, baš pričaš mekano. To je urlanje rajza uši.
Ti to rekao da je moje urlanje Ryzen za uši?
Ryzen, jeste, Ryzen za uši. Ušne školje. To. Uff.
Ovo je nemoguće.
Rekao sam ti što ne uzmeš da streamuješ pa pogledaj sam, kao Kesić što je napravio sam sebi snimak, ja sam rekao da nije dobro gađao čovjek.
Ja sam bio metar. Moj je pogodio ovoga reptilu u glavu. I dobio je hitbox. Ja sam išao da oživim ovog našeg. I odemo da lutujemo. Što smo pobili.
Da.
Kurac! Ovaj reptil živ.
Imaš ti dokaz toga? Sad ti je kasno da streamuješ, kad je već gotovo, nemam šta da vidim, razumiješ?
Vrati unazad.
A imaš stream, a?
Da.
Gdje je to, na Trovu ili?
Gdje je ovo?
Ne znam, mogu da vratim, zato je Trovo dobar. To što ne mogu da vratim. Da vidim.
Mislim da možeš da isječeš.
Mislim da ne mogu ništa, moraš da završiš stream da bi ja mogu da isječem ništa. Evo, i gdje sad? Kliknuo sam na tvoj stream i video room i past stream, ništa, clips, ništa. To mi je rekao Peđa da je to tako dobro urađeno u tom Trovu. To što moram sad da zaustaviš stream i da isječeš. Ne mogu ništa da vidim, ne mogu da vidim klipove, ne mogu da vidim, samo da vidim trenutno što igraš. Fast clip imam, playback, live playback. Ne mogu da premotam, pa da mogu, upravo si mogu. Plati mi, subscribe me na tebe za pare, pa onda mogu da premotam. Onda mogu. Morao bi s tim da zaustaviš da sam klipuješ to.
Ovo sam pao, sa 4 zvjezdice sam pao opet na 2.
Inače, samo da vas pitam nešto i tebe i Boris. Boris nije tu. Vi znate da, recimo, hitac sa shotgunom u glavu ne ubija čovjeka?
Nije bio hitac sa shotgunom.
Nego je sam.
Sa Winchesterom ga pukao čovjek.
Kroz bilo šta ili na čisto?
Čisto ve.
Na čisto. Nije bio neki sanduk, metalna
Glava mu se
cigla.
video ili je, glava mu se video i pukao ga je čistu glavu.
I čulo se onaj zvuk kao da ono ulazi u meso, ono kao metak, jel to je headshot.
Da, i vidio sam i hit marke.
I bilo je ispod 100 metara, tako, nije bilo 101 metar.
115 metara, evo.
Pa onda bi trebao da je mrtav. Gdje se čulo da je ono,
Jeste, čuo sam.
Aha, pa dobro, možda su ga digli nekromansijom.
Nima ko da ga digne imao.
Možda je bio tu još neko.
Ja sam ubio jednu ženu.
Dobro.
I cenca.
Da.
A ovaj reptil je preživao.
Dobro, ali možda... ne znam.
Ja sam ga pucao u glavu, ali moj metak nije došao do njega uopšte. Kod ima nevidljiv zid ispred njega i da se zabiju u taj zid. Već drugi put danas da mi se dešava tako sranje.
Sinoć sam gledao nešto jako lepo. Sad ću ti poslati.
Sad ću ubacim slike sa sinoćne ove. Ja vidiš? Ja, ote.
Da. Da.
Koliko napravi žicu ove šestice, ovo nije normalno. Cijel compound u žicama bio.
Da, to znam. Ja sam gledao Ruse, ruski neki igrači. Nisu čak htjeli da izađu iz boss arene, znaš koliko su žice bacili. I ja sam odustao toga da dignem Peđu i ne znam ko je igrao i samo izašao s mape. Ja probijam kroz kilometar žice do njih. Marš u pičku materi.
Alright, show it to us.
Evo ti, Nenad. Ali nemaš sad vremena, pogledaj kad budeš imao vremena. Ovo je baš... zanimljivo.
We got all the cattle ready and just dipped immediately.
Story recapped here. Today I'm going to explain a crime, drama, and thriller film called Sleep Time. Spoilers ahead. Watch out and take care. At the edge of an apartment building, a concierge named Caesar contemplates how he is unable to find any source of happiness no matter how much he tries to search for it. Despite having good things happen to him, he remains restless and dissatisfied with the life he's living. At exactly 5 a.m., he wakes up beside Clara, a tenant of the building, and goes about his daily routine of working at the building. At the lobby, Caesar secretly hands money to Ursula, a tenant's daughter, which seems like a usual thing between the two. By the entrance, Clara and Caesar also stumble upon Veronica, another tenant who is fond of her dogs. After greeting the elderly lady, Clara reminds Caesar that her sink is clogged and needs immediate repair, to which he replies that he will drop by to fix it. Throughout the day, Caesar continues working before visiting his mother at the hospital. Because of her condition, she is unable to speak and is completely immobile, but she listens to him talk about Clara whenever he pays
Očigledno je da neko pravi lago tih igrača tamo.
The supervisor scolds Caesar for being late for 2 consecutive
Milanu Kesiću i Borisu Makiću latencija je skočila sa 50 na 1000, čini mi se. I tako je bilo dok je verovatno neko bio u životu, dok se neko nije ekstrakao od igrača. Odjednom je počelo da laguje. Posle nekog vremena je prestalo, ali to je bio lag 10 minuta. Nisi mogao se makneš. Milan je stajao na izlazu, čekajući da uradi ekstrakt, ali problem što server ga nije registrao uopšte da je on izašao iz bossera. Koliko lagalo.
She continues the night by dancing around all while Caesar hides under her bed unnoticed. He patiently waits for her to fall asleep and uses a mirror to make sure that she is completely unconscious. He then uses chloroform on Clara, making sure she goes into a deep sleep. He uncovers her sheets to look at her underwear before heading to the bathroom to mess with her toiletries. He adds an unknown substance to her care products using a syringe before laying with Clara in bed. Again, at 5 a.m., Caesar wakes up to go about his routine, even using Clara's personal supplies. When he leaves, Ursula stands outside telling him she will not let anyone know about Caesar's doings if he provides her with an explicit adult movie. Without a choice, he makes a deal with the little girl to conceal his dirty deeds.
Šta sad radiš?
Kažem sad kad nemam stamina shot, odmah mi pao se heal.
Uđi na stream pa mi reci da li sad radi.
Pa, znaš ti udaraš bez stamina shot. Par heavy ataka pa se skloniš.
A kad imam stamina shot ne mogu da nađem nigdje. Šta je s ovom igrom? Što je oko bušna jebote? Šta je s ovom igrom? Što je oko bušna jebote?
Što je Nenad u duplikatu?
A gledaš moj stream, utjede me na streamu.
Ne, nego gledam Milanov.
Proradilo ovo. Od mene internet proradilo. Ali slušaj, ja sam dao tvoj broj. Znaš, oni će da dođu. Nek oni promjeri modem i kabel. Jer trebalo u 15 minuta kad sam pali kompjuter da se znaš. Stanka ta lampica. Ono ipak možda strane. Ja sam dao tvoj broj jer ja sam ne da budem tu. Da budem malo neće. Neće oni da dođu u izjutra, da znaš.
Kompjuter ne može da idemo tam, će budem malo.
Nema ni se ide. Ja je malo već premuta, pa idemo hvala tako dođe. I će poslušati.
Izvolite ga. Pa radi, šta je puno napravio si, šta eto, bravo, sam svoj majstor. Sad ću da ti se zahvalim što si sam sebi pomogao. Si ti kao hirurg što operiše sam sebi kaže, o, kako dobro radi. Te zahvalimo što si sam sebi popravio kompjuter. Moram to da radim. Pravi si sebe, nisi mene. I da ti čestitam što si našao posao, a boli me kurac, imaš dovoljno ljudi u svom životu da te boostaju, ego, ja ti ne treba ništa. Pravi booster. O, ti vrlo dobro znaš ko ti traje. Ne, moram ja. Ti dobro znaš.
Jebem ti je ovako igru. FPS sa 100 nešto na 50.
Pa to ti je serverski problem. Nema veze to s tvojom mašinom.
Ko u Čajkovu onaj dan je, evo.
U zavisnosti od latencije imaš probleme s FPS-om. To je nevjerojatno. Stvarno.
Pa sino onaj čim zapuca u online igre zaštekaju.
Kakve veze ima Intel i 7? Da, ima veze, stani. Ima veze, da. Evo, sad sam ga mutirao. Sad ima veze.
Imam 4500 Hz, šta lupaš?
I 8 jezgara. I 16 threadova, da. Toliko o tom.
Ne, 3000.
Gdje skesić? Opet Milan nešto, sere.
Kaže imam memoriju na 4000.
Pusti ga.
Zarazio si Kesiće sa tim da bude kao ti.
Ma nije ga zarazio zato što Intel i AMD ne rade isto, znaš.
Što pričaš ti, Renan?
Ne, Milan bunca nešto. Nije to do Nenada.
Fuck you, pingam user. Vi su vam laksić, jebem li ti majku da ti jebe majku. Sve me tu živu i sve što ću ti se rodi.
Slušaj ovo je normalno.
A nije, ali Kesiću, pazi, čovjek ne igra ko ja na ono USC-stu i opet mu se desi da ono pukne u nekog i taj neko samo ono ode. Nikakve detekcije nema, nema naznake da čovjek osjeća. Ništa.
Što sam moj dinamit nije pukao?
To što se ugasio. Ugasio ga.
Pa ako ga podigao se zemlje i pljunuo u njega.
Imaš trait da ugasiš dinamit, znaš? Ne znam da li to zna... Da.
Ali ne možeš ugasiš onaj što na zemlji.
Da, možeš.
Pa nemaš, evo, onak svičuje.
Ko ovaj? Vidio?
Jebeni.
Vidi, ovaj je dobio marker na njega, ovaj se pomerio levo, već je bio levo. Šta je to?
Ko je dobio marker?
Evo gledam Nenadov stream. Pukao onoga Ronina, brate, znači vidio sam kako ga pogađa desno, znači desno je bio s telom. A ovaj se već pomerio levo. Au, brate. Šta je ono? Ono nema veze s mozgom. Stvarno s tobom je zanimljivo gledat, imaš neke interesantne doživljaje. Ja možda jedan imam meč takav dnevno. A ako igram malo više kant, jedan meč, ali ti izgleda imaš svaki.
Zato što sam ponad izvezit.
Čuo sam da ima neka neko je dao predviđanje ili procenu. Kaže oko 30% kaže hunt community-a, kaže nema aimbot, pazim, Nema aimbot, jer se aimbot detektuje. Wallhack, da zna tačno tvoju poziciju. Ne nišani tačno u tebe, nema ono aimbota da mu pomera nišan, ali ima to sranje da zna da si. Ima ljudi kao Rahta, znam i ja da kažem gdje si. Ako praviš buku, znam gdje si. Ako počneš da se penješ mrdevinama i to znam gdje si. Ali imaš ljude koji su od tebe 150 metara...
A dobro, realno Wallhack teško je provaliti, jedino ako baš providno to čovjek radi, ali ne treba to tako se koristiti.
Pogledaj klip koji sam stavio zadnje.
To nije loša opcija, ja da znam da može neđe Wallhack da se nađe na odmah bi ga jebeš.
Ja gdje uzeti ono sa mederinama?
Ne s mederinama, pogledaj, pa dobro, to je bio exploit, ali isto mu dođe. Uđeš u zid i iz zida ubiješ čovjeka. Eto.
Jebem ti te koji... Nego što ja šta drugo ne radim u životu.
Pa nađi nešto. Nađi igrača.
Sad ću od 1. septembra da nađem. Jole! Milmane!
Je tu Toše Preski?
Od 1. septembra si u ovu, to da znaš.
Kakve ti informacije imaš?
Od 1. septembra ideš na prvu borbenu liniju.
Samo ti njega plaši. Će da ode kod Mila. Da mu ovaj da azil.
Ne možemo ništa bez Milana Belade.
Ne, nego otiće kod ovoga Mila Đukanovića da mu on da azil.
Ja ću mu kura sred i to za mnogo godina. Išli smo u šumu danas i tek kako smo isekli 6-7 debla, evo te ono, kad se prosu kiša, evo te.
To što ti mogu ja reći da će padat kiša narednih par dana.
A dobro, kod nas je ono, ceo najto ne oblači se kod da će bude smak sveta i...
A, nije to kod vas, kod nas danima padala nije kiša. Kao oblači se, nešto kao čini se, bit će nešto, ništa. Samo prođe obla. Prođe obla. Ništa, kućina. Da nije kućina, ništa. Bzd. Duplication, ajmo. Bam, brao.
Ne igra tablet.
A eto, do sad je podešao. A sad... Bam.
Sjećaš li se ti Leo Dilenija kad je plav bio?
Pa šta je sad? U što se ofarla sad? Je ćelav?
Nije ćelav.
Ja znam da je plav bio, to dugo vremena.
Sad je crno, ono, standardno.
Pa ako mi to prirodna boja, ko se okej?
Vidim stoji jedan kabel ovako na neku stalažici tamo. Ja uzem probam zavjerit, znaš, isključim taj, stavim drugi port i sad sve radi. Samo taj jedan ulaz, znaš. To ne radi.
To se čak čuje čale ili ko?
Brat,
Nije
brat.
moj brat.
Samo jedan port, eto. Ili je kabel crko, ili drugi.
Crko modem.
Stari brat, a?
Da sad radi sve.
A ne, ajde što
To mi je teško za
crko
gledanje.
na proračunu crko taj.
To stari brat, jes?
Znam samo da ga sabotira na League of Legends, da mu izgorio 3-4 akaunta. A da mu Nenad akaunt da igra League of Legends.
Čekaj, tebi na kompjuter,
Nebu crko port, znači, baš više porta.
Znam.
Taj, iz koga bio povezan u kompjuter, taj je crko. Ja sam uključio sad u drugi port, drugi kabel.
I
ne bi trebalo...
on trashtokuje i oni ga banuju na akauntu, onda Nenad uzme novi akaunt i opet taj banuju i tako.
U portu ne mogu da ga izvučem. Tako nekako stavim ne mogu da izvučem.
To stari brat, ne radi.
Znači. S kim ovo igramo, su zamke.
Šta, podmeću zamke u tvoj?
Šta igra on, LOL ili šta igra?
Što igram protiv njih? Ovo se vjerojatno na ovome. Na potrebi.
Ne znam čuje li te Kesiću?
Ko?
Nenad.
Ma kak?
Čujem ga, ali polako može mozak da me registre, boli me glava.
Previše informacije od jednog dolazi.
Slabo registruješ, a?
Previše informacije. To zove overload, preopterećenje.
Smanjio sam te... Onaj dan si bio jako...
Uzlikao, bio si ljud kad si igrao Hunt, pa si ono malo...
Ko to?
Ti.
Gdje to?
Rage'o si danas. Bio si ljud, nevjerovatno.
Kaj to?
Jučer, kaj?
Ko zna.
Što me smanjio?
Pa bio si glasan.
Bio si preglasan.
Tipa Milan ili još glasniji?
Pa ja sam tebe morao smanjiti, stavio sam te na 20%.
Ali mi ne da ga lami, što se svega tiče.
Pa jes, pa morao sam ga smanjiti, nisam mogao.
Jesi ti vidio sad ovo?
Da vidim. Otrote, da? Otrote.
Ne, ja ne jem govna ako nije bio headshot.
Sad ćemo da vidimo. Klipa 8, sad ćemo da imamo da li radi to.
Aplikacija, evo te.
Šta radi ovaj tvoj jazavičar ovdje gore na ovom krovu?
Nemam pojma.
Idiot jedan. Ne pomera se, popeo se gore na krovu i gleda levo desno, čeka uglov da ga podi. Bože, sačuvaj. A ovo je taj što si pobješ, šta? Ljud, nevjerovatno.
Ne. To je naš.
Što me smanjio?
Pa bio si glasan. Tipa Milan ili još glasniji?
Pa ja sam tebe morao smanjiti, stavio sam te na...
Brate, ti si stavio otrovu, šta? A mi ne da ga lami. Što se svega tiče?
Nisi stavio.
Boga ne?
Nego sam bio naišao i on se vratio...
To nije bio headshot. Ljud, nevjerovatno.
Pa. Ono, će vidio.
Što me smanjio?
Pa bio si glasan.
Sad može on i pao poslije toga, ali jebi ga.
Ne vjerujem da je pao. Tipa Milan ili još proveri sam.
Pa ja sam tebe morao smanjiti, stavio sam te na 20%.
Čije vidimo.
To ću ti ja poslati. Ko ti je ovo ti je treći musketar, jel?
Pa da.
A on je daleko od svih vas. I sad kreće ovako u čučnju, čeka da ga moje opet lobanju prospe. Treba da baci samo do zida bombu, znaš? Jako ima čovjek bombu.
Ima.
Ne mora ovo da radi, uopšte ne mora ovo da radi. Ovo što radi ne mora da radi. Ovo je noob.
Treba on to da zna.
Ne treba on to, druže, ne treba tako da bacaš čovjek, možda baciš iznutra.
Pa nije baš novi jebe mu.
Pa ne treba to. Evo ti pogledaj klip, Prvo imaš 2 klipa, ali jedan je taj koji si ti napravio kad si igrao. Sviđa mi se što nema preview. Pogledaj svojih ruku delu. Ma nije to toliko dugačko. Ne znam što ga premutaš uopšte. Ili ti nešto bufferuje?
Buffer.
Satima.
Neki problem s internetom ne žele. I to nije čudno, da.
Pa nije to headshot bio. Koliko ga jesi negde u gornji deo tela? To nije headshot.
Okej.
Jes pogodak, ali toga neće ubiti.
Ti se ne radiš. Otišli to ovdje.
Nisu. Ne vjerujem da su otišli. To mi djeluje kao jedan čovjek. Koliko si ih ti čuo? Troje? Ne znam baš.
Zašto, a? Nije. Obično ne volite kada čekaj.
Kao onaj drugi. Kao treći igrač.
Da.
Pa šta ćeš, ne može čovjek da sad sili ako nema pojma gdje su.
Ne, ali ako su recimo ubiti dečeg i ti se naputavaš recimo sa 2 te ekipe, ja vam pobiješ sve te ekipe i...
Ovaj se diskonektu.
Da, ovaj izaći. Ono, znači, namučim be mozak be, dok ih sve pobijem be. Pa u zemlju sigurno nije ušao. Bolje spravo mene, digo.
Jer ima nekromansera bar, nema.
Nema.
Šta je pucu, zombi u čovjek?
U čovjek.
Kaži da su tu čeke, si vidio?
U ovoga što ubio, što nas pobio.
Kaži da je kampo. Ima takih ljudi. To je ono što ja ne volim da radim. Znaš oko te ja kampujem, 5 sekundi 10, da vidimo će neko odmah proba revive. Ako proba odmah revive, odmah i kaznim. Ali ako će neko da se šunja i satima krije, nemam ja nerve za to. Te ja čekam.
Eto, Na zamku.
Vidio on to? Umreći. Konec će umreti. Medkit, medkit. Medkit.
Evo ga boc.
Sad zaustavi krvarenje, sad izvadiš špric. Da, sad otkažiš, nemoj se hilovat. Sad nek te ubije pištoljem običnim. On bacio flešku.
Da.
Pa nisi se ne hilo?
Nisam.
Nema se vremena, a? Aj dobro, nema potrebe te diže ako si pored zida, ako znaju gdje si. Stoji. Umreći joj 100%.
Još jedna ekipa.
Ovaj se može najbolje ruku, znaš šta može da uradi se? A to niko nije čuo. Može da se traduje. A ne. Ej, nož druže, dinamit. Stvarno pokušavate digne u žicu. Ovo ozbiljno. Mislim, cenim njegov trud. Cenim trud, ali mogo je da baci dinamit ili nešto. Vidio? Pa čuli su to svi to što radiš. Da, taj Ćelevi te ubio, to sam ja zapamtio. Taj Viper, on te ubio. Cenim trud i sve što je on uradio, ali to je tako glupo urađeno. Bolje da je dinamit bacio, pa sklonio bi se. Pa da je utrčao u onaj dim, znaš da stane dim posle onoga. Pa bi opet čuo možda da ovaj prilazi, znaš, da ga nanišani. Nego je se 5 puta nabio na žicu, na hilovo se ovaj se privukao, mogo je da trči oko njega, krugove. Koji su ti ovi? Pa divni su. Divni. Ovo je užas. Užas.
Single ga ubio, znaš?
Solo?
Da.
Pa ko je onaj što je bio napolju? Nenormalni tip. A? Onaj što je bio ispred tarabe. Viš da nije tim, Nenad. Random neko. Došao i on da se priključi.
Privatnom profilu.
Sve privatnici, do privatnika.
Znači...
Pa ako odeš na search...
Podatke. Pojedem ti u spavinu, majko.
Pa i kod nas je stala kiša, da je počelo sunce da sija i da pravi sparinu, nije još nije.
Ma je sijao i iz betona.
Pa je li palo koliko kiše? Kod nas je palo, boga mi dosta. Može još pa. I opet je toplo, šta?
Znači kako u šumi veličina bilo, jel? Katastrofa. Jel ti ovaj kesić?
Pa, oni peđe imaju push to talk. I onda može da se odmakne i primakne mikrofonu kad hoće, a nemaš pojma kad je tu. Tako da, to se nikad ne zna. Ja obično dok sedim za računarom, dok koristim mikrofon, čućeš me ako pitaš i si tu, ja ću ti odgovoriti.
Da napravim kuću imam da se ukopam 5 metra po zemlji.
Zbog?
Zbog veličine. Kao podjan.
Hoće ovo pomoći nešto? One less damage received. Boga, vajde nema. Nema žusku. Ovdje dolje ne znam smiješ i otići uopšte. Uopšte mi nisu. Ti baš odustaješ, a? Ja imam boost na 24 sata za one pojene. Ako ti šta znači, mogu posle ručka s tobom odigrati 2-3 meča ako ćeš da ti malo pojene naguram, ali meni ne znači ništa. Ja sam nakupio...
Mene treba pojene.
Šta treba?
Pa, cash.
A keš ti treba ako ćeš...
Igrao sam s nekim našima...
Ako ćeš keš, mogu svaki meč izdati sa 500 do 1000,5 dolara. Toliko mi je otprilike prosek. Ako ćeš keš. Mene kilovi nešto ne rade previše. Da, ako mogu dobijem nekoga da ne poginem, ali barem me rade, znaš, u huntu. To imam 400.000. I 50 lovaca. Kažeš ti full gearovan. Isto kao i Tarkovu, ne zanima me kill rate, zanima me money rate. Biti siromašan je isto što i biti mrtav. Tako da... Ne falo.
Dobro, u Tarkovu pogotovo ako nemaš cash da kupiš ovu municiju...
Pa možeš se šetat... Možeš šetat okolo go slobodno. Da. Ručak. Jao. Oh, brother.
Kažem, očekno me oružje. Znači, pomogli da ubijemo bossa. Čekaj, me nešto piču u glavu, samo tako. Onda je statujem komp sa ovoga. Fight. Evo te on napravio štetu po ovoj areni. Ovo je bio da se ne pogodio istovremeno. Trebamo biti neki glose, šta već. Sinceramente. Interessante. Majko je. Ponoš. Šta ti jeliš? Bože moj.
Nenade, ti stalno mrte jebote.
A?
Teško ide s tim randomima, vidim.
Evo, pao sam s jako lošim sam krenuo da padam. Ovo je non stop u skenere da su. Leđa, što ću pobiti za leđa? Ja bih volio da imam ovaj kill ljup. Kroz neku dasku mi bio. 77 metara. Popni se gore uz drvo.
Šta se desilo? Ko je umro? A tvoji te ne dižu zbog? Ne dižu te zašto?
Tam dolazi sa leva. Sad će ili pobiti sa leve strane.
Onda loše pozicioniranje s njihove strane.
Popni se gore uz deblo, podigni me.
Ti si imao gore na krov stanice, ne? To ti je dosta otvoreno mjesto. Da ti nimaš da leš pa unutra. Teško se to podiže.
A treba da me podigne kad je mogu.
Što nije bacio dimnu bombu?
treba da me puni dok ne pucava mi dole, dok sve jedno ne pucava.
Jel znaš ono za leševe i za način na koji telo leži? Znaš za to?
Znam, tamo da mi okinuti noge sa te strane.
S te strane metak došao. Da. Tako da mogu da... A ne valja taj krov, brate, ovo je otvoreno samo tako. Opet će tu biti. Nema tu kavara nikakvog, ti ne možda tankuješ ni jedan metak.
Njegove sa bountim. A to je ono, a? Binčio. Kurac moj replay, evo te, kaki replay jebem oca. Ja sam da završim ovaj meč i da startujem komp pa ću da igram opet.
Nice.
Snura said, "You not naked fuck."
Well, should I be naked at this point? Do you want me to remove my clothes, my boots, my motorcycle? Long time no see.
Snura said, "No."
How is your retirement going on? How's your back?
Snura said, "Yeah, have been sick hospital for 2.5 months, almost died."
I'm glad we have you back. So, are you gonna be?
Samo da setrim komp.
Are you gonna be fine now, or?
Snura said, they removed gallbladder then complications under Sugri, so they hate to reopen me 3 times.
Ah, fuck. That sounds painful as fuck. Like they just dissected you like a frog or something like that. What the fuck? What the fuck is this?
Snura said, they open me like a fish.
Well, I believe you. You said you were working as a chef, so I believe you. Thanks for dropping by and informing me of your well, condition. I hope they won't have to, you know, again.
Snura said, worst before operation I did pee red color.
Oh, it's blood. It's either blood or liver or something like that. Oh my god. I guess they didn't have much choice. Best defense is more offense.
Snura said, you not playing event on Hunt.
I finished it today. 25,000 points. 25,000 points. Yes, 1,000. It took me 27 or 28 days. So it can be done. It's super grindy. I don't know. Ah, fuck. Give me help. Give me help. Ah. It's actually like a battle pass thing. Oh no. Where you buy like a ticket and then you progressively upgrade, you know, the battle pass by, you know, unlocking more and more stuff. But I did it otherwise. I finished it, and when I finished it I got 1,000 blood bonds back as a reward. It's like a loyalty reward because I bought a DLC. And what's it called, snake eyes or something like that, snake something, alert tripwire mine, and I bought that for 1,000 blood bonds, and then I finished the event and I got that back, and I got some more. So Alright. Second.
Ili jesi tu?
Šta sam vam teo reći? O je. Nenade. Se čeka jedno 20-30 minuta.
It's just Stevie 76.
Oh, hello,
said,
Stevie.
Hey.
Oi. Oh, don't look at my desktop. It's embarrassing, really. Brat mi skida
It's
nešto
just Stevie
sa
76.
Good
Said,
old games.
How you doing?
Good, good. I'm just waiting for my brother to finish downloading a game so I can do something and my PC doesn't.
It's just Stevie 76.
Lockout.
Said, that's a lot of programs.
Oh, there are like a couple of programs for video editing, a couple of hardware, inspecting software and stuff like that. And there is a lot of games, I guess. Because, you know, gamers. Bzzzt. Thou shalt not pass. Yep. Skida brat nešto sa... Skida onaj Dare Billions, dao sam mu link. I dok ga skine ne bih igrao ništa, ne bih da lagujem okolo. Ako ti ne smete, slobodno da igra jedan meč bez mene. Oh, it says 5 viewers. Oh, and one of them is Nenad. Oh my. This game is quite cheap. It was like $1 or $2. It's like roguelite or something like that. Bullet hell game. Yes. Nice, nice. No. Yes. Oh my. Thou shall not pass. Curse. Okay. Neki 3 gigabajta treba da skine. E sad, ako te mrzi da čekaš, ti stavi da igraš par jedan meč još. Šta je vruće, a?
Ma glava me boli. Ne znam da bi ti predložio da prilegneš ako ti glava boli.
Ja prvo vas.
I? Kaf.
Isto me boli.
Imaš belog vina? Ili...
Ne.
Pa treba si vino nabaviti negdje.
Ne pijem belog vina.
Mene pomaže. Duše, ja pijem travaricu, to ti je belo vino sa čajem. Hajduškom travom. Nije rakija, već vino sa čajem. Ako me baš glava boli. A ako baš ni to ne pomaže...
Znači popim jedan brufen u 6.
Brufen, da, to se tako kaže. Ima da te pradi za par minuta. Oh my god!
Obično pijem kafetina ovih. I ovo jače. Doduše ti, recimo, aspirin možeš da napraviš kao čaj.
Da.
Ide, mislim, kamilica i što beše još majčina dušnica ili tako nešto.
Rerajte.
Pati se.
Znam. Rekao sam ti slobodno kreni novi meč, dok ja učitam. Ne znam šta, uvijek ga se čuje mnogo jako danas.
Ko to?
Da što mene boli glava i ovim.
Ko se čuje jako? Možda glava. Pa čuješ plačene zvukove? Mi je sve zalagao najstrašnije. Igra sam od sebe.
Da me... Ovog novembra smo pod sankcijama.
I šta sad?
Neće da imamo gas.
I onda? Ko nam vodi sankcije? Evropska unija šta? Ko nam vodi?
Rusi vajda.
Nama?
Zato što su uveli Gazpromu sankcije pa ko ne mogu da nam predaju gas.
Šta kao ne stiže ruski gaz do nas, šta? Je li to?
Pa vajde.
Pa onda nije nama sankcije, nego svima sankcije. To je malo nebulozno.
Ne, jes.
To ti je vest iz nesvijesti. Pa nije to nama, nego to onda čitava Evropa bi živjeti gas. To ti to.
Ne, nama.
Nama?
Da, zato što Evropa voli Gazpromu, a Gazprom je kao vlasnik ovoga NIS-a ili čega već.
Dobro, i?
I zbog toga neće moći da nam šalju gas.
Čekaj, Rusi zbog Evrope neće da moći da nam šalju gas.
Pa da.
A to?
Je drugovno.
A to? A pa to onda u redu. Ako niko nema da kupuje gas, onda u redu. Ima, Kinezi će kupuju. Brat, šta je ovo malo što ne jedem?
Završi se.
Šta je event?
Event sam ja završio davno, patio.
Još mi nije brat ništa javio, rekao samo da me cimne na mobilni telefon kad završi. Da znam da mogu da radim bilo šta. Da me El Torrente ne počne teleportat po mapi.
I ovako se ne radi.
Ovo bi napravio stvar još gora. Ne bi znao des. Ovako kad mi kasni od njih signal, a i nekako, ali ono kad ja pritisnem nešto pa... Oho. Majku ti jebem. Marš! Mar pogledaj na eklip što sam ti poslao.
Gledao sam.
A mislim... A nisam mislio onaj bez ti igrao, ne taj.
Nego?
Imaš iznad jedan klip.
A, ovaj.
To je.
Imam neki problem s internetom. Pored 2012. napadala kiša i omokeo se kablovi i neće da je.
Što kaže Peter Griffith stavio džakove sa Grinchom. Ahahaha.
360. Ovo mi dao da gledam video u 360.
Šta 360?
360p.
Pa promeni rezoluciju.
What the fuck?
Ovi su momci poginuli i nastavili su od ovoga spekteti zato što ih je pobio jako brzo. I onda njima nije bilo logično kako ih iz wallbangovu sve.
Ma, ovo je već neko.
Pa gledaj do kraja, sve je pobio. To ti je ono spoiler warning, sve ih je pobio. Kroz pod je pucao par ljudi isto.
A i ovo, razumeš, jednom desi se jednom. Ali ovo ovako si ne...
ESP. Ne, možda nema i bot, ali ESP ja mislim da ima. Tačno zna gdje su i bez ovoga... I bez bounty. Pokupio bounty, čini mi se što sad radi. Da zamaže oči. Si instalirao? Nisi još?
Nisam vidio, moram ići na ovaj.
Jesi gasio toalet, jesi?
Ne.
Ja ću... Moment. No, hoćemo li? Ako nisi krenuo ništa.
Nisam. Češ ti da vidiš?
Ti pravi partij, ajde. Ja doći iskušenje da igram na USistu. A to se možda neće svirati. Meni je svejedno. I laže i na Evropi, laže i na USistu, tako da... Isti kurac. Ako igram na Evropi, onda igram protiv Rusa koji laguju. Ako igram na USistu, onda su u pitanju...
Braziluci.
Da, ili Argentina, Čile, tako, razumiješ. Oni tek laguju prema USistu, a dok ja stignem, nema ga nići.
Sam upalio da mogu da ti vidim ovo.
Žaba me zoveš kad nisam ušao u igru. Možeš poslat, moraš čekat da mi butuje igru i...
Vidim da sam ušao.
Još butujem.
Eno, kad ti učitati pritisni play.
Znači, rekao si ti interesuju pare, a? Ne, drago me što si to rekao. I mene interesuju pare. Mene vrlo interesuju pare dok igram Hunt. Nisi mi interesovala Bog zna koliko dok sam igrao event. Sad je to završeno. To ti je završeno. Se ja prihvatio šta? Puklo, a? Da. Naravno da je puklo. To ti je headshot, da.
Post.
Ovom su mi bukvalno 51. i 52. lovac. To je ono što sam dobio kad sam uzeo Battle Pass. Tu dvojicu mi je prebacio preko onoga broja, da kažem.
500 teći. Da, ti ja uđem u top čak.
Paz da ne uđeš. Alt enter. Ti se jebem s majkom, nenormalno.
Nula prestiž. Šta nema? Us. 2000 sati. Evo ga. I'm bot. Što si zašao?
Zato što mi ne radi scroll. Čim ne radi scroll, ne radi još ponešto. Čim vidim da mi ne radi scroll, odmah restartujem igru. Ti to nisi primetio šta? Tebe to...
57.000 kilova, koliko je...
Možda ima jedan bot, možda nema.
A
pretpostavljam da je Rus, ili tako?
Pa, evo, ima 141 stranicu sa čite i to.
Pretpostavljam da piše automat strash.
Ne, čite. Čitak i to. To mu njegovi pišu.
A njegovi sunarodci mu pišu.
Da.
To je još gore od svega.
Znači ovo je neki Amerikanac. Ovo nisam pisao da čite. To nema toliko.
Znaš onaj srpski streamer što ga voli Boris? Onaj, neću ga imenovati, sa bradicom, smešno.
Dobro.
Ima njega i Rahtezija, uvijek igraju zajedno, igra i s Arčim, svim glupanim. Za njega su mi rekli, jedan momak iz Hrvatske mi je rekao, da je igrao s njim, i kaže da ima metoda, da kao edituješ kao fajlove, in-game fajlove, da edituješ, da ne mogu da ti se čuju koraci.
Može. Ti može da se uđi da vidiš MMA, može i to.
Znači bukvalno da isključi, sad mi pozove opet upaliti. Znači da imaš opciju da isključiš footsteps, znači se ne čuje.
Ako znaš ko je to...
Znam ja ko je to.
Fajn. To može da se isključi. Vjerojatno promeniš sa recimo 10 na 0 ili kako je.
I onda se taj lik hvali kako on igra dobro Igra dobro, ali znaš, svako malo pomaže. Što donosi prednost nad konkurencijom.
Lijepo da ne čuješ korake, evo ti to nije malo. Sad.
Pa nije malo. Na čudnom mjestu mi stoji Winchesterka, ovo još nisam gledao. Iza korpice.
Spartans 83 said, Mogli Bismo du NS?
Da nije malo kasno. 5 sati i 5 minuta. To sam mogli ranije.
Spartans 83 said, a JBG ki sabila tripni century raid do 22h.
Sutra onda, preksutra. Ako ne budeš radio.
Spartans 83 said, Radim.
Radiš, a? Pa radi. Biće dana kad ne šajte. Ne vidim prednost toga pištolja nad ovom Winchesterkom. Osim što ima kao kundak, jel' pa nema sve. Kome je to jedina prednost, onda... Farma desno od nas.
Ljudi, a?
Da. Ne moraš ići tamo, ali samo ti kažem da si tamo. Ako krenu vamo i nešto.
Dobro, spawnali se tamo.
Ti bi za njima. Ne bi ti to preporučio.
Jo, gledam.
Gledaj kako hoćeš, ne bi ti preporučio da ideš s njima. Može neko da ode AFK od njih. I onda traži kasu, na primjer. Kao što ja volim da tražim kasu. Da, zaboravim da ti kažem. To ti je prizim. Ako hoćeš, sačekaj me samo da pogledam na par mjesta gdje znam da je kasa važi. Oko tome da je rok. Znaš ti djevojku oprosti? Ili ti služi samo za seks? Ne pitam tebe. Pitam toga što mi piše na chatu. Služi samo za seks ili... šta?
Zašto ne bude služi?
Ha, brate, izvedeš je na piće, na kolače, na sladoled, u bioskop, sve to košta.
Ne mogu.
Brate, onda će biti sam čitao život, ako ne voli to, sad će...
Vole samo da uzmeš ih pojebiš, kupiš neki poklončić.
Da ne bude sama čitao život, nek jebe mamu. Da oprostiš.
Rano imaš iznak, pazi. Šteta što u ovom svijetu ne postoji Vitajevom.
Što ne postoji?
Vitajevom. Ako si igrao ovaj Hammer.
Jesam, ali...
Ona znaš da se oni krigovi.
Dobro.
Ne znam, žali na noneo, znači.
Spartans 83
Imaju neku tehnologiju.
Magaraz Bodis and Otigarj of Ajaku Alav IDE Sam I Jep Stostigni Bez Obabes.
Seks bez obaveze. Pa dobro, onda... Evo, bolje od mene da jebeš, nego da mi praviš obavezu. Bolje mi izjebi pola sata, nego da imam obavezu čitati.
To je neki artificial
veštačka matrica, šta ne?
Da.
Ajde, sad možeš slobodno na Vindiranu ti izuzmeš trajk. Odmah ću se podružiti. Imaš ovdje plavu, ako hoćeš plavi papir. Treba? Imaš nešto da unlockuješ. Noževe, tako nešto.
Imam bomb, da uključam bombu.
Streli u nešto.
Da će da uključam.
Crti zmija.
I da tu postoji život bi nam bio mnogo lakše.
Spartans 83 said.
Spartans
83 said. Imas ili Nemas.
Neko je bio, ne, znaš da je Brickworks pa onda na Fort. O tom mene ne interesuje, mene interesuje lova.
Spartans 83 said. Slot old.
Pusti se Milane.
Imaš ovdje već.
Sutra idem na posao i kad bi par sati još da provedem odmarajući, a ne šetajući se okolo. Si baš sad našao da se šetaš okolo, što nisi juče išao nekako. Ajmo vidim. Ma Milan, dosad u životu. Viška para, viška vremena.
Spartans 83 said.
Automat imaš.
IMS and slot old.
To bio dikor. Nije bio dikor. Čuo se 3 do 6 metaka se čuo.
Da su oni bufali automat, da se se nekako mnogo lakše handluje s njim.
Boga mi, ja sam gledao onoga Horneta. Čovjek se popne na kutije, nišani ni cestu i samo sipa. Ba.
Spartans 83
pada čovjek po snopu.
done some.
To je tvoj problem. Doneseš.
Prijatelj, donesi kutiju s nanove, ne?
Nemam pojma, valja.
Spartans 83 said.
Neko je z noga, recimo, kad
Elite
spali jednu
IMS.
strelu, oni spali još jednu. Ne znam zbog čega.
To je lag. Što ispališ 2 strele odjednom.
Da, ispali mi jednu, ono mi izvuče još jednu i ispali mi jednu automatski sad.
Lag. Delay. Ako hoćeš oružje da nabaviš, možemo otići u fort. Mislim, meni ne treba, mi više značilo trait ili experience. Evo ti experience. Ako si zimao prestiž skoro. Nisi. Pa šta si, koji si?
Završio sam. 100 nivo sam.
Čega? 9. prestiž rank 100.
Da. A me zime da non stop...
Grinduješ, zato ja ne igram hardcore. Zbog toga.
I tako mi je...
Jes.
Ne mogu još.
Ti, pa ne mogu ni ja.
7,5 je sasvim dobro.
Ajmo u Ford da vidimo šta se dešava. Ostali su loši u Ford.
Ovi idu na njih, a?
No ih idu. Isekao si me konentis. S tog ugla kad si došao. Naravno je to što nemam upaljeno ono govno, ne highlightove. I ne mogu na to da se slanjam, onda se slanjam na zvuk i vizualno da sam te video, očekivao sam te na kontra strani. Ovi kao da će da beže. Ili se možda pozicionira iznad njih. Ja ste u Ford odem. Tamo je bilo pozicionirano. Pogledaj.
Da sam ga još uvijek u ovim vreme kas.
Evo ti Rus. Ne možeš mi reći da je Ramos ćirilično, nije ćirilično. Ili su Grci. Grčko, možda Grčko to.
Stepeno pažanje.
Čovjek, neko je agrovo konj. Znaš tu snajper kakav?
Čujem.
Neko ti je bio na... Tu. Šta ja pinem?
Pozinat nema, 2 metkice. Kad mi trebaju metkici, nikad ih nema tu.
Tačno. Ovu nemoj ići prema meni. Vrati se levo u šum. Taj mora se čuje s kilometra. Hoćeš ti kroz vodu? Pa idu s vidjela ako ćeš. Ja sam teo da se vratim u fort, ali... mi se čini da ćemo tamo natrapat na nekog. Neko ima u fortu. Vidiš ga šta? Tu je li?
Dos.
Kuda idu? Gore na sever ili vam? Na jug?
Tamo.
Ajmo onda u fort dođemo. Ovako. Ima što se može naći pa ćemo za njim. Što se meni čini da je ovo 1-3 i mnogo dus. A ovi su si pobegli. A, ubrat. Možemo i mi na sever doći. To oni rade, ne? To nisi tu radi.
Ovo su gage, ovi.
Ja se izvinjavam ako sam tu gorio, a znam da jesam. Zaubili su. Biće gužva ne izlazala, ako hoćeš daj gas.
Znam. Nisi vidio da je otišao ovaj cenac. S onim bijelim kaputom i...
Desno sam negdje pucao. Tebe čekala sam, srce moje violina. Da, nabio sam se nadra, mogu se podmerim. Nevjerovatno. Mene brine da sad se ne sudarimo s njima s desnog boka. Znaš šta bi ti poručio? Zamotaj malo prema Blank Briner i desno. Nemojte čak livadom, tamo mnogo je otvoreno.
Da prođemo iza, a?
A onda možeš levo okolo Godard Docks. Ne znam, ćeš i stići. Možeš oko Godard Docks, okolo da. Po pucnjaju bi rekao da će oni stići trika u isto vreme kad i mi.
Mislim tiše, pošto vidim ovaj dim. I konji se ne čuju.
Imbecil trči za mnom.
Zombi, a?
A imbecil, koji imbecil te prati iska na kraj mapi, zombi odustane. Ovaj goni do smrti. Immortal, da. Ako nas bude pratio do ekstrakta, pucaj ga slobodno. Lezi malo, ti jebem više. Znaš odakle me je pratio? Sa sever, da, sa početka dokova. Znači tamo da je Taraba, odatle sam ga povukao, vukao se dovde do koči. Znači može da te prati s na kraj mape, jel veriš to? I ne odustaje. Tako agresivna i su napravili. Nevjerovatno. A agruje se čim te bilo šta lokuje, znaš, bilo to care, armored, obično zombi, bilo šta. Povuče agro od njih i krenu, okrenu. Sti jebi.
Bravo, bio mešavina, četvorke.
Ne znam da li uzimaš nekromanse, znam da ću uzeti vulčur. Sljedeći meš ću uzeti nekromanse.
Ja znam, neću da ga uzmem. Ćeš i ti se nama, Boris.
Šta kažeš?
Ćeš i ti se nama.
Ajde.
Ali mi skupljamo cash, znaš. Tako?
To njemu možda gej.
Da se nadam eventa da pokretu.
Čekaj da ga nađem.
Čekaj.
Evo. Pritisni play i ono će ti ubaciti.
Ej, nemam te, suza kanula, tebe čekala sam.
Znači, heal odmah.
Čekaj.
Nemoj da mi čekaš i...
Čekaj. Pa se vezao tog jednog heala jebote što si baš gledao, pa healujem se ja uvijek.
Ne baš, ti kažeš čekaj, imam ga na nišanu.
Pa, imam.
Evo heal pa se ostalo.
Ovo više znači.
A pekat?
Pogledaj je. Pa šta ću da uzmem? Viš šta sam uzeo?
Da, bro.
A vidiš municiju koju sam uzeo?
Full metal jacket i...
Ne, za samstrel.
Čekaj. Čok.
Zna zašto.
Se čujemo sad bolje?
Čujemo.
Prepostavljam.
Uglavnom svi ovi u top 100 im piše na PP-ovima da su učitelji.
Naravno.
I'm bot, ma daj.
Je li kod vas pada besomučno ova
Option script, je to postoji, evo ti.
Šta li postoji?
Option script neki. Da ključuješ, evo, da zalegneš, čušneš.
Možda.
Je li kod vas pada ova kiša besomučno?
Pada.
Pa, padalo pa prestalo, ono.
Znači ovo je nerealno je.
Ima neki, pojavljuje se crouching bug.
Dešava se da ti se uspori neka toliko brzina kretanja od čučanja da ne možeš više povratiš normalnu brzinu kretanja. To ti je bug.
Znači uzmi povedem koji kujac jebote ovo.
무기를 두 개 든 상대를 많이 만나게 되다 보니까 이 이도에 대한 공부를 할 필요성을 좀 느꼈어요. 그래서 오늘 특별한 선생님을 한 분 초빙해봤습니다. 정태선 선생님 나와주세요.
안녕하십니까. 저는 이연회에서 지도를 맡고 있는 정태선이라고 합니다.
그 무사시라면 저희가 아는 그 무사시?
네, 맞습니다.
진짜요?
그러니까 저는 이도를 시작한 이유가 힘이 없어서 시작했어요.
정말요?
네, 1도 중단에 뭐 이제 연타라고 하지 않습니까? 그게 안 돼갖고 2도를 시작했어요. 메커니즘만 알면은 효과적으로 쓸 수 있는 게 2도예요. 2도는 그런 것들이.
Ja sam već bio stavio redi, ali izgleda da neko...
Da sam ja otkazao.
Vidiš, upravo tako, to što si ti radio.
정말이지 검도를 하면서 가장 무력한 순간이었습니다. 과거에 이도밤밤님을 한번 만나봤었기 때문에 어떻게든 공략할 수 있겠지 생각했었거든요.
밀려서 못 올라왔어.
Vidi da.
Ništa mi to ne predstavlja. Rekli su da su fiksovali ove sponove, znaš, a to nije istina. To je laž, znaš kakva? I dalje si ljudi sponuju levo i desno od ove pozicije gdje smo mi trebali. Laž, nevjerojatno.
Znači može tamo da nam dođu ljudi i onda...
Tačno. Ne morate svi da budete u kući. Ljudi, a? Nazad, povlačim se. Pošto neće ga skupljati.
Vidio sam ga u žbunju.
Sad što hoćete, da ih čekamo ili idemo dalje?
Može da ih čekamo. Sad vidim jednog.
Ako jedan ih čeka, to su možda solo akcije.
Ide ka nama. Ovdje.
Evo
ga. Imamo mosinku ili tako nešto. Da ga spežim.
Što ga ne gađaš bodljikavom žicom?
A ne znam da ima domet.
Pa moraš da znaš domet. Ništa.
Ubio sam ga.
Gdje je tamo?
Nema doma.
Gađi ga iz daljine žicom, to ti je moj savjet. Tamo. Au, brate, oko gađi, to je label, znaš. Znaš šta bi ti savjetovao? Povuci se. Ima veći domet nego mi. Tamo se povuci i ne stavi dalje. Nađi bossa pre njih. To ti to. Niko me nije čuo.
Čuo sam te. Samo da uzem da mu na tijelo bacim žicu.
Mamu ti je, ovdje boss nije, piči na ovaj King Snake Mine. Ne King Snake Mine, kako se zove ovaj? Da, ovo gore.
Nema šape kad jebe kjeba.
Jebe kjeba, ali znao sam da nije sam.
Pa znao sam ja da nije sam. Ne previše se slobodno kretao za neko.
Solo se kreće mnogo sporije.
Whipping Stone.
Kako ti izgledao taj što si gubio?
Imao je ovo... Mislim... Imao seno i to.
Ona žena? Novi onaj skin.
Da.
Daughter of Decay. Može se lako desiti da i oni dođu vamo. Može odi još krik. Šta je to, ljudi, traž, šta?
Meni.
Ona časna sestra, šta?
Da.
Je li tu boss? Ja mislim da nije.
Ja kad ti pingujem ovako, ono može znači da su tu ljudi. Ja to ne radim bez razloga.
Jel kampuju unutra ili je samo otišao da skuplja trag?
Vidio sam i da je prošao, da li je uzeo trag ili nije...
Čini mi se da boss nije ovdje.
A krenuli bi da ga tu uzem.
Boss ti je Seven Sister ili Moses. Tamo ti je boss.
I one su pišli ovdje. Ne čuje se da pišli te...
Oni se Boris, ubit ćeš se na to.
nije uzeo taj vodu.
Ima i drugi. U mene samo, stani. Stani malo, majko mi je, ti dela sinster.
Ovaj je uzet.
Znam da je. Ona je ispred nas, polako sam. Nije ona ni stigla do klizine. Nije toliko prošlo vremena.
Da ja sam vidio nju, možda tu još.
Ne, nije ona stigla do klizine. Ja bi se čekao da počne malo puškaranje. Još malo. Ovi još nisu prošli. Ona ekipa što je Nenad
Eno, tamo brane iza zatvora neko zigu.
Znam. Ona ekipa na koju je Nenad pucao, oni još nisu prošli pored nas. To ti je ramer. To sam ja digao. Metar od zvuna. Double barrel.
Evo ga.
Benti.
Pogođen.
Metar. Ručni si je ti ubio i ove. Znamo da je jedan manje.
Ne valja ovo brdo. Morate se micat negdje odavde. Pazi, bacim diranku. Ili hoćeš da te jebe mit ili double barrel.
Još jedan manje.
Ti bi da prolaziš tome. Misliš stvarno da će strela brže stići nego sad?
A ne, neću da priđem, bože moj. Treba da ga pustiš da izađe ovamo.
Bori će dobiti po leđima, bojim se. Ne valja ovdje. Tamo. Uppercut.
Tu je istočno levo sad, jebem ti.
Nemoj to što radiš. Sve u redu.
Jedna ekipa metra.
Bar jedna ekipa. Imamo li serpent, neko?
Ne. Ja nemam. Jednostavno ne znam.
Imam ja.
Dođi vam. Pa dođi vam. Dođi okolo prizime. Ne, dođi s nam. Zarotiraj ako zatvori drpim dom. Ne toliko blizu, opet će ti sa šotkom na glavu. Ne, da pokrivi ga.
Može stane ispod.
Može.
Pređi skroz dole, gdje ne možete pogoditi.
Idi u pičku materinu.
Sam sebe usro, šta?
Ne, nije mi uopšte plavi okvir bio oko Nenada. Ne znam kako.
To je bug. To je bug. Ja nemam ništa od toga. Nego ga nisi ubio. Ajmo nazad, nek teče za nama. Ajmo na jugu. Ne krenu sa svojim šotkama za nama.
Srce mi stalo, evo te kad sam vidio Nenada, nisam skapirao da je on. Otkud sad piču.
Ne skeniraj ti oko nas jednom.
Nema, samo na zatvoru.
Odlično, ajmo na. Neka krenu u dan. Ko ima bounty? Dođi vam sekundu. Kućni tu užbun. To ti je full stamina, trči. Skenira još jednom oko toga compounda.
Ništa nije u vidiku.
Amo ka izlazi. Meni se bacio. Isuse, Bože, Majko, Božija, Hriste. Hriste, Bože, Isuse. On njih gleda kuda ide, znaš? Kreni ka izlazi. Znam, ubići nas. Kreni ka izlazi, vidio? Vidio? Kako ne umremo, ovo si mi ti bacio. Znaš? Jedan lud i drugi još luđi. Ka izlazu, odmah. Pravi si krug nigde. Gledaj gdje ideš, možda će te Nenad ubiti. Ja se izvijem. Pa na mene tebi neprijatelj. Što niste djeca mojih neprijatelja?
Nije ni gledao.
Znam da nije gledao.
Ja još kažem pazi.
A ne gleda on ispod nogu.
Hvala ti, ja se XP-a manje.
A ništa.
Ja ću pošaljem. Koliko? Kilo. Nije malo. Čekaj, baš da vidim, ajde. Da je mu daš tu neko da prihvati ovo što. A što napadaš to i mi?
They killed each other, my friends, with their traps. Hello Ebola, what's up? Ne prodaje ništa. Ja imam sve.
Mnogo, znaš,
To ti je višak pri merenju ili šta?
Ne i punjene, će mi košta. 7.000 će mi košta. Dobro, ovo sam ubio četvorku neku. A tačno sam znao da će da naleti na to.
Što si postavio?
Da bi ovi naletjeli, a ne on.
Samo si da znaš da će on da naleti.
Mislim stvar.
Još malo pet evo na onu pelmu da naleti. Jabuke ti se preskaju te ispod.
Svaka i ovaj legendary snake shot taj i anti-root shot traju 1200 sekundi, nemojte.
Šta si rekao? Možeš da ne možeš.
Snura said, at S.W.Frost won back after making 20 liters of Swedish pea soup with sausage and meatballs.
That's a soup with the meatballs and sausage? Wow, very impressive.
Pa ne smeju, zato što ti mora voliš njegu pesticida i to.
Well, enjoy the goofiest trio you have ever seen.
Kiša opeo, ti normalan.
Koren drvete to ušlo, ne?
Gdje može da opere kiša koji je to sistemik, čovječ?
Made a lot of food and freeze it so I can have rest of month.
Nenade, jel prodaješ tip?
Well, if the cooking is something that, like, you know, makes you satisfied, I'm good. Good. Very nice.
Da vidim šta mu je ovo... aktivna materija, ovome ću ti kažem. A, sam ne dao to, dao te metin. Perfekt je on.
Lovely.
Dimetor... pa prodaješ.
Radio Ebola said, Snake with a team stream, best snake stream.
Thank you, Ebola, but we're a bunch of cannibals, you'll see.
Koliko bi ti koštalo? Ma ne vidim što bi ti... šta će tebi to?
Ma ne treba mi, kad smo radili u Inhemu smo to proizvodili, pa to je bio koncentrat bočica. Ovi što su krali kažu da košta kod đavo jedna je.
Pa ne košta tu puno, 200 dinara, manje da slušaj. Koncentrirana emulzija.
A otrovan je...
Pa sve ti je to otrovno. Šta, jedna kutija? Ja ga ne čujem šta kažeš. Ček minut. Čekaj kažem. Čekaj moram ti pojačam. Šta je jedna kutija? Milone?
Man, makes no sense.
A dobro, to je vjerojatno ovo da vrše zaštitu u silosima i to. Pa to. Pa džabe što kupu kad ti to ne smije da piskaš pleskalicom, zato što u silosima imaš i specijalnu opremu koja radi doziranje i rasprškivanje.
Prison. Kad imamo 2 bounty, aj proćemo drugi bounty. Imaš jednu zmiju unutra, Borisu, u sred zgrade.
Pa jednu sam pokupio, ima još jednu.
To ne postoji. To shvat. Siguran da je to. Nema veze.
Ima kasa ovdje, da vidim. Gore. Ček. Nema. Moja greška, nema. Ne, prison. Ja sam rekao prison. Ne znam da li ste me čuli. Da, i nema ni izlaza tamo. Prc.
Gdje je ovo? Peš. A ja sam gdje sam bio čak je bil i mater.
Šta? Arden Periš, imate još jedan trag ovdje.
Čekaj da rešimo ovdje.
Gore nam. Evo ti ubije ovu, molim te, više nemam strela. Hvala. Nemam snage više da ih bijem.
Mnogo ih ima da nešto ovdje. Daj.
Tu imaš zmija, Boris.
13 čovjek.
Nemojte da idete u fajt sa skrijene da palite, to je moj savjet. Ja imam 9.
Ja imam 5.
Pa nemojte da idete. Desno neko od nas. 90, 105, pa da. Ajmo, slušajte me sad dobro. Ajmo prema arsenalu da zapalimo zmiju. Čuješ me? Da zapalimo zmije pa ćemo se vratiti.
Ali pošto ne ide bolje.
Šta se vidi dobro?
Postavljaju on. Evo njega može da javiš.
To je završio event, ja sam na 5. stage.
Znam da Boris nije završio, ja sam završio.
To?
Ajmo zapali to.
To sam čuo traje još oko koji.
30 nešto dana. There is 34 more days and I finished the event, but one of my friends didn't, so we are kind of doing it. Znaš koliko mi imamo sad poena koje nismo kasirali? Jedno 40 čini mi se. Tako, i više.
Znači, on ima 30, ja imam 5.
Imam 9.
18,
Puta 2. Ide puta 2, puta 2, da. Ide puta 2. Možemo proći kroz Ford da vidimo, možda se naći nešto pojena. Dakle,
su na malu.
da, pratim ih pomalo gdje se. Skini ovo. Ne da čekam da opali strelu, opali. Ja nemam ih mali. Ovo. Ne, ovo nisam teo. Ne, da je okej.
Special ammo. Kaži. Kaži.
Što ne kažeš, što to meni znaš da kažeš. Kad smrkaš je ena.
Pa toliko vas ima, samo to bijem.
Ovaj mi je ono piče.
Evo jedna na vrhu zida. Ide sa mnom. Ovdje više nemate zmija, možete nositi ove da zapalite ako hoćete. Moguće point blank nožem. Impossible.
Ovdje si imamo nikog ovdje.
Ovi izlaze. Ti našao bar jednu korpicu tamo u tom kompoundu.
Znaš sam prazni.
Opon na moć. Pejač.
I onda me pitate zašto zašto ne igram evropski server. Ne mogu više da gledam te tagove. Sa ja i ju i glupostima. Zamka mi. Život ćeš ostaviti nešto.
Šta bi?
Zamka. Gdje je taj šporet? Negdje nazad, jel?
Tamo.
Nazad, a? Napolje. Krenite ka izlazu odmah. Zapali to i trči napolje. Tu je Boris. Bjega. Ka severu. Što brže. Imate 5 minuta do gore. Imate li stamine ili?
Ja imam stamina šut.
Ja sam sebi dao pre 2 minuta. Imam još 2,5.
Ja imam još minuti.
To ti je dosta. Samo cestom gore ka izlazi. Da se žališ da ne skupljamo pojene. Treba ti skana na kraj mape oko 5 minuta. Ali da ne staviš puno. Ne, nemoj to da radiš. Nemoj to nikad radiš, to ti je 2 pojena. Pet minuta, ali zavisi da li moraš da stojiš, da biješ nešto, da li te nešto usporava. Ja sam trčao sa, kako se zove, donji desni ćošak mape, da je ono ribarnica, ona okružena vodom, na onoj prvoj mapi. Odatle sam trčao do gore do Madone, za 3,5 minute čini se mi tada. 3,5 minute. To je bilo dosta brzo.
A to onaj Ketić.
Da, sa Ketiša gore na Madonu, 3,5 minuta, da. Može, ali da ne staješ puno. I ostala mi još minuta. A dolje ti da staneš na 2-3 sekunde, samo da staneš pod kočiš. Izaš se.
Jovan. Jadno.
Karmanser imam. Možda steady aim i marksman. And Samo ti polako.
Zaboravio se.
Šta, summons? Ja sam ga uradio dan. Jel summons? Jel to?
Ne, da uzem nove traitove.
Keep shooting, please keep shooting. And take care of the people with weapons.
Here we go. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Yo, alright everybody, we are back to the Last Stand Legacy Collection. The Last Stand came out in Now, I did a video on this right corner of the screen right now. There's going to be a link for that in case you missed that. You didn't see a full playthrough. How about sure we can finish it in one video, but I'm going to check out the Last Stand you didn't see. And that's how we ended up in the predicament that we are in now. To find a weapon. Apparently missed a very souped-up sniper gun. 40 days. It's been a month. Video brought. Can we please kill this fat man? All right. Game's apparently a lot difficult now. Get away from here. He's so big. Why you miss over and over when the curse is right on him? Okay. Look. Get him in the head. Look how many headshots. Good God. They've amped up the difficulty for the second game. It's like immediately like bam. No, not even like having a couple of zombies just walking to the screen slowly. It's like you send the entire horse per hour consistently myself, huh? Well, considering how bad that was early on, let's at least give myself up to kind of alright. Let's go to the big house for 4 hours. There's a question mark. The barricade faster this way. Yeah, it's gonna be kind of end of me.
Pity mrak.
Freaking dogs, get him out of here. All right. So we searched every extra person we got, and we got everything. Man, the weapons for us.
Oh.
Možda se izlazi. Mi smo ti manje više u površnom delu mape. Da uopšte pucamo na bilo koga. Najgore što može se desiti upadnemo u fight, gdje se oduži, a da boss bude gore neko.
Najgore što može se desiti upadnemo negdje u neki sandvič.
Point je da drugi ljudi počnu pucnjavati. Lako je meni dodati se na njih. Ne volim prej da počinjem pucnje. Isto kao prošli meč, jednog ste deknuli i ovi drugi su se zakampali, ne mrde. A ono su ti najvjerojatnije bili random 30. Nemoguće da ljudi toliko igra dvojni jedni od drugih. Man, misliš, nismo ih čuli, ja ih u prizonu nisam čuo da pucam, znaš?
Ne, kada napuća na plantaži.
Da?
Trebao se da mu nađem glavu, ali...
Ma kak. Optiku ima 100%. Znaš gdje je možda bio? Negdje, čini mi se na drugom spratu mi daleko da je bio plantaž.
Bio u nekom žbunju.
Neravna je mapa, teško je reći gdje iko može biti, znaš? Ova konkretna mapa je neravna. Znaš gdje će biti boss? Shipyard u 100%.
Što pregledaj, gasi si ili? Pa ti ispadnu. Ti ispadnu danas.
Nije.
Men det var på det spart, så tror jag.
Nije.
Samo ne mora ga onako jako, nego polako za to. Možda se pomeni do 5. To džabe da ga sežeš, neće da držim. Da evo kako ti truke to. Ajde molimo na testimone.
Znate, pročujem prvo taj shipyard, čoravi. Stani! Konji negdje. Neko od vas digao konj.
Ja nisam.
Neko digao konja vamo. Evo ti idu kroz močvaru, sredinom mapu.
Tu boss u crkvi.
U crkvi?
Ne moću da jadiš.
Ko ja?
Boris.
Šta je ovo bre, ovaj glupi nož, jebote?
Da će poginem.
5 puta ga udaram, glupim, jebenim light nožem koji mi Dracula savjetuje, koji kurac ne može ovom psu da uradi.
Nije nego ti... Nenade, diži ga i...
Pičku materinu.
Dobar je light nož, ali treba da znaš žitijski.
Treba da znaš da ideš sa svakim oružjem. Ja sam igrao sa light nožem 2000 sati, nisi imao nikakvih problema. Nije ni postojao heavy knife u igri.
5 puta sam ga udario.
Ne, nego si ga udario svaki put kad je skočio nazad.
Idu ka nama.
A znam, izlazi s mape. Izlazi s mape. Znam ja to. Tamo teraj na kontra stranu. Vaaaa! Zato što su ti ptice uvek gore na krovu. Onda i što skupiš pona nešto moj da zapališ. Ja savjetujem ako hoćete da skupimo ovih malo tokena. Ja sam mislio da ga je čovjek ubio, ponemite se. Da sam ga demo. Ja obično bežim od crvenih burac, znaš. Imaš kutiju tu. Šta si se uplao svega ti?
Nisam bacio sam na ovoga.
Ne treba. Nekako ne mi si bodi spucat lagano. Zapravo možeš, uzmi levering ako imaš Winchester ko bodi si.
A nemam više.
Kako nemaš? Pa imaš, to ti je Winchester ko što nosiš. Pa nemaš mesta. Dobro. Thank you.
Još niko nije ubio bossa.
Zauzeti su skrivanjem po žbunima. Ako hoćeš, ja ti savjetujem da nađeš ovih tokena koliko god možeš.
Evo sad smo tu pred...
Ali ništa toga ne nosiš napolje, znaš. To je problem.
Jebi ga.
Jedino što možeš je da se čekaš da se oni poubijaju i onda da priđeš boss arenu. To je jedini način.
Isplati se.
Pa isplati se ako ćeš sada obigraš čitavu mapu i pokupiš sve. I samo siđeš dole kad oni su gotovi. Pa možemo i sledeći meče. Ovo je jako teško. Zavisiš od njih i ne znaš kada će oni da krenu.
Napojem je ovo meč. Idi stane ovdje, zapali se. Dođi on. Stane ispod ovoga. Uđi u vatru.
Izgori 25 health i ugasi se onda. I kupi 50 healtha na kraju meča. Koliko ti je dosta?
Je ova mala guna mora potrošiš metke. Bez veze.
Da, to ja nikad ne radim. Paz da se ne zapekneš na to. Uci u to slobodno ako hoćeš.
Bolje da se stavi.
Neće ga oni sad vamo dolaziti. Ko tu bio? Kjer?
Da.
Ali, ono što ću mu kažem, znaš da se nikad ne biješ s Kjerom na ravnu livadu. Jer on...
Pazi, udario sam ga, on krenuo da krvari i udaram ga još 4 puta i ništa.
Sa heavy atakom bi trebalo da ga ubiješ. Jer bi to bio onaj skacigom na glavi.
Nije.
Običan Kjer. Kao da je Rambo u pitanju.
Čekaj, šafa, moram pijem vode. Dođi ću ki.
Beastface ti je jedan od najjačih, verovatno, trojtova. Znaš kako si juče došao, bio do ćoška i taman sam doskočio, znaš, sa Lightfootom. I provjerim iz ćoška vrane na metar. I ja samo stanem, okrenem se i polako čučnju od puzim. I ne dignu se. Na metar sam dignuo. Samo što nisam ne gađa. Znaš kada bi to uspjelo da nisi imao Beastface?
Zversko lice.
Lice zveri.
Hoće li stati ovog kiše više?
deep breath in the mountain. Deep breath in the mountain. Oh. The mountain slayer. Climb that mountain.
Tako sam mislio da stanem na jedno dobro mjesto južno od prizona, znaš. Relativno dobro. Gdje čovjek ima glitch, da staneš i zidovi od crkve nisu učitani, pa jedno 25% crkve se vidi bez teksture. Znaš, ako loš bug. Noću najbolje. Teo se s te strane da priđem, ali kad je Boris...
Teško zarađene pare. Pa šta je ona teško zaradila i jebelno ima majku i oca i sestri i nevestu? Samo da se dokopam vlasti.
Ko je teško zaradio pare?
Miljana Kulić.
Svinjana Kulić.
Teško je zaradila pare i neko ju uzima te pare.
Ono, psiho zreo za ludnicu i evo.
Joj, bože moj. Lepo je neko nej. Dođeš tako vreme kad se kada obogati.
Imaš tu mnogo water devil, ovo nije normalno, znaš? Ptice sam čuo, ptice negdje dole. Ne? Nema djafaka. Puštam radi. Ja i Boris. Imaš dole Boris ovdje. Skeniraj pa švit. Našao? Jes. Probaju zgradu proti puta. Ima, jedna na gornjem spratu tu, druga u prizemlju.
A sam?
Ne. To je to, dekor.
Si pokupio tu kasu ili ja ili?
Ne, kase nema. 3 korpe smo našli, Boris. On možda jednu ili dve, ja 2 sigurno. Ajmo na vamo. Kako se već ovo zove? Livestock.
Sve vi ovdje pokupili?
Jest. Port Tricker čujem. Ona je mislim bio shotbow. Ja dobro znam zvuke. Pazim ptice. I ptice isto kažem. Taj teško stop prolazi, ovo je smeće. Užas. 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 Čiji sam bacio sekiru, okrenulo se za njom. Ne verujem. Patki, pazi. Možda dolaze vamo, Boris. Znam, rekao sam ti na port trickeru da su. Znam, port tricker, rekao sam bio. Ovo imaju samostrel, Boris. Siđi u podrum, skoči dole, veruj mi, skoči dole. Samo skoči. Stani, čučni tu. Čučni, ne mrdaj. Digni se onim... Kako se zove na smeći? Digni iznad glave ti. Pa sad, je li port tricker ili je li se, šta je? Ti čuješ nekoga gore od igrača?
Ovdje gore ne. Našao sam kasu, dobio sam 1000.
Dobar, ti možeš izreć komotu bez borbe. Evo na Stillwater. Hvala. Ne bi ja to radio. Aj sad nastavi preko logbe, ovi idu vam. Ili neko gura njih, ili oni vuku dole na jug. Samo nemojte da stojite ovdje, već nema jagi sa njom. Znači Stillwater. Evo zmija ovdje. Da odemo polako na logbe po zmije. Bez dizanja buke. Nije to Lis. A Liset je u istoj liniji kao i onaj Stillwater, znaš? Ista linija. Nije to Lis. Mnogo je daleko i to ti je po drumi, znači to što čuješ. Evo ti jedna korpica ovdje negdje. U sred compoundu. Prođi, Borise, prođi, samo prođi. Nenade, stani, umrećeš. Put baš tuda krenu.
A teo sam da miniraš.
E pa, bit ćeš miniran od toga ako ne budeš budan.
Vidio sam. Pogledaj sam ponovno.
Pare. sa stepeništa. Imaš ako hoće žuto bure. Sad će ovi vam. Pustite ih da prođe ovi. Evo ti ovo ne nada. Moguće da me stigo. Moguće da me stigo. Prestani, prestani. Nek idu. Ajmo mi... Možda se mi pucati, a ne bi da zapalimo. Koliko imate pojena? 6. 12. Treba zapaliti ovo. Evo bude Boris. Savjetujem ti da ne ideš puno cik-cak. Ćeš naleteti na neko od zamka što smo postari ja i Nenad. Nenad da ovo bude. Ne znam na koga ide. Ne znam na koga ide. Bacio sam sekiru. Ja sam krenuo da bacam sekiru, otišao je levo. Ček sekundu da proverim nešto. Idite zapalite te zmije. Ja imam optiku, znam zašto sam otišao tamo. Čista sumnja ćeš ti na mušicu da gađaš toliko daleko. Hoću da ih sa 200 metara prvom pusti. Sparks. Još. Spalite te zmije. Otiću ja za vama čim završimo. Ovi gure. Nemoj to da reći, zašto to pinuješ?
Vode su pingujem. Gdje ga on?
Evo me desno od tebe.
On je s tobom.
Smo nekada idemo u put reke.
Da.
Šta on radi na ovoj njegovoj obnovi?
Pič. Ja radim. Onaj novi skin, ona ženska, kako zove, Presient, ili tako? Sa Spark Sniperom. One Compound. Ona ima 1/2 bounty.
Znate gde su peći ove zmije?
Uvijek su na jako vidljiva mjesta.
Ovo je sad njih digli.
Slušaj, Boris, ako ti šta znači, oni to ne čuju. Ako si jedan compound i malo jače dalje od njih, ne čuju.
Gospode, niko nije napadaju.
Šta to tu? Pa nije. Kad spalite sve zmije, onda možete polako sleđati kako hoćete malo nišaniti. Samo da znate da i...
Ćemo i kurac kad ja ne mogu da nađem tu peć.
Ne, da pokažu čak.
Pokušavam jedan, nije na onim
Naš gde?
Preko daj sajde, pokušavam da nađem isto.
Teško će naći preko dati sajte. Evo vam je ovdje. Po tome. Kako niste vidjeli iz ovog ugla, ste dolazili?
Nismo.
Niste gledali tamo. Tu se sponu isto. Tu je jedna, ima još jedna.
Znam. Pogledajte spalene zmije, boss.
Šta?
Pogledajte spalene tokene.
Da li nemaš više žutih tokena?
A ne, ja spalio.
Idite onda na njih.
Neki put dođu da je zabavno.
Ne nego ako tvoj saveznik...
Ma daj, što na mene?
A zašto su produžili dalje? Hoće neko da mi objasni. Bila je jedna zmija u podrumu, čini mi se. Ovdje. Ne znam da ste vidjeli. Ja nisam to da se zajebam. Jedno u podrumu ima.
Malo na ove.
Da, niste morali svi za mnom. To se jedan teo solo da uradim. Imam onaj boost, vidim na 30 metara radi se, zato sam došao ovdje, zato znam da smo jednu zaboravili sigurno.
Znaš, kamo je neki postavio posle.
Šta je to? Jedan čovjek stoji napolju. Moguće to? Gdje nije bilo nešto puno pucnjava, gdje je samo boss umro, čini mi se.
Pazi, boli se. Pazi Šelić po tom compoundu, cijela nije.
Šta si minirao, lisu?
Jebe, logbay, teče preko logbay.
Nemojte se preko logbay zabaviti. Ja sam minirao barem.
Mi smo ga cijelog minirali.
Ako krenu da se opuštaju i da beže preko logbaya, bojim se da će biti mrtvi. Jako čudno su se pozicionirali oko toga compounda, znaš?
Daš optiku, posmatri pa mi se.
Nemam optiku.
Ne, imam jedino ja imam.
Pada.
Šta je sad? Pad pozicija, niko ne ide.
Tako je nova. Ovaj ide napred nazad, ide ka tebi ovaj.
Ko, onaj jedan? Ne ide nigdje.
Ovdje, vozi je. Imamo latka iza nas, pazi.
Eno ga na krovu, gledaj.
Ja moram upeđem dosta da bi mogao da japim se mukom sistema. Čujem.
Probam ja sa Centenirom.
Čekaj.
Ti imaš 160 metara, mislim 170 headshot.
Primjeno, ne pokušavam.
Koji je to? Ovaj ambar, jel?
Ne, evo ga ovdje. Eno sad je utrčao u terasu ovdje.
Begaju.
Trojica begaju, jedan ide ka meni. Ajte vi vamo na mene, momci.
Ići preko log B-a.
Neka idu tako. Neću. Ovo ide prema meni, Nenad. Zamotajte kroz šumu prema meni.
Nismo. Ovo je skoči da idem gore.
Može biti. On je na krovu, puca na njih. Da bi nekde. Krenut će oni napolje. Čekajte, nemojte, slušaj, vi to gurate. Vi to gurate njih, šta? Pa polako, pa rekao sam ti da imaju shotbolt. A rekao sam ti da imaju shotbolt, jebote, na početku meča sam rekao da imaju shotbolt.
Tu amber. Ne. Bere, dakle na mene će me ubio opet.
Imaš ti nekromancer?
Ima nekromancer.
Pa baci choke bombu.
Jedan gotov. Dolazi ti još jedan, pazi ispred.
Nosim.
Pa daj jebote!
Nenade.
Jako ne bacio žicu.
Pa nisam čuo jebote, dahćo mi je pogled. Ali čekove s lebelom me odmah čim sam ustao. Kada je...
No, znači oni tamo pojom se.
Otvori mapu, reci mi gdje je taj s bountyjem.
Tu je.
Ne ti. Ti ne trebaš da gledaš mapu, nego Boris koji je mrtav treba gleda mapu.
U odnosu na leš moj ispred mene 5 metara jedan bounty.
Se mi jebem ovdje se samo strane.
Nije 5 metara, on je tu nego. Znaš da je u kolibi na vratima desno. S levom mi. Moram se ono mešu.
Skloni se odatle, stoj još. Skloni se! Nema, ubit ćeš nas tim, batal to. Ubit ćete od spolja, ne izlazi na balkon. Ne izlazi na balkon. Ozbiljno ti kažem, nemoj da pokušavaš. Ne mesti se tu i gledaj dole. I ne mrdaj. Luk ti vidi napolje. Znam. Sa samostrelom si teško išta da uradi. Ne, shotbolt. To nije eksplozivni samostrel, to je shotbolt. Mapa, Boris, gde su?
Čekaj samo što sam pijem vode. Pa i dalje vam se mota bukvalno na isto mjesto gdje ste vi, taj bounty. Po mapi.
Znači, kampuju tebe. Kampuju tebe, znači, dobro, super. Jeli, a što ste vi gurali unutar kompanda, samo da vas to pitam? Čekaj, smo li čekati da izađe napolje? Ništa. Pa gledaj to, nemam pojma, hoćeš.
Gledaj mapu i kažem kad se bude promenio.
Pa i dalje se ne pomeri.
Nemoj to da radiš. Nemoj to da radiš. Znači na svetlost ljudi pucaju kad se pomeri tekstura.
Ja sam da ga dignem.
Da ga digneš? Staje se na njega zamku opet. Budi siguran.
U kući?
Znam da je u kući. Ja bi otišao, ali ti poginuo onda. Znaš, to je problem. Ja ću imao ne tiš da pogineš. Ja ću izaći s mape ako pogineš.
Neću. Idi polako, ajde. Dobro da ih nekako.
Ja ne vredi da stojimo tu u pad poziciji. Bolje da me ubije dok trčim nego dok čučim tamo u kući. Znam ja da. Pa i ne treba ti idemo na šugu, naćemo ja. Nemoj da pogineš i probat ću nešto da uradim. Vrlo jednostavno. Ispred mene.
Ja zidno ubio.
Jebem ti materi žbunja. Nenade, rekao sam ti da ne pogineš, brate.
Pa nisam se pomenuo uopšte, jebote, kroz zid me ubio.
Pa rekao sam ti da ne pogineš. Znači, već sam se iznervirao. Znači, ovaj lik je ovuda se bauljao kroz žbunje. Nisi mi ti sakri što ga ja nisam mogao do kraja. Ja ću se da gubijem. Nego sam se iznervirao u sekundi zato što, znači, obojica ste mrtvi tamo, razumeš? Nema poente. Znači, prišao sam da ti pomognem, da te podignem. Znači, Boris je i dalje bio u šahmat poziciji i ne možemo ga dići. Znamo da imaju jedan samostar. Izašao sam napolje da probam da nađem ugu na čoveka. I šta ti uradiš, ti pogineš? Pa zašto nisi stao ali puko te kroz zid, čovječe. Rekao sam ti kroz teksture, a kako se pomera svetlost, prelama se dovoljno da vidiš kako jedna tekstura, grafika je bagovita u igri. Kako se jedna tekstura pomera preko druge. Razumeš li?
Nisi se pomenuo uopšte. Puko je na blef.
Jeli? Mene nije jasno zašto ste gurali kompand uopšte. Zašto si mislio da je jedan čovjek, šta? Čovjek sam se sad čekao da izađu napolje.
I gde mi je kill što sam ovom headshot
nema, ja nula experience imam. Piše jedan kill, 0 experience. Ti mi reci zašto.
A ja sam headovo jednog ispred i 0 killova. Moram pravim pauzu sad, moram nešto da obavim. Ajde Cimo nas posle ako ste tu još.
A ovo je njihov treći, gledaj. Nenad. Ovo je team 3 prvi, gledaj. Vidiš? Čovjek izašao napolje, isto uradio što i ja. Znaš, isto to. Ne cima me, neću još očas da igram s njim. Uopšte neću da igram. Uopšte mi nejasno zašto je gurao tamo tu kuću. Ako si mu ti rekao da čovjek ima samostrel, ako si ga digao, zašto je krenuo da gura dalje? Zašto? Igraj s njim, ja neću. Drugi put kad vidi da igramo nas dvojice zajedno i ti mu ponudiš da igram s nama, ti igraj s njim, ja neću. Ja ću igram Tetris. Ne kapiram zašto. Jer vi shvatate kad neko ima oružje za blisku borbu, znači šotka, samostrel, bomb lens. Neću da igram, večeras neću da igram više. Ako ti sutra da igrate, igraću. Igraću s tobom, neću igram s njim. Bez veze gurate compound. Jebi ga, imao je čovjek samostrel. Ozbiljno. Ovi su ih napali i dvojica su poginuli unutra. Onaj što je imao snajper, ili koji kurac, onaj što je trčkao oko compounda, što nije imao bounty, on je ostao bio napolje i snajperi su. Ja kad sam iskočio, došao sam od njega 20 metara i pukne ga jednom i baci mi čovjek pčele. Jebote, ne vidim ga. Jebeno. Krećem kako? Kroz ono žbunje. Te da pucamo, šta? Mogu jedino da se krijem, a da se krijem kad tamo ste obojica mrtvi. Znači da sam igrao normalno, možda bi nešto uradio. Samo iznervirao sam se bez veze. Bez veze se iznervirao. Znači, najteže je u ovoj igri ostati živ, čini mi se. U Huntu. A ja to sam 100 puta rekao. Ne tebi, no i njemu. Dok god čovjek, ono je živ i ne umre, znači ide nekako. Kad čim pogineš prvi put gotovo. Raspad sistema.
Za malo da nam leti na buran koje mi je.
Šta si ih specu sad?
Ne, Boris. U lobby.
Prošli put si gubio s buretom. A ne gleda kod ide.
Ubio mene.
Ja ne kapiram kako se on tako bez veze trčkarao, šta gleda. Ako već vidi da ti vadiš ono i čuje ono kako klikćeš oko buradi i pun gas oko tebe, razumeš? Brate. Nasno. I kad si mu rekao da jedan ima samostrelni, jebate razloga je koliko. Sam je krenuo da gura u kuću, ne znam zašto. Njega tako ponese kad je noga kokne, pa onda krene juriš. 1060, 1070, 1000 i po. Pitanje, može li se ovo raditi?
Jedan boss. Going disconnect locks.
Straight to the heart. Okay, let's do this. Roger that. Are you sure? Yes. You call that a plan? Yes. Whatever you say, as long as you pay me.
Igrao sam isto ovako sa nekim našim, ali upuzio sam ih na jednom. I mi je jedan bure i kažem čovjeku pazi na bure. I on direktno naleti na bure. A bukvalno sam nekom 10 sekundi pre toga da pazi. Bolje sam te čorno na izlaz sam vidio.
Što ne sviđa ti se? Ne sviđa ti se?
Šta? Pa ne, nego kažem, za jednu domove.
Pa niste trebali tako agresivno da gurate, ja ne kapiram.
Jebi ga, ja idem za njim puno obinam.
Ja nisam znao ko gura od vas dvojice, samo sam vidio da neko trči prvi.
se ne piše...
Nisam ja znao ko je povukao, da sam znao ko je povukao, rekao bi nazad. Ja rekao da ti imaš neku ideju, nešto.
Ja kad sam vidio onoga... Što je onaj bijeli kaput, bio sam u kukuruzu. I kad je stišao, ti kažeš ođe ka nama, ja sam vratio levo. Spoljano. Šta može? I malo. A ja... Tako sam mislim imao mosinku, da sam imao mosinku. Skinuo bi ovoga u belom ko ništa.
Ba ja da sam imao vremena, ja bi onoga možda ubio. Čekao bi ga da priđe bliže, bi ga na cilju u glavu. Ne bi ga pucao u telo. Da me zajebe na glupu foru s onom bombom. Ubijem ga i posle 5 sekundi i pane nema metra. Lag. Ne znam šta ti nije jasno.
Ideme da digem neko s ovima. Pa će se...
Slobodno. Prijetno.
plan.
Okay. Oh, here we go again. Right in the eyes. Are you sure? What? Yes. What do you want now? And the test? Yeah.
That day, Veronica walks into the lobby with only one dog, so Caesar asks what happened to Rocio, and she explains that the dog currently has diarrhea. As part of his work, he inserts mail into the tenants' mailboxes and even adds several letters in Clara's box, revealing that he has been the one sending the mysterious letters. In Clara's room, Clara continuously uses the care products without knowing that Caesar has gone through them. When she arrives at the lobby, she asks Caesar if he has seen a watch that seems to be missing in her apartment, but he denies that he has. However, he lets her know that she will be informed if he ever sees it. Later that day, while Caesar writes more letters, Ursula sneaks out of school to ask for the adult movie, which he hands to her. She also tells him that she has grown closer to Clara in the past few days and that the price for her being quiet will now be at 100 euros. Caesar is impressed but annoyed with the kid's extortion abilities. He then shoos her away. At the lobby, the supervisor scolds him once more for not tending to the plants that led them to die. He becomes successful at angering another tenant because of this, not to mention the growing frustration of his supervisor toward him. Caesar tells it to his mother, who he visits again that day. He also adds that he is almost successful in his aim to wipe Clara's smile off her face because he wishes to make his tenants frustrated, a goal he has been working on for quite some time. That night, Caesar informs the cleaning lady that the main office was not clean, which leads the cleaner's son to trouble, despite Caesar's claims not being true. After, he heads to Clara's apartment to fix the sink clog he had orchestrated and ruins her watch. Hiding once again under Clara's bed, he patiently waits for her to fall asleep while she talks to her boyfriend on the phone. Once done, he uses chloroform to maintain her deep sleep as he continues to sabotage more of her items in an attempt to upset her. This time, he plants bug eggs in different areas of her apartment. Days pass and Clara develops a rash. This negatively affects her, and her mood and demeanor noticeably change. For weeks, she has no idea that Caesar is behind her suffering, and that he shares the same bed with him every night. The letters addressed to her are written as if she has a stalker, but little does she know, it is from the very man to who she entrusts her apartment to. The following week, Clara's rashes have subsided, putting her in a state of relief, but not for long. As she opens her medicine cabinet, she sees bugs all over it. She rushes to the lobby to ask for help from none other than Caesar. Clearly, he is highly entertained by the situation and gets satisfaction out of people's struggles. Because of the infestation in her apartment, Clara decides to stay at her mother's place until Caesar fumigates her apartment. Clara and Caesar enter the elevator together, and Caesar asks about the guy harassing her. Clara gets weirded out because she hasn't talked to anyone about it, but Caesar insists that she might have shared it with Veronica, and Veronica might have told him. She also adds that the police have tracked down the signal of her harasser, and reveals that the culprit lives in the same building. Clara subtly says that the police are getting closer to catching the guy. Deeply concerned about how far he has gone, Caesar expresses his worries to his mother, who has no choice but to listen to how her son copes with his mental struggles. He also tells his mother that he will do all it takes to make Clara miserable, so he starts to come up with ways to devastate her as he cleans the apartment. The supervisor interrupts him and claims that Caesar is a waste of space as he does not last long in his past jobs. He rudely tells Caesar to start looking for a new source of income as he is on the brink of unemployment once more. That same day, 3 police officers enter the building, asking Caesar if they could have a word with him. The officers gather the staff around a room to investigate Clara's complaints of being harassed. Despite this, Caesar remains composed and unbothered by the situation, even when asked to his access to the office. He leads the police officers to the cleaner's son's locker, where they find yellow envelopes similar to the harassers. Caesar has successfully framed the poor boy and results in the boy getting arrested. From a payphone booth, Caesar calls Clara to inform her that the apartment has been fumigated and is in its prime condition. Clara gladly tells him that she is excited to get back home. To prepare for her arrival, Caesar heads back to his quarters to prepare several tools he needs to sabotage Clara's place even more. He disturbingly holds a knife beside her empty bed, as if practicing how to stab someone. He then crawls under the bed. Not long after, he sees that Clara invited her boyfriend Marcos over to spend the night together. All this time, Caesar is under the bed while the couple gets intimate with each other, causing the bed to bounce. Caesar accidentally drops some chloroform on his face. Desperately battling the effects of the substance, Caesar makes his way out of the bedroom while the two are making love. As he attempts to leave the apartment, he realizes that he has the wrong set of keys, leaving him locked inside. The following day, he wakes up in Clara's bathroom, while Clara prepares her bath. Caesar tries to be as quiet as possible, but Marcos finds Caesar's sports bag with numerous suspicious items. They unpack the bag full of tools and find Caesar's diary, where he logs the tenants' activities and routines. As they start to read it, Clara becomes dizzy, so Marcos tends to her, completely disregarding the suspicious bag. This also gives Caesar the opportunity to exit the bathroom and hide in the kitchen, but Marcos comes into the kitchen to find something to eat. While they make a grocery list, Caesar hides, hoping that the couple wouldn't come any closer. The couple playfully hangs out in the living room on the way to the bathroom, so Caesar waits for the perfect time to pass unnoticed and retrieve the keys to get out. He successfully enters the bedroom and secures the key in his diary, but on his way out, Marcos gets a glimpse of him and follows him to the door. When Marcos catches him, Caesar asks who he is, causing a commotion in the apartment until Clara enters the scene to calm the two men down. She explains that Marcos is her boyfriend and that Caesar should not worry about anything. When asked why he is in the apartment, Caesar informs them that he left his fumigation gear in there, where Veronica's keys are. He also adds that Veronica needs her keys. Thinking nothing is out of the ordinary, the couple lets Caesar go, and Caesar successfully deceives the couple. After the eventful morning, he heads downstairs only to find that he is going to be dismissed from the job. The two supervisors inform him that he has 2 weeks to gather his things before permanently being laid off. While doing so, Veronica consoles him and offers some stew to cheer him up. However, the distressed Caesar insults the kind lady by saying that she will forever be alone and that the tenants in the apartment only talk to her out of pity. Veronica then walks away crying and bumps into Clara and Marcos, who are on the way to the lobby. When Clara greets the old lady, she just gives a faint smile as she goes up to her apartment. Learning that the couple is having a trip out of town, Caesar dwells on it and gets in an extremely sad mood. After weeks, he returns to the rooftop and contemplates again on his inability to find any happiness in the world. Feeling hopeless, he gets on the edge to take his own life, but he spots Clara and Marcos back at the building. The two have a big fight after finding out that Clara is 4 weeks pregnant. Because they have not seen each other for 6 weeks, Marcos finds it strange for her to be pregnant, as they also use protection whenever they get intimate. Clara defends herself by saying that according to the doctor, it is possible, but Marcos remains unconvinced, causing a bump in the relationship. Far from their knowledge, Caesar has caught up on all the information while he hides under the bed. When the couple falls asleep, he uses chloroform to put them out again and tells the unconscious Clara that their affair is starting to bear fruit. He then removes his shirt before climbing in bed and in between the couple to get intimate with Clara. The following day, Marcos knocks at Caesar's quarters asking him to check Clara's apartment as he thinks that there is a bug problem again. Inside, Marcos finds out Caesar has been drugging Clara with chloroform. Filled with rage, Marcos attacks Caesar, trying to extract more information, but Caesar maintains a cool manner. After Caesar says that Clara does not mind it, Marcos becomes more agitated and holds Caesar's head against a closet, but still, Caesar does not fight back. When Marcos tackles him to the bed, Caesar uses a piece of broken glass to stab Marcos in the neck and drags the poor man around the apartment. He lets him bleed to death inside the bathtub, and leaves a piece of glass in his hand to make it look like Marcos took his own life. Afterward, he fixes the apartment while completely disregarding the overflowing tub and Marcos. Eventually, the authorities are contacted about the situation, and all people inside the building gather around. Caesar is summoned by the officers, and on the way, he sees Ursula give a smirk, indicating that she has knowledge of what happened. In Clara's apartment, a disastrous scene welcomes him inside as she cries uncontrollably while an officer consoles. One of them questions Caesar about Marcos but gets dismissed right away. No! On his way back to his quarters, he sees a note saying, "I saw you." Knowing that Ursula is aware that he was involved in Marcos' death, Caesar sneaks into Ursula's mother's apartment and chases the poor girl around. She runs to her parents' room only to find out that Caesar had drugged them. He grabs Ursula and threatens her and her loved ones if she rats him out. Clara's moving day finally comes. As she goes down to the lobby, she could not even utter one word as she remains in disbelief about Marcos' death. As she leaves, Caesar seems to indulge in the joy of seeing her sad, happily smiling at the sight of her tearful face. Months have passed and Clara has delivered a healthy baby boy. Out of nowhere, she sees a familiar envelope and finds out that the letter is from Caesar, who reveals that he is the father of her child. He also writes he is hoping that every time she looks at their baby, she will think of him, and finally thanks her for helping him find happiness. Clara embraces her baby in tears as Caesar takes pride in what he has done. Subscribe to watch more videos like this. Turn on notifications. And leave a like, it really helps the channel out. Thank you for watching. This is Story Recapped. Today, I'm going to explain a horror film called Cat People. The story follows a young woman who struggles to keep herself chaste because she's afraid of unleashing her animalistic nature once she gives in to temptation. Spoilers ahead. Watch out and take care.
Most people suppress their desires to follow cultural norms and values. The act of repression makes us suffer, but sometimes we suffer even more when we get what we're craving. Our desires take control and turn us into something else. For most people, transformation is symbolic, but for Irina, it is quite literal. She has managed to avoid giving into her desires for years, but how much longer can she hold on when she meets a man who captures her heart? In a barren desert long ago, a group of men captures a woman from a village and ties her up to a tree nearby. As the darkness envelops the sky, the men leave, but one of the men stays behind and waits for someone to claim their sacrifice. Soon, a Black Panther arrives and approaches the woman. The sacrificial maiden is startled by the panther's growls, but she doesn't scream as the wild animal lunges at her and licks her neck. One day, a man leads another woman to a cave where the panther awaits, but the animal doesn't attack the girl when she walks inside. The woman bravely faces her fate, staring back at the panther with its eyes fixed on her. Our protagonist appears nowhere in the opening scene. It gives us a glimpse of her true nature. The first woman was unwilling when she was abducted, but seemed to have surrendered herself to the panther when it arrived. The second woman wasn't bound at all, which indicates that she was prepared to face the panther. The fate of the woman is left to the viewer's imagination, but the beast's actions suggest that it mated with the girls instead of devouring them. It follows that the resulting offspring from the licentious sacrifice would become the Cat People. Ages later, in New Orleans, Irina Gallier arrives at the airport from Canada to meet her estranged brother Paul. On her way to a payphone, Paul follows Irina and introduces himself before she can make a call. Paul welcomes Irina to New Orleans with a warm hug and takes her to his house, where his Creole housekeeper, Family, enthusiastically greets them. Paul notes that apart from keeping the house clean, Family keeps him out of trouble. During dinner, Irina tells Paul about how nice her adopted family was to her. Her adoptive parents didn't tell her much about Paul, but she recounts that she used to fantasize about Paul coming to rescue her from the orphanage. Paul notes that he used to have the same daydreams about her. Later, Paul takes her to a hallway upstairs and shows her the circus accessories and pictures he kept from the time that they were still at the circus with their parents. Paul suddenly starts his juggling act and passes the balls to Irina, who surprisingly still remembers how to juggle. After Irina falls asleep, Paul visits her in her room and sits on the foot of the bed, grunting softly as he observes her. The fantasies and daydreams between Paul and Irina indicate that there is a strong connection between them. Paul was a bit puzzled by Irina's use of the word fantasize because of its sensual connotations, but she clarifies that they were just childhood fantasies, and there was nothing sensual about them. Paul's collection shows that he held on to his family roots after he was adopted. Irina couldn't do the same, but she still remembers the things that she learned. Paul likely showed Irina the circus accessories not only to reminisce about the past, but also to help her reconnect with their roots. We get a brief look at their hidden nature when Paul visits Irina in her room while she is sleeping. He watches her as a predator would watch its prey, but for him, Irina is a different kind of prey, as we shall soon see. Somewhere in the city, a working lady named Ruthie enters a motel to meet her client who has been waiting for over half an hour. When she enters the room, she starts laying down the rules and rates of their appointment, but the client wouldn't respond. As she waits for the client, she notices a slimy substance on the bed and a tail of a wild animal on the floor. She gently nudges the tail away when it starts moving, but the animal soon grabs her foot and tries to pull her under the bed. The woman quickly crawls down the stairs, calling for help. Upon seeing her mangled foot, Ruthie starts screaming in pain and dread. In the morning, Dr. Oliver Yates, the curator of the New Orleans Zoo, arrives with his assistants Alice and Joe to capture the loose leopard in the motel. Detective Bill Searle and the motel clerk have no clue how the animal got inside, but they tell Oliver that it is trapped in a room upstairs. Oliver and his assistants are surprised by the leopard's large size when they see it on the video feed. After estimating the leopard's weight, Oliver instructs Joe to prepare 2,000 milligrams of ketamine to knock the animal out and put him in a squeeze cage. The scene hints that the animal is not a normal leopard, although we never get to see its transformation. The clerk didn't know how the animal got inside, which suggests that in a different form, possibly human, when it entered the building. It looks like the leopard is not only trapped inside the room, it is now trapped in its current form. It implies that the leopard cannot easily transform back into a human. It could also be maintaining its current form on purpose because it's already being observed. A few moments later, Oliver climbs up the ladder to the window to shoot the animal with the tranquilizer. As he climbs up the window, he hears the animal growling ferociously. Oliver nearly falls down from the ladder when the agitated leopard pounces on the window. After managing to get back into position on the ladder, Oliver takes out his tranquilizer gun and shoots the animal on its hind legs, causing it to run around wildly in the room. Irina suddenly wakes up, sensing that something must have happened to Paul. She knocks on his room, but no one answers. As the leopard starts to fall asleep, Oliver and Joe enter the room and cast a net over the animal. Soon, Irina goes downstairs to look for Paul, but Family tells her that he got up early in the morning to go to church. Irina is disappointed because Paul was supposed to take on a trip around the city, so Family tells her to get a guidebook and see the sights for herself. After wandering around the French Quarter on her own, she decides to stop by the church to look for Paul. However, a woman working there tells her that Paul never came in that day. Irina's strong connection to Paul has caused her to wake up the moment the leopard was hit with a tranquilizer. This strongly implies that the leopard is Paul. His absence from the church further affirms this. The zookeepers were quite surprised by the sight of the leopard, so it must be the first time they've encountered such an animal. It's unlikely that this was Paul's first time to transform, so he must have gotten careless that night. The next day, Irina takes another trip around the city and decides to stop by the zoo. Once inside, she goes straight to the cages where the felines are being kept and sees the black leopard that Oliver captured. She takes out her sketch pad from her bag and starts drawing the animal. At the zoo's office, Oliver tells city officials that the leopard is safe in its cage, but an official suggests euthanizing the animal because they don't have the funds to keep it there. Oliver strongly objects to the idea, arguing that it's not an acceptable solution despite the lack of funds at the zoo. Hours later, the zoo is shut down, but Irina is still sketching the leopard. When Oliver approaches her, she drops her belongings and instinctively runs toward a tree. She ends up climbing on top of the tree as Oliver continues to pursue her. However, Irina eventually goes down after Oliver assures her that he's not going to hurt her. Oliver is perplexed that Irina is scared of him, but she's not frightened by the leopard. Irina explains that she can sense how animals feel sometimes. As they walk back through the leopard's cage, Irina suddenly feels dizzy, so Oliver checks her temperature and finds out that she's feverish. Oliver takes her inside his office to give her an aspirin, but she refuses, saying she's just exhausted and hungry because she forgot to eat. Due to the hints that we've seen in the previous scene, it's no longer surprising that Irina is drawn to the leopard. She may have forgotten about her wild side, but she is getting closer and closer to rediscovering it. Irina shows the first sign of wild nature when she instinctively gets on top of a tree. As an animal lover, it's unlikely that Oliver wouldn't notice Irina's animalistic character. In just a short while, it looks like he is already intrigued by her unusual personality. Irina asks Oliver to have dinner with her, so he takes her to a seafood restaurant. During their meal, Oliver learns that Irina is looking for work, so he offers her a job at the zoo's gift shop. The following day, Oliver visits Irina at the gift shop to see what she's doing. Despite the low wages, Irina tells Oliver that she's enjoying the job because she likes to be around the animals. Later that day, Alice visits the gift shop and introduces herself to Irina. When she learns that Irina hasn't seen all the sights of New Orleans, she invites her for a drink and offers to help her out with an itinerary. At the bar, Alice thwarts a man's attempt to flirt with Irina and tells her that she could do better. Alice assures her that she'll eventually find someone compatible with her, but Irina says she wouldn't know because she's inexperienced. Alice is a bit shocked by her revelation, so she asks Irina to recount her closest encounters. As Irina relates her experience with the boy she liked, a woman interrupts her, calling her mi hermana. Alice tells her that she referred to Irina as her sister, but since Irina doesn't know the woman, Alice deduces that she must have been drunk. Oliver's fascination with Irina becomes more apparent when he offers her a job at the zoo. They could have simply kept dating, but this way, he can visit her during the day instead of waiting for the zoo to close before they can meet. At the bar, we hear for the first time that Irina is still inexperienced in bed. This particular detail is worth remembering as we learn more about Irina's secrets. The woman who interrupts their conversation plants a question in Irina's mind about her identity, although she brushes it aside quickly. When Irina goes to work the next day, she hears the leopard growling, so she decides to visit the animal as Joe prepares to clean up his cage. Joe prompts the leopard to move, but Irina tells him that the animal is afraid. The leopard gets more agitated and snarls at Joe, so he decides to use the electric prod against the feral beast. However, the leopard snags the prod when Joe starts shoving it inside the cage. Oliver tries to drag Joe away from the cage, but the ravenous cat keeps pulling with its claws and teeth until it rips off Joe's arm. Oliver tells the zoo personnel to call the paramedics, but Joe is already dying from blood loss. Oliver then takes a rifle from his house to shoot the leopard, but the untamed cat is already gone when they go back to its cage. When Irina gets back home, Paul stops by her room and discloses that he went to the penitentiary, but clarifies that he was there to pray for the prisoners. Paul tells Irina that she must be ready to mate since he saw her with Oliver. Irina is distressed by his suggestion. Paul continues to insinuate that Irina's desire to copulate with Oliver is growing intensely. However, Paul points out that the emotion that she feels is not love, but a craving for blood. Paul hints that he's in the same predicament, and they can only escape if they help each other. Paul finally escapes from the cage after killing Joe. This suggests that Paul was only able to turn into a human again after killing someone. He finally tells Irina something about their family's secret, but he does it in a very ambiguous way. He only hints that she couldn't be with Oliver because it would put him in danger. Paul doesn't tell her about the transformation she'll go through, but he implies that something bad will happen when she has carnal relations with someone other than him. Irina insists that she's not like Paul, so he reminds Irina of her childhood when she used to hear the animals call her name. He also points out that she couldn't sleep soundly at the time because she knew when the others were dreaming. When Paul starts forcing himself upon Irina, she leaps from the balcony and runs out onto the streets. Paul tries to follow her, but he disappears when Irina asks the police for help. The cops try to investigate the situation, but Irina feels that the threat is gone, so she tells the police that she made a mistake thinking someone is after her. Before the cops can leave, they notice that the police dog is barking incessantly, so they decide to call for backup. Later on, detectives arrive at the house and start questioning Fenley about the odd things in the basement. As they wait to hear from the laboratory, Detective Brandt takes Alice to the basement to show her the animal cage, hinting that the leopard used to be confined there. He notes that they have found around 3 or 4 bodies inside, and they believe that there's more buried around the premises. Brandt suspects that Paul killed the humans before feeding them to the animal. Alice is perplexed about Paul's motives, so Brandt explains that Paul had been going in and out of psych wards since he was a child, and has become a religious fanatic. Brandt further points out that Paul was able to raise the leopard on his own because he grew up with them, noting that his parents were lion tamers. The discovery of the corpses has forced Paul to put his plans for Irina on hold because he now has to go into hiding. Although Irina resisted Paul's advances, she didn't intend to expose him. As her brother hides, Irina now has to make sense of the secret she learned by herself. She still refuses to believe, but Paul had reminded her of things that strongly point to her feral side. Irina must now be careful about pursuing a relationship with Oliver because it could end badly if Paul is right. When Alice asks if Irina is involved, Brandt discloses that the police have no reason to suspect her. He further notes that there's an indication that Paul wanted to kill Irina, Since Paul is still at large, Oliver offers to let Irina stay at his house. Suspecting that family is involved in Paul's crimes, the police decide to arrest her. Oliver takes Irina home and gets her situated in a makeshift dark room. Before Oliver leaves the room, Irina expresses her disbelief over Paul's horrible acts. In the morning, Oliver takes her to his cabin in the countryside to help take her mind off the recent tragedies. Upon their arrival, they're greeted by Yeet Man, who helped Oliver build the cabin. Back in the city, Paul shows up at the cemetery and flirts with a woman by taking her picture. That night, Oliver starts seducing Irina, making no effort to hide that he wants to make love with her. Although Irina wants to be with him, she tells Oliver that she can't be physically intimate. At that exact moment, Paul tries to make love to the woman he met at the cemetery, but he can't seem to take his mind off Irina. Thinking that Paul is just nervous, the woman makes another attempt to turn him on. Later on, Irina wakes up in the middle of the night and starts feeling the urge to copulate with Oliver. However, Irina decides to go outside instead. Animal noises. She walks toward the woods. She starts removing her clothing. When she comes across a rabbit, she chases after it and snacks the helpless animal with her teeth. Irina manages to resist her urges to get intimate with Oliver. However, she couldn't resist her feral
Ja
nature.
sam juče išao kod Ivanovića pješke. Danas nisam išao niđe.
Paul had obviously gotten used to the deaths that resulted from his carnal encounters. Something still nags at him. He may be able to brush aside his guilt over the murders, but he can't ignore his desire for Irina. Moments later, Oliver wakes up from the noise of the door as Irina arrives. When he turns on the light, Irina knocks the lamp to the floor, telling Oliver not to look at her. In the morning, Paul wakes up in his bathroom covered in slime. After cleaning himself up, he looks around the room and finds the woman's mangled body on the floor. Soon, Grant discovers the body and figures out that she was attacked by the leopard, so he invites Oliver and Alice to take a look. Later on, Irina decides to pack her bags and leave Oliver's house, but Oliver arrives just in time to stop her. Irina points out that she's going crazy like her brother, but Oliver insists that she has nothing to do with it. Oliver confesses his love for Irina, but she tells him that they can't ever be intimate. Despite Irina's refusal to sleep with him, Oliver tells her that he still wants to take care of her. Unbeknownst to them, Paul is on top of a tree nearby, observing them. Irina is now starting to accept that she's just like her brother, so she has to stay away from Oliver. She tries to dissuade Oliver from falling for her by telling him that they can't ever be intimate, but he is persistent. Irina is the first woman Oliver fell in love with, and he senses that she's also in love with him, so he can't just let her go. Oliver has already seen traces of Irina's wild side, so he is not totally oblivious to what's happening with her. Irina will have to reveal the truth to him to help him understand what she's afraid of. Oliver and the police continue to look for the feral leopard, but Cyril tells Oliver that the police will call in the search soon because they can no longer afford the manpower. Oliver expresses his disapproval and punches Cyril for pointing out that he refused to kill the leopard when he's still engaged. On their way home, Alice warns Oliver that he's becoming obsessed with Irina, but he contends that he knows what he's doing. That night, Paul breaks into Oliver's house through the window in Irina's room while she's reading a magazine in bed. Irina immediately goes into a defensive position upon hearing the noise, but she loosens up when she determines that Paul doesn't mean her any harm. Paul approaches her and begs her to save him, saying she's the only one capable of stopping him from killing. He tells her that they can be together as mates, just as their parents did, noting that they were also brother and sister. When Irina insists that she's not like Paul, he points out that she could end up killing Oliver by her refusal to acknowledge the truth. Paul stresses that Oliver only likes Irina because he fears her feral nature. Despite everything she's heard, Irina still refuses to be with Paul, so he takes a shard of glass from the floor, suggesting that he'll take his own life. To keep him from doing anything foolish, Irina embraces Paul and takes the shard from his hand, promising to be his mate. However, Irina uses the shard to stab Paul's hand and runs away. As his hand bleeds, Paul starts transforming into a leopard. Paul shows that he's not totally remorseless when he kills people when he begs Irina to become his mate. At the very least, he no longer wants to continue killing. Becoming mates appears natural for people like them, but since Irina hadn't lived among her kind, she's repulsed by the idea. Paul's desperate acts couldn't even change her mind. All he could do was find another way to convince Irina, but he had already waited a long time to be with her, so his patience had run out. When Oliver and Alice arrive at the house, Oliver immediately heads to Irina's room to ask her to come down for coffee.
Spartans 83 said, Radha Sutra.
Oliver immediately takes notice of his presence in the room. As light strikes, he sees a monstrous man approaching him and yelling his name, but as it walks towards him, it turns into a leopard. Before the ferocious cat could reach him, Oliver covers it with a curtain and tells Alice to get the shotgun. Alice hurriedly takes a
Spartans 83 said, a JBG.
Alice manages to open the door and shoots the leopard before it can attack him.
Ja bi ga ne bi.
The leopard dead on the ground, Irina approaches the body and cries in anguish of losing her brother. When Oliver conducts a necropsy on
Tam 400 golda.
Not long, toxic smoke starts coming out of the carcass, causing Oliver to cough erratically as it rapidly disintegrates. When Irina visits family in prison, she immediately deduces that Paul's died. Irina tries asking her about her true nature, but family stresses that she shouldn't ask what she already knows. Family advises Irina to be like Paul, hidden in jails and never loved. Soon after leaving the prison, Irina decides to go as far from New Orleans as possible, so she takes a train to Richmond. With Paul gone, there's no one to help Irina to take control of her feral instincts. Family couldn't help because she's not
Spartans 83 said, Sto eni dosit kazayulozis vrajmu streaming pa stati bogda.
Niko mi ne plaća toliko da bi mogo da streamujem. Tome se radi.
On her arrival, she experiences a hallucination and meets Paul in the desert. He reveals that their ancestors once sacrificed children to leopards,
Mi
causing
smo
the children's souls
svi
to grow inside the rabbit's
bombuz.
beaks until they turn into humans. He reiterates that they can only make love with their own because they would transform into leopards if they do it with others. The only way for them to transform into humans again is to kill. Paul welcomes Irina for accepting her true nature, but he urges her to return to New Orleans. When Alice goes jogging one day, she decides to go to the gym for a quick dip in the pool. As she is changing her clothes, she hears a large growl outside the locker room, so she quickly jumps into the water. Alice starts to whimper and panic after the lights suddenly go off, with the growls getting louder. She screams at the top of her lungs when she sees a shadow moving in the showers, but Irina soon emerges and turns the light on. Alice accuses Irina of attempting to kill her, but Irina claims that she's only looking for Oliver. Irina smirks as she apologizes for frightening Alice. After Irina leaves the gym, Alice checks her clothes and
Spartans 83 said, Papa se ulozi brigem pola godin po 12 savi si paj ista bud ako ima 11 asta vako nima batal judge strim samo se igraj.
Irina could turn into a cat even before she encountered her at the pool, because she accused her of attempting to kill her even though she only heard the growls of a leopard. It is likely that Oliver knows about it too.
Nisam ja toliko zanimljiv.
The bizarre disintegration of the leopard's carcass during their necropsy. While Oliver is developing photos of Irina in his darkroom, he hears the phone ringing, but it is off the hook when he goes down to answer it. Soon, the phone rings again, and he is greeted by Alice's voice when he answers. Alice tells him that Irina followed her, and discloses her suspicion that Irina wanted to hurt her. When Oliver sees Irina's reflection on a framed poster in front of him, he hangs up and follows Irina.
Spartans 83
On the way, Irina
said,
takes off her clothes and looks
Proba any gubies nista.
prompting him to keep following her. When she finally reaches the bed, Oliver removes his clothing and starts making love to Irina. After their lovemaking, Irina goes to the bathroom and finds blood on her private part. Upon her returning to bed, Irina starts to transform into a feral cat while Oliver sleeps soundly beside her. Oliver is soon jolted awake from her loud growl, but she manages to restrain herself when she hears him beg for his life. When Irina runs out of the house, she is immediately spotted by the police. Soon, Alice stops by Oliver's house to tell him that the leopard was found at the bridge. Irina finally decides to give in to her desires, despite knowing that she'll turn into a ferocious cat. Although Oliver is afraid, he doesn't seem too surprised by the sight of the cat. He calls her Irina when he begs for his life.
Spartans 83 said, Ova tvaje posida sene ugredis je jako los I jako malo placen I uslovi pri lozi moses nacdje osis balji posa. Spartans 83 said, Proba sa strimen na YouTube.
Koliko ja znam, trebam to streamem na YouTube.
Inside the cabin, he finds Irina, who immediately confesses that she killed Eatman. Oliver asserts that Irina could have killed him instead, but she confesses that she's in love with him. She urges Oliver to kill her, but he refuses, so she asks him to make love to her again to set her free and be with her own kind. Oliver accedes to Irina's request, but he ties up her hands and feet to the bed before copulating with her. Irina grabs the rope tight when Oliver begins to make love to her. A few days pass, and Oliver continues his work as a curator at the zoo. After checking on the condition of a large snake, Alice invites Oliver to lunch, but he declines and decides to check on the cats in the zoo instead. When he reaches the leopard cage, he feeds it with a small piece of meat and gently strokes its neck. Irina has forgotten her true nature after being estranged from her family for a long time. When she reunites with Paul, he does his best to remind Irina of her wild side. Paul wanted her to be his mate because it's the only way for them to copulate without transforming into a ferocious animal. Irina finds his proposal distasteful because she grew up never learning the ways of their kind. By the time she embraces her true nature, it's already too late because Paul is gone. She faces it by getting intimate with Oliver despite the huge risk. After her transformation,
Spartans 83 said, To je uzgred nisi se pos video tome to ti je recreativno to je nista ode barayur gru I samo enja si paj I focus araj sena enjug. Spartans 83
Project Zomboid is a game that has been around for a very long time, and
Dobro
one that little teenage
igre.
Crazy decided to pick up back in 2014. Since then the game underwent many changes, and with each update they kept eagerly looking how the game changed, and also secretly wishing for them to re-add the NPCs. This game has been really good to me and my channel, and recently amassed many new players and fans. For a while now, and for a lot longer to come, the game has been in early access, which means the game is work in progress and can be drastically altered whenever the developers deem it to be necessary. This can be what leads some early games to glory and others to their demise, like the piece of shit game Reign of Kings. For they gladly took my money and just abandoned the game's development to call it finished. So if Codehatch is watching this, you guys can go F yourselves. Anyway, build 42 of Project Zomboid is the next upcoming massive build, which will again change the game drastically. Build 42 will add massive amounts of crafting options and RPG elements. This to finally give Project Zomboid endgame content of what comes after the world has fallen. But this might just turn Project Zomboid into a massive grind. Quality of items will be introduced, which will determine the stats and quality of the finished items you make of it, which sounds really cool, but this does mean, however, that you have to spend even more time on gathering materials that are actually up to par for crafting, and ones that are actually useful for more than just campfire. This with the combination of the developers wanting to add work workstations for stuff like smithing makes this even more complex. And more complex and realistic systems tend to lead to a lot more grind, as real life itself is also a massive grind and definitely not always fun. This is why we escape to simplistic games to begin with. Simplistic as it comes from realism. As in real life, a smith takes years to hone his craft, and making the perfect item takes a very long time. Replicating realism to this extreme is actually not always a good thing because of this. For not a lot of people want to spend ages finding all the materials for workstations like an anvil and learn all the recipes to be able to make something. And then hone your skill by making a bunch of useless stuff to get XP. Like in Skyrim, where you smith iron daggers till you reach maximum smithing, just so you can finally make something good. If you can even find a good source material to craft with, that is, for that's half the effort. A game that had this exact system is Life is Feudal. This game I played for 229 hours, and most of my time was spent on leveling up my skills and finding high quality materials. For if I didn't have high quality materials, everything I crafted would be absolutely useless. I could gather a bunch of iron which was low quality, as high quality stuff is rare, and then turn it into arms and armor. But the stats on this will be so low that it wasn't even worth wearing. This made the game feel like more work than anything and isn't fun for many people. And it's also the reason Life is Feudal is dead today. For gathering enough quality iron would take me around 8 real life hours, and then that will be followed up by a real life week to get the right amount of skill to make something decent. And then of course build the right workstation. And this was only possible if I somehow managed to find good quality iron, for you can't turn a basic shitty ingredient into a legendary item, which added another bottleneck for the player. The reason I'm explaining all this is because Project Zomboid will take on this very system, where the quality and stats of your craftables are based off of your material quality and your character's skill. Now the question we should all ask ourselves is, does Project Zomboid actually need materials to have a quality stat? What would this big element add to the gameplay experience anyway? Well, one thing I can think of is that this new feature would add a new goal to strive towards, that being having the highest quality and highest stat gear. However, this does come paired with countless hours of trashing materials that are of low quality, and even more countless hours to even grind your skill up to allow you to make quality stuff to begin with. Which is not a fun gameplay loop for many players, and is mostly a system which is often used to make up for lack of content. The fix for this, however, would be to let the NPCs do all the grinding, as some commenters mentioned in one of my previous videos. However, this would drastically alter the type of game Project Zomboid is. You go from the action-filled and exhilarating survival game where you fight against the dead, where you use anything you can find to survive, to more of a colony management game like Rimworld, which the upcoming NPC system is inspired by. Now probably spending most of your time ordering people around and trying to not get them killed, instead of teaming up with survivors to explore and survive this harsh world we all know and love. This might scare off many players that play the game for its action and exploration. It's also fair to mention that the NPCs won't be there yet once the crafting expansion is out. So all the stuff I've mentioned is something you would have to do yourself, and if you happen to die, you would have to do it all again. This grindiness, however, is also highly dependent on how quality of materials are calculated. For example, if I cut a tree, is the quality of the wood determined randomly based on the tree? Or will there be a new skill like woodcutting which will determine the quality of my cut? Whichever one it is, both these bring their own problems, as the first is extremely random and luck-based, and the second is very grind-based. I can already imagine the frustration of looking for different iron ore spots on the map for hours on end, just so I can find one ore deposit that is good quality, as bad ore is probably useless for stuff that isn't like nails or something. The Life is Feudal vibes are intensifying. A way to perhaps make the grind be there but less intense is just skipping the material quality altogether, and then make your crafting quality heavily determined by your crafting skill. So now only the finished product has actual quality and not just raw ingredients. This will cut out the whole process of trashing low quality materials. You would still have to craft many things to level it up, however. But this is currently already the case in Project Zomboid when it comes to things like carpentry, which everyone seems to be alright with. And to lessen the grind even more, perhaps you can make your skills level up by processing raw materials. For example, by making planks out of logs. I'm honestly surprised that this doesn't level up your carpentry in the game already. For making actual flat planks out of logs is no easy job and requires serious know-how, but I think this mentioned solution would be really good. And it also won't hinder the RPG experience in any way. And for the ones that say, if you don't like it then just don't craft anything, well then you're pretty much telling players to skip a massive part of the game, that being the end game experience of what comes after the apocalypse. Another big feature of Build 42 is the introduction of farm animals and also wild animals. This will allow us to farm food from our base, and later once NPCs come out, make a self-sustaining colony that farms animals and grows their own crops. However, as recently demonstrated, this would drastically alter your game if you choose to have animals. However, this part is not too much of a concern to me, as you can just choose to not have animals, for you can always just hunt wild ones instead. Or as some of my commenters mentioned, you can just split the workload among your friends. If you do choose to have domesticated animals, however, you would have to let them inside the coop every evening, or else risk them dying. And every morning you have to let them back out again, because otherwise they will again die. This makes it so you're practically homebound, as you can't overnight anywhere else without risking your livestock, if you are having them solo. If you're having livestock solo on a server, then this becomes even more problematic, as the chicken coop for example has to be cleaned. This will essentially force the player to log on daily to clean it, for if you don't then your animals will drown in their own feces. Very much like in Life is Feudal. This system also bears resemblance to the one they used in Ark Survival Evolved, where I had to log on semi-daily, otherwise my dinos that I grinded to get would then die because I didn't feel like logging on and feeding them. In single player this will mostly translate to you not being able to travel much, but having animals isn't mandatory, so it's not the biggest concern. And of course, hopefully NPCs can help with this. But we've yet to see how many layers of grindy and complex systems get introduced. Perhaps we will need a high skill level to skin and butcher animals for it to even be worthwhile. To close off with, I want to say that I personally don't mind either way, for I played both Ark Survival Evolved, RimWorld and Life is Feudal for a lot of time, as I don't mind grindy games, and I enjoyed every single one of them a lot. But it's important to keep in mind that not everyone likes this type of gameplay, and that these new systems will most definitely alter the endgame of Project Zomboid a lot, which you don't want to scare too many people away with. For if a game pushes too much towards extreme realism, it can end up killing the game, which is exactly how Life is Feudal met its demise. Knowing the Project Zomboid devs however, I'm sure they will find a good way to balance all this, and if not then it will probably be tweakable in the sandbox settings anyway. But I'd love to start a discussion about this in the comments down below, and I hope I don't get too many dislikes for raising my concerns, for fans can get quite defensive and I don't blame them. But that will be all from me today. I hope you all enjoyed, and I will see you all again very soon.
So this was a video that was linked to me, and apparently I'm in the video. I don't know why. The video is called Most Disgusting Rooms on Twitch.
XQC's room is a mess. It's on LSF. Didn't he just move? It looks like one of those gaming hubs on 4chan back in the day where they used to compete to outgross each other, so they'd be like cum tributes and a lot of like cigarette ashes, old meals, spills, urine and poop stains and shit.
I don't think that's, like, I don't remember that. I remember just, it was post, remember the fucking threads? Post your battle station. And I'm pretty sure in my original video, even referred to my setup as a battle station.
Battle stations, that's what it's called. 4chan battle stations. Let's take a peek.
Okay.
This is a cool little piece he's got back here.
Seems... Oh! That's not even a big deal. Like, everybody acts like this is some massive fucking problem. That's probably only like a week of garbage, number one. Number two, it's all in the same place on the floor. You could clean that up in 5 minutes. Less.
It's a beaut.
It's totally
What?
fine.
I love streaming from a dumpster.
Holy fuck, man. It's not a dumpster, it's just that part of the room is where the trash goes.
Wow. He makes it sound like it's not him that did it. It's like, wow, a burglar came in and left all of his McDonald's bags on the floor.
Yeah, man,
unbelievable.
this is messed up,
Bro,
huh?
I can't believe this.
It's right, yeah.
Does he like black out when he's eating McDonald's and forget that he throws it on the floor, so he's always surprised that it's there in the morning? Like, how does that happen? Like, he seems as surprised as I am.
Yeah, I've had that happen.
Like, he just disassociates the second he has a Filet-O-Fish. Eyes roll in the back of his head. Just starts littering.
No, it's like, I've had this happen, like, in Wendy's. You go to Wendy's and you eat all, you go down, and, like, I'll lay down on the floor over there and eat Wendy's. And then I'll pass out on the floor after I eat, like, all my fries and nuggets. And then I'll wake up and I'll forget that I went to Wendy's, but then I'll remember that I went to Wendy's. And then whenever I remember that I went to Wendy's, I'll remember that I got a small chili at Wendy's. And since they usually serve those at, like, molten hot temperatures, it's still warm and I can eat it after I woke up. So, like, it's actually not that outrageous what he's saying.
So it's not his whole room, it's just one spot.
Yeah, exactly. It's one small part. It's not even that
like,
bad.
it actually seems like the room itself is somewhat kempt.
Yeah.
Like, there's even a giant projector here.
Exactly, it's totally
and
fine.
there's this, like, Allspark or Tesseract. I don't really know what this apparatus is, but that's pretty cool. It's just his area.
What's up? Any infected around?
Like, he came in here like this tornado of filth and just
Yeah.
vandalized one spot in particular.
That's all. Yeah, everything else is totally
What's the point in cleaning? It's just gonna get dirty again.
Exactly.
You know, as the Power Rangers say.
To be fair, my room is still pretty clean. Like, I will say, the only reason why I cleaned up my room is that I was just always fucking annoyed with there being garbage everywhere. It was fucking annoying. Like, that's it. Show us? Okay. Give me a minute. Let me go ahead and I'm gonna just do a zoom out, alright? Here we go. The entire room is clean. Let me show you. Full cam. The whole room is clean. There are some drinks over here. This is literally like 2 days worth of drinks. 2 days worth of drinks. That's food from a night ago. And that's it. Everything else, totally fucking clean. Yeah, I think that's, I feel like that is very, very fucking clean. Wendy's bag? That's because I went to Wendy's today. I was eating my food whenever I started the stream. Yes, there's a Wendy's bag because I went to Wendy's today. What are we gonna act like this is, what are you guys, too good to go to Wendy's now? Get the fuck out of here.
That wasn't as bad as I would have
No.
expected, to be
No.
honest. Like, it doesn't seem like there's many spills. Just like a little Coke here. Here, let me go back in.
I wonder if he's gonna look
Yeah,
at
so
my
just like a
old
little
one.
Coke stain there. Is there any other,
It's
like...
nothing.
big
It's nothing, man.
Sticky areas?
What's up? Any infected around?
No.
Nothing.
So it looks like he just has like a drink corner and then an everything else heap.
Yeah.
Is this all from the same place? I don't think so. This is McDonald's up here, and this is... Score?
I don't know what that
Scores?
is.
I don't know that spot.
I think some of these are, I think that bag
Asmon
is
vibes? Does
Chipotle
Asmon have
bag.
a disgusting room as well?
Oh, fuck. Here we
This
go.
is so yucky. Like, that's inviting so
Oh,
many
fuck.
bugs
All
and
right,
shit.
all right,
Like, I
here
already
we go.
freak out because of little fruit flies.
Here we go.
This is just inviting the unknown. Like opening a portal to hell.
Oh,
Doesn't he have a bin? Well, I'm sure there's a garbage can. Oh, in fact, I think it's right here. It's just... It's working overtime.
Bro,
It's
I'm
at
te-
capacity.
I'm telling you, like, you could clean that up in like 2 minutes. 2 to 5 minutes, that shit could be cleaned up.
It's doing all it can just to stay alive. It's fighting for its fucking life. He's only been there for 2 weeks. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, a lot of people see trash. I see a story. I can basically
Yeah.
carbon date. No, carbon date's the wrong word. I can like track his calories through his trash here. Like I can see what he, you know, how his digestion's probably going. Yeah, it tells a tale, you know. It's got personality.
What was?
Alright, let me see Asmund's room.
Okay. All right.
But like I said, I expected that to be worth.
Look.
See Asmund's room.
It automatically fucking. It auto completes. The first fucking option. Look at the suggestions right there. It's not even hiding it. There's 2 of them. That's how bad it was.
But like I said, I expected that to be worse than with the way people hyped it up.
Yeah,
but maybe it will be in a month. We can do a checkup. Asmongold's lair. Wow, this looks awful. Oh my god, this looks bad. This actually looks so much worse. I feel like I'm looking into like a gas station's dumpster. Like this just looks like a dirty diaper up there.
Exaggerate things, you know, make things
more
than what they are.
Alright, so immediately this is more chaotic. Like this, at least XQC was localized to like one, like, cataclysmic area. This is just like an actual apocalypse in this room. It is everywhere.
And that's true.
To be fair, things were pretty clean on the floor. Like, yeah, there was stuff on the floor, but we had that, like, that's the Super Nintendo. Like, we play the Super Nintendo all the time. I still use that power supply there. That was one of my beds. I got this from a couch that we got for free, and we couldn't fit it up the stairs, and so I just took the sofa mattress out of it, and I was like, okay, well, we're just gonna use this.
Bed?
What? Wait, what?
What?
There's a bed there?
What do you mean? The bed is right there. That is the bed. That's the bed. It was a great bed. Izzy made me throw it away. I'm still mad. It would still be there. She said she said, you don't want, like, she was like, oh, well, because I thought it was cool. Because, like, everyone would go over to my house, and then, like, people would get drunk as fuck, and they'd pass out on the floor, right? This is what would happen. So I thought, why don't we make it to where the whole floor is a bed? And that way, people can pass out, and they can fall asleep, and it'll be fine. It was genius, yeah. Yeah, people get drunk, and like, because sometimes people sleep in the bathtub, but that's usually not what would happen. It would be upstairs. That's actually smart as fuck. Yeah, and she just decided, she's like, I don't give a fuck about that. Like, you getting rid of that fucking sofa mattress. Get that the fuck out of the house. And I put that, I got rid of it, man.
You don't, no sheets? Nothing?
I did not know that you had to change your sheets until she, like, first moved in with me. So, like, she comes to visit, and she looks at my bed, and she's like, when did you last change your sheets? And I said, I was like, what do you mean? She's like, when did you change your sheets? I'm like, well, what do you mean? I don't have sheets. I just have I have my, you know, the blanket right there. That's actually Cody's blanket. But I, like, you know, like that was it. I never had changed my sheets ever. Like, ever. No, I'm not trolling. Like, your parents didn't teach that? No, it's fine. And she didn't, like, I remember she made me go, like, we had to go to Walmart that night. We had to go to Walmart that night. She would not tolerate that behavior. And yeah, I had to get new sheets that day, man. That's it.
It's just a raw mattress?
Yeah.
Or maybe these are the sheets. I don't know. That's like,
no, there's no sheets.
That's some old lady wallpaper kind of sheets.
No, I don't have any sheets. No sheets.
Bed?
You just got a
no
blanket.
frame?
Wendy's.
Why would I have frames?
Oh, now we're fucking cooking. So, This isn't
What?
like an XQC level thing. So his
What?
vice seems to be drinks. XQC only had a few drinks on the desk. Asmon's is entirely drinks.
Well, that's because all the garbage is on the floor.
This shit is everywhere. Look at this phone. Wow. Even in 2010, this was like 50 years old. That must just be a prop, right? Or maybe it's like the Powerpuff Girls hotline.
No, it was like we memed about it like that phone's only used to call the president. Like that's what we mean on. But like my mom used to actually use that phone. That was straight. I still have it. I never got rid of it.
And Asmon can just dial up the nearby McDonald's for a free Coke or something if he pushes the red button.
I wish.
Yeah, so this one is I think this one is absolutely worse.
Desk. There you go. And this is the one from today.
There's absolutely urine in some of these cups, no doubt.
I've never pissed in a cup before, and my mom preemptively told us whenever I moved up to that room, you cannot piss out the window. She said you can do anything you want up there, you can do drugs up there, you can drink up there, but you cannot piss out the window. Do not piss out the window. And to be fair, nobody ever pissed out the window. Not a single time. Nobody ever pissed out the window.
That was good. And
why so many Cokes?
Well, you get one. The thing is, the reason why is like you get up and then you get one whenever you get food, whenever you get up. And then at night, you get one again. So yeah, I mean that's pretty much why.
Here.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a root beer in there. I saw a root beer.
Fuck.
Yeah, yeah.
Not mad
Oh, no. I would get different
pink
stuff.
lemonade.
Oh, nice.
That
Spittoon.
Get a better look at that. That's molded over Coke.
Oh, good.
That's
why not?
molded over Coke.
Why not have that on the
This one's
desk?
one of my favorites here. I don't even know.
So like I was running out of room.
Why not?
Molded over Coke.
Why not have that?
I was running out of room on the desk. So I would pour the drinks into the previous drinks. And that's why it's like a weird concoction there. Is because that's like 5 or 6 drinks put together.
This one's one of my favorites here. I don't even know how long this has been here.
Yeah.
Wow. Yum.
That's just disgusting.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how they
then we
discovered
have-
penicillin. I just don't get the thought process. So he actively recognizes the mold and the filth and the grossness of it, obviously. But like it's totally within his power right now to just be like, I'll throw one of these away. I'll take one of these out of my collection and throw it away. This is a little too moldy.
Yeah.
Then just walk 5 feet to a trash can.
Well, it wasn't 5 feet. Well, actually it was because we used to throw everything just out the window. We just threw all the garbage, all the trash out the window. Straight up, like open the window, throw the garbage out the window. The city, I had to clean it up. Apparently it was so bad that my neighbor couldn't sell his house. Because people would come over and they would be like, what's going on next door? And so I hated my neighbor, but I thought to myself, well, I hate my neighbor, well, I want him to leave. So I cleaned it up. Yeah. And then he was able to sell the house. He was trying to leave too. Yeah, I was like, I don't want him here anymore. So I cleaned it up. Yeah, I cleaned it up that day. They probably thought you were a crackhead. Yeah.
There's a more recent example. Alright, we're gonna travel through time. Oh, what is this on the floor? Are these stains or are these coins?
Those are coins. We used
Played so much World of Warcraft.
We used to, well, basically, so, okay, alright. So, like, if you get a drink at McDonald's, it was $1.08. Because it was $1 and then there was sales tax. So what does that mean? That means that you get a lot of change because you're gonna pay with it with $2 bills. And so where does the change go? Well, I mean, some of it just ends up on the floor. Now it's, yeah, now pre-inflation, now it's $1.79.
Crafty bought like actual gold pieces in real life and just scattered them on the floor to find. What are these? These like black spots. They are stains? No, they're definitely not cockroaches. I've seen so many cockroaches, I could identify those things from a mile away. It could be like rat shit, not rat, rabbit shit. Because Miz had that all over his room and it looked kind of like this. Did Asmongold ever own a rabbit?
No, I never did.
Alright, we're just gonna go in order, so 4 years now. Why the DMCA music, man? I love Owl City as much as the next guy, but why here?
Okay.
This one seems more organized, like he's even got them like color-coded. He's got the Dr. Peppers together.
Yeah.
The Rogue root beer hanging off to the side. A1 steak sauce kind of looming in the background just in case things get crazy. Man, he even just leaves the forks in these bowls.
Yeah.
How the fuck does he not run out of silverware? Because this is not plastic, I can
So the way that we did that is I just bought new forks, and now I only use plastic silverware. The only time I don't use plastic silverware is whenever I eat steaks.
immediately tell this is metal, or at least it looks like it.
Yeah, they will.
No, it's definitely just like a metal fork. So he just replaces his silverware instead of clean it?
Yeah, I did that. My mom got mad at me.
One spot. Why so much A1 steak sauce?
It's where I kind of like put everything together.
This is a
like
drastic
my
improvement.
Camera setup and all that. I pretty much put it together in this PC. And if I get ever,
I think
like, this is just clutter. It's not filth anymore.
Yeah,
It's
it was
just straight
fine.
up clutter.
Like whenever I posted this, everybody was talking shit. It was completely fucking fine. And for us, yeah, dude. My mom was like, dude, she was into Alex Jones. Like I'm talking about, like she was watching him. We were in Austin, Texas. She was watching him on the public access channel. So yeah, I still have it. It's over there behind me.
So like no drinks on the gaming setup here.
Yep.
No bags of food.
Yeah, it was completely clean.
It's just straight up clutter.
Yeah, that's all.
So this one's not even bad. That one just looks more like a hoarder's house as opposed to like a crusty battle station. Yeah, so it's really, like, he cleaned it up. 12 years ago, disgusting.
Wow.
Modern, passable.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you.
Again, just kind of like a hoarder's facility.
Exactly.
Because he's just got shit all over the place, but it's not filth.
No, it's just
Like,
garbage.
it looks like he gets rid of the mold hazards. So he throws out the food.
Well, the problem why I have to get rid of them is I run out of space on the desk. So, like, the reason why I didn't have to get rid of the moldy stuff beforehand is that I could just make more space on the desk. But I run out of space faster, so I have to get rid of it.
Drinks.
It's not even like I feel like this was not even remotely as bad as people made it out to be. I think that everybody was being, this was not as bad. Showroom, I just did at the beginning of the video. There's the video. It's from Charlie. We all know Charlie. There it is. So look at this. In fact, you can hire someone to clean his room and doesn't. Yeah, the thing is that I don't know how people can live in such filth. They're millionaires too. They have the power to hire a clean lady. My room is clean now, okay? It is clean. Asmongold is a genius. He doesn't need to clean his room. By leaving the garbage as it sits, it eventually evolves and gains sentience, thus realizing the errors of the past and begins to organize itself into a more sustainable existence. As seen in the second video, they begin to categorize the various types of wastes and implement strategies to combat the filth once their ruler ruled the world, making way for the utopia that is to come. But we all know that all empires eventually fall and succumb to self-destruction and thus return to the degenerate muck from whence it came, only to repeat the cycle. That's actually the plot for Dark Souls 4. Yeah. I'm surprised that this person saw the same leak I did. That's crazy. So yeah, I mean, just in general, look, it is what it is, okay? Yeah, it is what it is. The age of the mold lord. There you go. Should do an OTK live stream event to clean your rooms. Yeah, I know. I think that my room is clean, so I'm not worried about it at all. Yeah, I'm not worried about it one bit. Let's see here. Asmo's actually doing his best to improve himself now. Yeah, I cleaned up my room. My shit's clean. It's good. I need to get a plumber to come to my house to like fix the pipes in my kitchen, because one of the parts of my sink doesn't work, and so the pipes are they're clogged up, and so I'm not even going to explain what it's like. Yeah, I'm not even going to explain what it's like. It's just problematic. When was the last sheet change? Probably the last time Izzy visited. I've never changed my sheets since then. Diablo 4 monetization plans leaked. Force Gaming has been, you know, he was huge with New World. Like, this guy, in my opinion, is, like, I take what he says pretty seriously. I like his videos a lot, and we're going to take a look at what he has to say about the Diablo 4 monetization plans. Whenever I saw this, I actually Googled it. I didn't really find a whole lot, so I'm not sure what exactly he's going to talk about.
We got some pretty big news.
Please be pay to win. Oh, I hope so.
For Diablo 4 today, thanks to surveys Blizzard has been sending out, hinting at...
Okay, so this is probably in some European language. There's no V's and W's, and everything doesn't look misspelled, so it's probably not Polish, but maybe German? I don't know. Yeah, I think German, yeah. So these are option A, B, and C. So this is, okay, so they're doing the same paradigm as World of Warcraft, where you can get like the base game, the heroic game, or the mythic game.
Some of their specific plans for monetization. On top of that, there were also a few leaks from the Friends and Family alpha test showcasing character customization, difficulty options, info about looting, and in-game trading, or the lack thereof. But let's go ahead and start out with everyone's favorite topic first.
Pay to win.
That is monetization.
Okay.
Apparently, Blizzard has been sending out customer surveys recently, displaying various pre-order and special edition bundles for Diablo 4. The first one of these actually surfaced earlier in the month on October 3rd when a screenshot of a Korean survey leaked, but being in Korean and just a screen grab that was only reported on a Korean site that I was unfamiliar with was kind of hard for me to verify the legitimacy. However, just yesterday, a complete version of this survey in German was posted online. This not only appears to verify the Korean one from a few weeks back, but it's also more understandable to me knowing a little bit of German. Oder auf Deutsch, ich verstehe ein bisschen Deutsch. Not that that is necessary, because Google Translate exists, of course. Okay.
My dad knows German. My family on my dad's side is German, so I'm sure he could probably read it, probably half of it, but I don't know. I don't know any myself.
Okay, so specifically, the survey presents various pre-order bundles asking users which would they prefer.
Right.
From this, we now have a list of at least some of
Okay, wait a sec. Oh, Mount Armor. We're getting right back down to the fucking beginning, aren't we? Holy fucking shit. Back ornament, platinum, in-game currency that can be used to purchase current and future cosmetic items. Okay, a battle pass with premium rewards for playing, cosmetic-only rewards, early access to the game. Oh, wow, so you can play the game early. Now, that's tremendous. Because the thing is, like, a game, and if it has limited trading, it won't be that big of a deal. But the odds are that they, like, what was leaked is that the limited trading only existed for unique items, and unique items will not manifest themselves until maybe 5 or 6 days into the expansion, so into the game release. So if you buy the game and you get it early, you will be able to have all of those low-level items that you can sell at a premium that are rare and blue items to new players that start playing the game on the second wave of the release and on the actual release of the game. So this actually does give you a tremendous advantage. Like, I think you can look at a lot of parallels. Like, yeah, anybody who's played PoE, like beginning of League, like, you know, like beginning of League, like they're making changes now with like Exalted and Divine Orb. So like, I don't know what it's going to be like now. But remember back in the day, like maybe a year ago, Exalts are always really cheap at the beginning, and then they get more expensive. And then Chaos Orbs are always really expensive at the beginning, and then they get cheaper. So it's the same general thing. Is if you're able to make a tremendous amount of money. Like if you get rare, like tier 16 maps, like you get a, I watched a video of this guy that sold like Death and Taxes, which is like one of the most annoying fucking maps ever in PoE, and he got a headhunter on like day 1 or 2 from just selling Death and Taxes maps. Whereas Death and Taxes, 2 weeks after League release, is like 10C. 10 Chaos Orbs, which is like nothing compared. Yeah, head start in MMO is tremendous. Like, that's all I'm really trying to say, is getting a head start in the game is actually a massive advantage. And if you understand the way that the economies work in the games, you will see how beneficial it is. And I think PoE is a great parallel to compare them.
But they are intending to sell, the short of which is this. There will be a box price, of course. This will vary depending on the bundle, plus the following items will be available for purchase. Cosmetic armor for your characters that, according to the survey, has an unlimited number of uses, and being cosmetic, we will assume it will not affect gameplay. Mounts will...
That's fine. I think that selling, if you're going to have a game that you regularly update, I think that selling cosmetics is completely fine. The problem is that they never said that the cosmetics were BOP. There were games like Lost Ark, for example, you can buy cosmetics and sell them. In Black Desert, you used to be able to buy armor sets and sell them. So, you know what I mean? Like, that's you still can. Yeah, but it was like one of the first ways. I remember whenever they did it and people were complaining, it's like, oh, it's pay to win now. And I think that that's a very important little distinction.
Will be available for sale. Interesting note here, they say that this feature unlocks after completing the campaign, but of course you'll be able to buy a mount before you can use it. Duh. Mount armor as well, which they say is cosmetic only and has no effect on gameplay. Back adornments such as cloaks and wings, again, they say this has no effect on gameplay. Now for some of the fun stuff. There will be platinum. This is an in-game currency that can be used to purchase existing and future cosmetics from the cash shop.
So this is the obfuscation mechanic. Basically, platinum is being used in lieu of United States dollars or European, EU, euros, whatever the fuck it is, or whatever. The reason why they have this is that, oh, it's not $17, it's 1,000 platinum. And people are like, oh, 1,000 platinum, it's not that much. No, they don't really know how much money they're spending.
A battle pass, which contains both free and a paid track, rewarding cosmetic only rewards. They are really driving that home in this survey. And then finally, early access will be for sale. Depending on the bundle you purchase, you will get either 2 or 7 days of a head start.
Right, so okay, let's talk about cosmetics. I think that if you're selling cosmetics, it's totally okay. Even if the game has a box price, because the game will be continually developed throughout the existence of the game. And I think also it's a very good way for players and consumers to say 7-day head start. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a minute. But first thing I want to talk about the cosmetics is that there is never, like, I want Blizzard to come out and I want them to say definitively that you will not be able to sell or transfer any item between players for gold that is cosmetic that you can obtain on the store. Like, I want them to very clearly and explicitly say that, because I think that, you know, again, Lost Ark does this. It's a fucking roundabout way of pay to win. World of Warcraft does this. You buy tokens and then you buy the gear right on the auction house or something like that, or you buy tokens and you pay somebody to carry you. So that's the thing. BDO does this. A lot of games do this. So I got a bit of taste with the cake of the mortal. Yeah, exactly. I think that's probably what's going to happen. For gold or for invites to appear on stream. Well, I think that it's also just anything that you can spend real money on that can be translated in a transactional way into an in-game advantage. Because you guys remember Diablo 3, What was one of the most expensive things in Diablo 3? It was gems. It wasn't even gear. Gems were the thing that was like super fucking expensive. You needed so many fucking gems to get like a flawless pristine. I remember I finally got my first green one that gave me like 100% crit chance or whatever. It was fucking massive. And you can buy and sell gems, I'm assuming, in Diablo. And so that's probably going to be okay. And the reason why I think that is that, you know, like gems are not legendary unique items. They're just, you know, like basically a commodity, but they're also valuable. So I don't know, man. I don't know. A perfect manticore was expensive as fuck. A perfect manticore was expensive as fuck, but there was also 1,000 other bows that had crit damage, crit strike, and attack power, and a socket that were equally or sometimes more expensive. So, like, that's what ended up happening. Like, with Diablo 3, you guys remember this, and this is the same thing with PoE. Even Chris Wilson talked about this in the recent announcement, is that he viewed it as a problem that a lot of the uniques were garbage. And with original Diablo 3, this was the same problem. Yes, you had things like Witching Hour. Yes, you had things like Endario's Vision. But you also had a lot of other ones that were just literal fucking dog shit. And the odds are that a lot of the items that like the top players had were either like just perfect uniques or, you know, just like perfectly rolls rare items. Because rare items effectively could roll the same stats as unique minus a few special items. Scorn? Yeah, Scorn, the two-handed axe. I remember that. I had that one.
So the bundle prices ranged from 40 to 150 euros.
Sorry. I'm going to let him get in to talk a little bit about the head start. But I think a 7-day head start is the same thing as pay to win, personally. I think a 2-day head start is pretty close to it. I feel like Lost Ark was really on the edge with having a 3-day head start. Any head start. I think a head start is not necessarily bad because it gives the developer time to stagger out the releases of the servers. So you don't have like a massive, like effectively a run on the bank. I get why they want to do head starts, but I also think that it's something that is good for developers and it offers no functional advantage or there is no value add or value proposition for the player. There's only a value loss by not putting everybody on the equal playing field.
And the survey was several pages long, presenting different price and offering configurations, at the bottom of which the users were asked to select which of these they preferred. And I assume everyone just picked the cheapest options that gave the most amount of stuff because, of course, I mean, I get it, they're doing market research, but it's also just a little bit funny to me. Like, yeah, I'm going to pick the cheapest one that's got the most things included in it. That is the option. Just automatically select it for me, survey. Okay. Now, as to the contents of the survey, what it reveals and what I think about it, we have known, of course, since Diablo 4 was announced that the game would have cosmetic microtransactions in addition to its base box price. Although part of me had hoped that they wouldn't go down the path of monetizing every type of cosmetic in the game. It seemed
I wonder why he thought that wouldn't happen. I mean, yeah, I wonder why would he possibly think that? Because you've got back, like, what are they going to do? They're going to do the exact thing that PoE does. They're going to monetize spell variants, probably. They're going to monetize the mounts. They'll monetize the armor. They'll probably monetize crests or some sort of like character frame thing. They'll just do what PoE does.
It's like that is going to be the case. We've got skins for character armor, weapons were mentioned, the cloaks, the back adornments, and mounts. I mean, that is just about everything you could sell a cosmetic for, short of them having skins for like your attacks and your spells.
That's
totally
not coming
possible
till
that's
later.
Coming down the road. But yeah, they've got skins for literally just about every type of cosmetic that exists in the game attached to our characters. Although I was hoping that they wouldn't sell cosmetics for all of these things,
I think that it's only bad whenever the cosmetics are the only cool thing in the game. PoE, I think, is on the borderline of this, because you do have really cool looking items like Starforge, you have Calm's Heart, Calm's Roots, let's see, where are some of the other really cool items in PoE? Oh, the Brass Dome, right? Like, that one looks really cool. Maven Helmet, maybe Tabula Rasa, I don't think so. Aegis Aurora, Ivory Tower, Cosprey's Malice, there's another one. So as long as you have, like Steven from Ashes of Creation actually said it the best way, is that cosmetic items are totally okay, but whenever the cosmetic items completely overshadow the in-game items, that's whenever you have a problem. Like New World, ironically, actually did a great job with this. The New World cosmetics that are on the shop generally are pretty hit and miss, and I think some of the items in game look pretty cool. So there's like some level of parity between that.
I'm also not surprised. I assumed we would be getting some variation of these different elements. We're getting all of them, but I assumed as much. Again, not surprising. However, as is so commonly the case in a lot of AAA live service games nowadays, they had to go.
I also want to say that a lot of people that were telling me like, oh, well, Diablo 4 is going to be totally different than Diablo Immortal. You're just being a fucking doomer, like some weirdo, and, you know, you're just trying to farm hate. Don't you find it ironic that they're using the same word platinum, which was not used in any other game for World of Warcraft or any of their other fantasy games at all, as far as I know, and now they are using the same word platinum in a sort of like reserved context of currency in the same way that it existed inside of Diablo Immortal? I mean, you know, isn't that a fucking convenient, isn't that it's a pure coincidence, you're right. A pure coincidence. Warframe? Oh, Warframe was made by Blizzard. Thanks, I forgot about that.
Extra mile, and they are selling a season pass in addition to early access, and it's just so disappointing. That's on me, I guess, because Blizzard doesn't have a track record that should inspire optimism as of now, right? But here's the thing, like on their own, season passes are frustrating systems designed to induce FOMO and get you playing every day so as not to miss out on your rewards. I mean, it sounds like I'm reading from a dictionary definition here. And I know you have all heard this spiel before. I'm sure you get the railing against battle passes and why they're an issue. I don't need to retread this ground. But I will say this, although I dislike the trend of so many live service games having these, seeing a battle pass in a free-to-play game like Fortnite, I get it. The game is free, and so a season pass functions almost like a subscription that a lot of players will spend $10 to $20 on every like 1 to 3 months, depending on the game and the season length and all of that. But here's the thing, Diablo 4 has a base box price. At the minimum, it looks like it's going to be $40. I'll assume that it'll be $50 or...
I'm assuming $60. Like, I think $50 or
$60 probably.
Yeah, there you go. It's going to be my money. I think that if you... The thing is that the difference between Fortnite and Diablo 4 is that Fortnite, the free-to-play version of Fortnite, the same thing with Warzone, offers no additional content. Like, there's no campaign, there's nothing to it. So effectively with like Diablo Immortal, or sorry, excuse me, Freudian slip there. With Diablo 4, you're getting the campaign and you're actually getting content that exists at a baseline, and you could logically make the extension that the content that exists and is added in the future is what the battle passes and cosmetic things are there for.
It's $60 games, let me just say this, $60 games should not have battle passes. That's my far out, right?
I don't know if I completely agree with that. I don't think that I do. If a game is being continuously developed over years, $60 is probably not enough to fund that continuous development in perpetuity. Also, $60 for a game was, it was first introduced in Xbox 360 era. Xbox 360, PS3, those types of systems, and those came out in somewhere around 2005, 2006, maybe 2000, I know probably not later than 2008. Think about anything else out in the world that you bought in 2007 that costs the same amount now. Almost nothing. But the problem is that gamers are very inelastic. They're not willing to pay as much money as inflation has required that games cost to make. So I think that it makes sense that they're going to have these extra things because they can't charge $90 for a video game. They can't charge $100 for a video game anymore because people just refuse to pay it. You see what I'm saying? Like, like video games actually have not increased in price a lot at all in the past 15 or so years. Like in 2007, I think video games cost about the same box price as they cost now. Because our wages aren't increasing? No, wages are absolutely increasing. Like, I'm not going to listen to that. I went to Five Guys and they had on the door that they were going to pay people $16 an hour. Fucking 15 years ago, they were not paying people $16 an hour at Five Guys. Like, I remember because I was looking for a job then. Real wages aren't increasing? Oh, so you're using the logic of like, because like, so you're saying like I know all the charts, guys. Like I know all the charts. I know that wages and productivity has stagnated ever since like the fucking 80s or whatever. I know all this. But what I'm saying is that even despite that stagnation, the number has gone up. But that number has not gone up with games. It just simply has not. Like I was looking for a job, not all the time, but I was looking for a job very regularly back in like 2008 to 2011, right? Before I started working at the IRS. I was looking for jobs constantly. I could not find a fucking job that would pay me over $10 an hour. Now, a lot of places pay over $10 an hour. That's just a fucking fact. Now, I'm not gonna say that my personal experience living in my part of Austin, Texas is the same in the entire fucking country. But all I'm saying is that on a personal level, this is what I've seen. And I think that wages have generally gone up. But wages probably have not gone up at the same rate of inflation. But we're not talking about wages. What we're talking about is the price of video games. The price of video games has not gone up, but inflation has. So it makes sense that video games will find other ways to make money in order to sustain the same general level of profit. Games in 2007 were just overpriced a lot because it was a niche market. Games were just overpriced. I mean, but people paid it. Like, nobody complained about Halo 3 being expensive. They just bought Halo 3. Nobody complained about a lot of the games being expensive. They just bought them. It takes a lot of games, cost $80 to $100, $1,200. If it takes my games to cost $80 to $120 to not have bullshit gambling trash, I'm all for it. No, people aren't going to spend, nobody's going to spend $100 on a video game. Like, unless it's the new God of War or like a handful of other games, nobody's going to do this.
Especially a $6 game that also has an in-game cosmetic shop should definitely not have a battle pass. That's where I'm coming from here. And speaking of the shop, of course, it's going to have its own digital premium currency, as mentioned in the survey. We've got this thing called Platinum, which, by the way, you 100% can guarantee will be offered in bundles that are just shy of the price of the items that they're expecting you to want to buy, because that's the entire reason in-game shops and games have digital currencies. They could just sell you the skin for $20, but why do that when they could sell the skin for 10 platinum coins? But that $20 bundle only gives you 8 platinum coins. Oh, shucks. Guess I'll have to buy another $20 bundle. But then after purchasing the skin that costs 10 coins, you now have 6 coins left. What are you going to buy with that?
Well, there's something else for 9 coins that you can buy, but then you already have 6, so you might as well get the 4 bundle, but now you have 1 left over. So, well, I can buy 1 more and then I can get the horse flag. It's like, okay, well, so now you're spending $50.
Absolutely nothing. So fork up another 20 bucks. On top of that, they'll probably toss you a few pity platinum coins here and there, but it's not them doing you a favor as much as it is trying to get you to think, well, gee, hey, now I got 3 free coins. I only need 7 more for that cool skin, so let me buy another one of those $20 bundles. And please try not to just roll your eyes and think I'm being hyperbolic here. This is literally...
It's not hyperbolic at all. It's what makes sense, because it would be the best way to get people to spend money. It works with free trials for everything. Whether it's a free trial for a news service, free trial for a video game, or a free trial for crack. Everything has a free trial where you get part of it and then they take it away from you, or they put it into perspective and they're like, oh, well, you know, it's going to get you all the way in. It's scummy, though, because it works. The thing is, like, I don't really care about whether something is scummy or not, because if you worry about whether something's scummy or not, all you're going to do is just get upset and mad all the time. Because everybody does scummy things for everything, and people are animals that are evolved to survive, and the people that are the best at it are the ones that are doing it the most. So whether you get, like, it doesn't really matter whether you like it or not, it's just what's going to happen.
The exact reason digital currencies exist in games, that is the purpose. It's kind of like gift cards, right? Like, they're expecting you to have money left over that you in your account that you eventually forget about and just never...
And so I want to say one thing. So it's not always scummy. Final Fantasy XIV is actually fantastic. So Final Fantasy XIV is made by Square Enix, and Square Enix also has Square Enix literally sells NFTs. So they view Final Fantasy as effectively Like, it's almost like donating to charity after you've, it's like, oh, wow, you know, this place, it's like the United States, like, oh, we accidentally bombed a village. Well, yeah, but we helped another village, you know, build a windmill so they can have running water now. So they're always trying to do something to offset something else bad. So if you look at Final Fantasy in the bubble of just Final Fantasy XIV, you're completely right. But I would argue that Square Enix views Final Fantasy XIV as something that builds goodwill with the player base so they can exploit that goodwill later on for many other things that are consumer unfriendly. Whether it's something like the Marvel game, a cloud NFT, or whatever else they're going to come up with in the metaverse. So that's just how it works. So I understand what you're saying, but please look at it in context.
For use. That's the entire
Farming
point.
rep,
That's
yeah,
how
they're
gift
farming
cards work. That's how these spend your dollars to turn into this currency, and then that currency turns into purchase, but they never quite get enough for the purchase, so eventually you'll just have money sitting in there and they just get it for free. It's not like it was like we're buying digital items, right? We're talking about data here. They're trying to siphon money off of that in addition to the fact that they're charging you for it. It's a whole thing. Anyway, you know, none of this is surprising, unfortunately. It's also not unique to Diablo 4.
No,
a lot of
not.
games do
common.
all of this and much more. In fact, many games go a lot further in terms of how far-reaching they are with their monetization.
Like the last Diablo
if nothing
game?
else, I'm not going to have an entirely negative slant here because that's just not how I function, right? I'm happy to see that they have stuck to cosmetic only. Based on this survey, they're living up to the word of not having things.
How is it that nobody else has picked up on the fact that you can trade cosmetics in other games? I feel like I'm like the only person that's ever said this. Like this does not fucking reassure me.
Affect the gameplay, just visuals, and that is good. As of yet, they appear to be keeping to their promise. The survey does not show any pay-to-win or pay-for-convenience features as of yet.
I would argue that being able to play the game a week early is, if nothing else, pay for convenience. And if you understand how economies work, and especially emerging economies, and being able to have a control over a certain resource very early on, because there's going to be less competition, there's less people on the server, and you have more of those resources, and then whenever there are more people on the server, let's say there's like an egg and it respawns every 5 minutes, and you farm out, you've only got 3 people to compete with, you farm it out for fucking 5 hours, so let's say you get, I don't know, 2 hours worth of eggs, so you have 70 eggs, but then whenever the game comes out, you're having 80 people that are sitting there farming the same egg, and they're only getting 2 eggs every 5 hours, and then they're buying your eggs that you were able to get 60 in 5 hours for the same value comparatively that the labor that it would take for them to get the 2 eggs per 5 hours. So people, like, again, like, it's the economies, the economies, the economies. You have to understand it, and if you don't, you're going to get finessed. It took me years to figure out the PoE economy, but there is a reason why people make a mirror on day 1, and it's not because they get lucky. It's because they know what the fuck they're doing. And the fact is that there's going to be enough people on each different server, they're going to be able to do that every single time. Trickle-down economics. Yeah, there you go. People say a week, but actually just another new game to farm new games out all of you all day. Yeah. Let's be honest, Dreamland and soon Diablo 4 won't have some sort of pay-to-win. I hope it won't. I really do. But what I'm saying is that, can you guys see how even just having more players in a zone, farming for an item, and the item not having a dynamic respawn based on the amount of people that exist in the zone dynamically, that will increase the value of the item. So having a head start is tremendously advantageous. And you have like a force multiplier. So you have like the force multiplier of the person that gets the head start, the person who's leveling faster, the person who understands farming better. So you're using like a 3x multiplier. It's like we're doing dead here, right? Like, we're looking at like a 20x multiplier on profits. I did this back whenever Wrath of the Lich King came out. I was one of the first people that had, I was like level 77, and I farmed out like fucking enough titanium to last me for the entire expansion, because I sold it all for like premium prices because nobody else could go to Ice Crown or Storm Peaks and farm it out.
No buying character slots or inventory space or materials or experience potions, none of that. I think the part that's frustrating for me and why I kind of got bit worked up was that I expect better from Blizzard. That's all it is, really. I probably shouldn't. Like, that's well established by now. Blizzard hasn't done much to still...
I think that any AAA game, you should expect it to be completely fucking predatory. Like, the only games that you can expect that won't be predatory are games that are made by smaller development studios or indie games. You get something like Vampire Survivors, you get something like V Rising, you get something like a, let me think, I mean, I'm sure there's a few other games too, but those are the first two that come off the top of my head. God of War, well yeah, you'll have some that are like that too in God of War, like Elden Ring, every once in a while. It's not that you never have dubs, it's that the dubs are not very common. Okay, like we're always dealing in, like Elden Ring was a pleasant surprise, but don't forget that Elden Ring was an oasis in the middle of a desert.
Plus with much confidence, and the truth is they are just falling in line with what is currently standard monetization practice for AAA live service games. They are not...
Exactly, and that's just, again, I think that some of it is reasonable, because you do need to pay people to continuously maintain the game. Servers cost money, of course, right? There are just certain realities. However, if players buy the game and if people are okay with the game, and I think this will always be the case, in my opinion, I think that if Diablo 3 had gacha elements in it, or Diablo 4 had gacha elements in it, it would probably make more money and people would complain about it a little bit, and then people would just keep playing it. If the game is good, people will continue playing it. If the game is bad, people will not continue playing it. Monetization generally does not make or break a game, I think, unless it is just completely over the line. Diablo Immortal died not because it was overly monetized, but because it was bad. Lost Ark is overly monetized, but it's good and people play Lost Ark. It died? Yeah, I mean, I would say a lot less people play Diablo Immortal than they did. Now, obviously, it might go up again in time, but it's undeniable that, especially towards a PC audience, Diablo Immortal was a fundamentally bad game.
Straying far from that line. They're not straying at all. If anything, like I said, they are below it. They are not selling any pay-for-convenience features as of right now. But it's just, you know, again, it's just the same old story.
Yeah.
Grew up with the company, grew up playing these games,
oh, yeah.
StarCraft, Warcraft, Diablo, and there's this level of expectation that comes with it. I am not surprised when some pay-to-win MMO cash grab comes out. Like, I don't get worked up by it because my expectation bar is super low.
And that's what the problem is that people don't understand that each of those games break the ice a little bit more. It's getting your foot in the door, it's normalizing the practice to consumers, and it is just slowly making it more and more common. Now, I think this is a good thing. I do. I think that the more normalized it gets, the better. The more people do it, the better. Because I think that the reason why pay-to-win games exist in the feature in the way that they do now is that not enough people are educated in the way that they work, and because of that, they don't understand how they're manipulative. And I think that pay-to-win has to get a lot worse before it gets better, because it is not, it's not at the point where enough people understand it on a fundamental level that can actually enact change about it. Acceleration, yes, unironically, yes. I think people need to, the more people know about it, the better. The more people that play it, the better. And I think that that's the only way it'll ever change, because I just see this as like a very slow growing cancer in gaming. And you can't, it's so small that people are pretending like it's not there.
And in spite of everything, I still have an expectation bar above that for Blizzard. And so just seeing them monetize literally every possible cosmetic and then add a season pass and then make sure that the shop has that digital currency. And then I didn't even touch on the early access stuff. It's just
I'm actually, I want to hear his opinion on that. It gets better. It's not how it works. The only way that it will ever get better is if there's legislation against it. Gamers have literally zero fucking self-respect, and they have even less self-control. The moment that a 3-minute cinematic comes out that gives them chills, they're going to pre-order the game, even if they spent the last 10 years fucking, you know, telling everybody how great Total Biscuit was because he said never pre-order games. They're going to immediately pre-order the next game. They're going to do it in a second. So, like, the idea that, oh, well, fucking, they're going to understand. No. Fucking, in my viewpoint, accelerate things, radicalize things to the biggest extreme possible, prove to everybody, show how fucking horrible it is at the maximum level, and then maybe people will start listening. Because right now it's too flaccid. It's too passive. That's how I see it. Didn't Diablo Immortal do this? I think Diablo Immortal did accelerate people's awareness of predatory games. I do. I genuinely think that.
It's disappointing. I don't know, but that's on me. I gotta drop the expectations. I should keep them low.
That's cool.
Keep it low. If I say it enough times, it'll sink in, right? And you know, when it comes to early access, also whatever. I mean, they're gracing us with the opportunity to spend money to spread out the server load so that they don't run into.
Yeah, I think that's probably why they do it. Do you think communism will solve us all these problems? Well, of course it would, because you don't have any problems when you're dead.
The same issue they had with Diablo 3, where nobody could play for like a week straight. You can spend money to help with that, or you can spend money for that early access when things are still busted and you won't even get to play the game. Anyways, I was going to include a whole section here where we were going to like estimate the price of the cosmetics. Basically, I was just going to deduct the base price of the game. Let's say it's $40 from the bundle cost, and then look at what the cosmetics included within those bundles.
Bro, like I don't even know why you're talking about like a theoretical. Just look at what they charge for Dragonflight. It's going to be like $90 for the Super Premium Deluxe Hellraiser Edition. That's what it's going to be.
Would be for that extra amount of money. But this is also kind of pointless, as these pre-orders and special editions, typically they offer like significantly better value than if you were to purchase these things outright from the in-game store.
Exactly.
So say maybe you can get a $30 skin in your bundle, but that bundle
I want to remind everybody that all skins have the exact same value. $0.00. None of them have any value at all. All they have to do to make a new skin is to do Control-C and Control-V. There's no value at all with any digital currency that exists in these games. Any digital item, zero value.
Cost $10 extra over the price of the game, something like that. So essentially, the point is, there's no way to like accurately guess the skin cost from these different bundling offerings. It's just all completely wild guessings. If I were to ballpark it, though, I would say average looking skins will be like $10 to $20. Some of the cooler ones, like the premium skins, the glowy ones with all the neon lights and stuff, probably $30 to $50, somewhere around there. That's kind of what a lot of games do nowadays with these cosmetic offerings. As to whether or not this survey is legitimate, like can we trust any of this information, we of course cannot be 100% certain. There's no way we can know for sure unless the surveys start going out in mass to a ton of people and they all start posting it. At this point, we've only seen a few occurrences, but I will say—
Well, the thing is, like, what they're doing the survey for is that a lot of people don't understand that Diablo Immortal— let's look at how many people Diablo 3 sales. So Diablo 3 has sold 30 million fastest selling PC game, 3.5 million copies in the first 24 hours of the game. So Diablo 4 sold over 3 million copies in the first 24 hours of the game. So you think about the amount of people that have watched this video, right? 175. This video is pretty popular. I assume it'll probably get to like 200, 300, 400,000 views. I'll make a video about it, and collectively, all of the rest of us talking about it might equal 100, like 1 million, like 1 or 2 million people. So half of the people that buy the game, if you use the Diablo 3 statistics, which I do think is not a very good comparison, but it's just a rough comparison, most people will never even hear you whenever you complain about monetization. You are yelling into a void. You are preaching to the choir. Everybody here that is watching the stream is already on the same side with this. But there is no way that we can get that we can get the microphone to be loud enough for the casual Andes that are just going to see, oh, Diablo 4, I used to play that whenever I was in high school. Diablo 2, okay, let's buy this. That's it. And so, like, it's a concentric circle of how many people are actually playing these games and care. And I think that for games like Diablo 4, because they're just so prevalent, Like, you think about how massive the Diablo franchise is, whenever you really think about it, there is no type of monetization that would kill this game, because there are so many people that are going, they won't know or care about it. They will just buy the game.
The fact that these come from surveys sent out to different regions in different languages, and that the first one was like a cut-off screenshot, but the most recent one showed the survey in its entirety, I think this is a pretty solid chance that this is authentic. We've had some additional bits of corroborating evidence as well in some of the Reddit threads about these.
I think another very good example is that Blizzard has already done polling in World of Warcraft, asking players how they would feel about like a level 70 boost in Burning Crusade. I'm sure I made a video about it 2 or 3 years ago whenever it happened. So they do preliminary polling like this all the time. Like, it's common sense for any company to do this. And they did it with Classic WoW, they did it with Burning Crusade, and again with Wrath, and it just makes sense they're going to do it with Diablo 4 because it's the same company, so you'd assume it's the same type of marketing.
The surveys, I saw several commenters claiming that they got sent the exact same thing. But then beyond that, you should also be aware that surveys like this are very common. Blizzard does it all the time. Earlier in the year, they had sent out surveys gauging players' interest in NFTs and crypto. That was super exciting. But then just recently, we saw surveys like this sent out about the pricing of Overwatch 2 skins, which, as you can see here, part of that survey was just a simple table with multiple bundle options at various price points, which is
you saw that $30 for a skin.
The exact same formatting as this Diablo 4 survey. So my best guess is that yes, this is real. They do plan on selling everything mentioned in the survey. It's just at this point a matter of debate as to what the pricing will be. And then going forward, we will just have to wait and see what else they're going to ask money for, whether they're going to try to sell currencies, resources, inventory, and stash space. And don't forget, they sold stash space in Diablo 3. Reaper Souls gave you bonus shared stash.
Why would they not share stash space? Or what? Like, they should sell that. Like, if I was at Blizzard, I would tell them to sell it. Now, for players, it's bad, because allowing people to buy stash space effectively means that the developers no longer have to solve the problem with item bloat, right? Because now it becomes profitable for there to be item bloat. But the thing is, PoE already has, like, they will do, and I guarantee you this is what's going to happen, is that, like, Diablo 4 will have a lot of the same features that Path of Exile has, and they will, everybody in Diablo 4 will say, well, PoE has it, why is it okay for PoE to do it, but not Diablo 4? And so they're going to, like, basically anything that PoE has, you can pretty much expect that Diablo 4 will have it as well.
That's a thing they've already done. Or even character slots, like maybe you can only make 4 characters for free and then you have to pay for more. I'm sure we're going to be hearing soon enough, though, because there's already also been a ton of leaks out of testing.
PoE is free to play. Yeah, but, like, the thing is, people aren't going to give a shit about that. I think that it's very, like, you can say that, but it is very obvious that a game cannot exist forever based off of a box price. That's just the facts.
That is currently happening for Diablo 4. Which brings us to the next part of the video. Blizzard has begun friends and family testing for the game. According to
it'll be out very soon. People say I don't agree with me. You're not agreeing with me. I'm telling you what people are going to think. Now, you can clip this. Clip this right now. And if I'm wrong in a year from now, and everybody is not okay with this, then I'm wrong. But I don't think I am. I really don't think so, because I've seen it happen dozens of times over the last 15 years that I've played video games, right, online. I've seen it happen a long time. This is what I think is going to happen.
Jason Schreier, this started earlier in the month, and while under NDA, he said that it had been getting mostly positive buzz. Now, maybe unsurprisingly, some of Blizzard's friends and family members didn't quite grasp the concept of what an NDA was, and so now we've got a bunch of new information about the game. So for starters, there was a short clip released that showed the intro cinematic, as well as the login screen and the character creator, during which the person recording said, "Bro, I really don't even know if I can even stream this." My bro. No. No, you cannot, but thank you for your sacrifice. We appreciate the information. So the character creator had several preset options to choose from for face hair, accessories, and coloring. There appears to be no option to adjust character height or body composition, so it does seem that each class in the game will have their own distinct silhouettes. And then when finalizing your character, you are given the option to choose from normal, seasonal, or hardcore, which is similar to how things are done with Diablo 3. But then after you select that, you get to choose a starting difficulty. There was World Tier 1 called Adventurer, which was suggested for new players, and then World Tier 2 Veteran, which ramps up the enemy difficulty in exchange for better drops, experience, and gold. And then finally, there was an additional layer of choosing more or less guidance for the game's starting tutorial. Oh, and I am not actually going to show any of the leaked video or images here because it's a guaranteed way to get this video taken down. If you are interested, it's just a quick Diablo 4 alpha leak Google search away. Also, bless the people who leaked this information. Unfortunately, since there were watermarks with account identifiers plastered all over the content, whoever did so has almost certainly lost their access. I guess consider it a learning opportunity of what an NDA is. Now, as for what we saw here, there was nothing especially surprising in these leaks. The character creator was pretty straightforward and, for me at least, not too important with how rarely we get a close-up look of our characters in top-down ARPGs. The thing that I am quite interested in, though, is this world tier system. Now, while you may just want to jump to the conclusion that this would function like it does in Diablo 3, where you pick your difficulty, the torment level as it's called, and that scales the challenges as well as the rewards, and then you launch the game and there you go. You have to remember the main difference here is that Diablo 4 is an open world MMO light, and you're going to see players running around as you move through the world. You'll see people farming mobs, doing quests, fighting bosses, participating.
I don't want it to be like in Diablo Immortal though. Like whenever you had like more than 2 people farming in a zone, you were just constantly fighting for respawns. I don't want to fight for respawns. It's fucking annoying. And also, it's either annoying for me or it's annoying for somebody else. Less density than Immortal. Yeah, like it sucks. It's a waste of time, and it makes you resent the people around you. Like it's just with WoW, I think it's perfect. Like you can tag a mob, like 100% tag, you get the item, you get everything, right? Even if you do 1 damage and the boss has 1,000,000 health, you get all the credit. I think that's how it should be.
In public events, other players will be pretty much everywhere all the time, the one exception being some of the game's instance dungeons. So with that in mind, I'm really interested to see how this world tier system plays out. I would have to assume that we will be placed in lobbies with people of the same tier, especially considering things like world bosses and public events, where the different difficulties presumably couldn't play together. Although it is possible, I do recall some games having done something along the lines of encounter scaling based on an individual player settings. So for example, like if I picked World Tier 2, maybe it takes like 100 fireballs for me to kill this world boss, but then someone comes along in World Tier 1 and they can kill the boss in 75 fireballs.
I'm just assuming that there's going to be different like layers or different channels or phases. So everybody that you see is in World Tier 1, 2, or 3 if you are in Tier 1, 2, or 3. It's like war mode. I think that makes sense.
We could technically still play together, and then just our rewards from that boss would be dictated by the tier that we're on. So I would get more gold and better loot drops. It could work, but it also sounds a little clunky. Like, would it really play out that the player with the higher difficulty is just straight up weaker, taking longer to kill the boss, or dying in fewer hits? I mean, I guess it makes sense. If you're on a higher difficulty, things are harder. And, you know, level scaling is one thing. We do know that level scaling will be in the game, but this world tier system or this difficulty setting, it seems a whole lot more complicated. So for that reason,
in my opinion, I don't think it's complicated at all. It is not complicated in any way in my mind. You just have everybody that is on, you know, like you want to look like normal, hell, and nightmare mode. Or normal, nightmare, hell, and inferno. Well, you just have 4 different fucking versions of the game that are running simultaneously. So like if you're playing on hell mode, you're only going to see people that are on hell mode. If you're playing on inferno mode, you're only going to see people that are on inferno mode. Because yeah, if you're on inferno mode and then somebody else is on easy mode, well, can't you just have somebody kill all of the mobs for you really easily with easy mode, and then you tag them and you get all the loot with inferno mode level rewards? It's exploitable as fuck. So you can't have that. You have to have it to where it is the same for everybody.
Let's say they'll just keep it simple, and they will have separate instances based on the world tier that you select. Although that also makes things more complicated when it comes to playing with friends. I don't know. And I swear I heard there would be over 20. I actually heard there would be over 30 difficulty settings. I don't know if that means 30 world tiers, because that would be ridiculous. There's no way they've got 30 different hoppers for people. I don't know. I'm interested to...
I think 30 different difficulty settings, what that really does in my mind, because this is kind of what they did with Diablo Immortal, where like they had like Hell 1, Hell 2, and Hell 3, right? Is you don't get to feel the value of your character becoming more powerful. One of the big, really cool things in Path of Exile is being able to phase Shaper in 1 second. And you earn that. You earn that accomplishment. Like, you know, being able to one-shot the Phoenix or like do whatever the fuck, right? So making it to where like there's just all of these infinite scalars that just keep you in line to where like, oh, you can't get too far ahead, but you can't get too far behind. It just makes it to where what that really does is it takes agency away from the player. Because like now the player doesn't have the control over like effectively their character's power in the world. It's determined by some secondary system that is bestowed upon them. I'm
interested to see how this world tier thing plays out. Outside of that, there was also some leaked information around smart loot and restricted trading. Although I do believe we've known about both of these for a while. I'm not sure.
I don't think that they should have smart loot. They should have maybe like while you're leveling, there should be like a 50% chance that you get more items with intellect than strength. And like all quest rewards should be intellect based, or you should be able to click an intellect based option. But I don't think that they should have smart loot that much. I don't think they should have restricted trading at all. You should be able to trade and do whatever the fuck you want, because that is why I really enjoy PoE. Because every map that I get something, I win. But whenever you have restricted trading, that takes a lot of potential W's and it turns them into L's. Because even if I get something that is a 9 out of 10 item, but like I remember like one time I got a really good helmet, and I had like a double Elder crafted, Essence crafted helmet with like 30% more damage, and I got a helmet that was almost that good. And if I wasn't able to sell that helmet for like, it was like 10x or whatever the fuck that I got for it, the feeling that I would get for getting that helmet would be shitty. Because I would think, man, I just wasted my really good roll on something that I already had, and now I have to fucking wait for it to happen again. I think that trading is what made Diablo 3 vanilla fun, and it gave it longevity, and I think also trading is what gave Diablo 2 longevity. There should not be any trading restrictions whatsoever. And what Blizzard, whenever you're saying, oh, we have trading restrictions, what that says to me is that Blizzard is throwing in the towel because they're not going to manage the game. So if you're not going to have trading restrictions, get your botnets ready, because Blizzard's not going to invest money into customer service. Good for you. Oh, it's great for me. I mean, Quinn was right. I saw Quinn had a clip. He was like, oh, if they don't have restricted trading, guess who's going to be the most geared person? They're like, who? Asmongold. Goddamn fucking right. And the thing is, that's not really true. Plenty of people will do the same stuff that I will do as well. But I'll get up there, okay? I'll say that. Arguing for no restriction because he wants handouts is autistic. Well, the thing is, like, I mean, I'm talking about, like, Diablo 3. Like, I played that shit whenever, like, I had, like, $20 in my bank account. Like, I had nothing really, well, I did have something in the game. It was Real Money Auction House. But, like, that was a more fun experience for me. I wasn't a streamer or anything back then.
If Blizzard ever confirmed smart loot, which is basically loot drops that are weighted to your class. So for example, you won't get a bunch of druid staves if you're playing as a barbarian. I don't know if
it should be like a 50% more type situation. It shouldn't be like a you only get warrior loot, because I think one of the good things about Diablo 3, like this is like it's like a meta thing, is that you would get, let's say you'd get Wand of Woe. That was a really, really good item. And you think to yourself, you know what? Maybe I'll try a CM Wizard. Maybe I'll try a Critical Mass Wizard. And I'll see what it's like, because you get a really good weapon. So I think that you should have drops that happen for classes that are not your own, because it creates a foray into trying that other class. You see what I'm saying?
came out and explicitly said that that was going to be in Diablo 4, but it was a feature in Diablo 3, so I assumed as much. Limited trading, on the other hand, we have known about. Back at BlizzCon 2019, they touched on this, saying the idea is that we have 3 different types of tradable items. There's a class of items that can always be traded no matter what, and then we have a class of items that are tradable, say, one time. We are also thinking the highest quality, most powerful things in the game should be items you can't trade at all, that you have to earn yourself. You have to go do those endgame dungeons and kill monsters to get the loot. So these leaks coming out of the Friends and Family Alpha,
I think that that's totally fine as long as the loot is deterministic. So for example, let's say you have to kill Mephisto. Let's say Mephisto is somehow back in Diablo 4 and he's the hardest boss in the game, and that's all there is to it. And if you kill Mephisto, you get, what's the fucking chess piece? Tyrael's Might, I think that's what it's called, in Diablo 2 that's like super rare. Let's say you get Tyrael's Might, and you get Tyrael's Might like 1 out of like every 5 or 10 times you kill Mephisto. Well, I think that's totally fine if it's a locked item. But the problem is that whenever you have an entire fucking spectrum of loot drops, and then anything can drop from anything, then I think that's whenever the problem happens. I think deterministic loot makes restricted trading more okay to me, because it means that like the people that have the items earned those items for accomplishing specific things.
Is
that
like
would be the
limited
only case that I'd be okay
in
with
the
it.
test. That's not news, but this has brought back up the whole debate around smart loot and around limited trading. And that can be an entire video in and of itself.
Yeah.
You know, the long and the short of it is really limiting trading. There's the arguments for it are that it's supposed to help combat bots and real money transactions where people spend money to trade items directly with other people using third-party sites. But then, of course, the big argument against it is that this is just implemented into games to pad out playtime, forcing players to grind things over and over again, just relying on...
I actually think it does the opposite. I think it does the opposite, because like the difference is that, like, let's say in Path of Exile, you get to the point to where every single upgrade for your character is at least 4 exalted orbs, let's say. Most people, if they couldn't trade, would probably quit, because they would know that they plateaued out. But if you can trade and buy those items, you're able to just keep going. You can just keep farming. You can just keep building up resources and then finally work towards those goals. So I actually think that allowing trading extends playtime by a tremendous amount for most players.
On the small percentage chance drops for certain items and not being able to engage with other people and have this like functioning.
It's also another thing, like trading does encourage grinding, because like you'll get to the point where you realize, okay, like I got to this point. How many of you guys got to this point in Diablo 3? Okay, I have Witching Hour. It's primal. Or I have like an Ancient Witching Hour. And it has 49 out of 50% critical strike damage increase. I just need 1 point, and then I'm good. And you think to yourself, what are the odds of Witching Hour dropping? What are the odds of Witching Hour Ancient dropping? What are the odds of that roll happening? What are the odds of the other rolls being similar or equivalent to what I already have? You just do the math and you quit the game. That's what I do. I do the math. But if there's a way that I could get that, like I did get, like I remember I got a Cinder Swallow Flask and I went from like fucking 78% to 80%. I was like, I want to get it all the way. I want to get it perfect. I want to have a perfect one, and I can do that in that game. So it actually does encourage more grinding because you have a path to progression. No trading takes away the path.
Game player economy, pros and cons to both systems. Like I said, it could be an entire video in and of itself, but I just wanted to share with you those links, those leaks that yes, it looks like smart loot drops and limited trading are in fact going to be in the game, at least as of the current build in the Friends and Family Alpha. Speaking of which, the existence of this Friends and Family Alpha pretty much confirms that we're probably going to be getting closed beta testing sometime soon. It's likely that they will be sending out to small pools of people. They're going to be sending out invites, because Friends and Family typically in the past for Blizzard games have begun like a few months before closed betas started going out. So yeah, there is a decent chance playtests might actually be starting this fall for Diablo 4, which is pretty exciting. All of my concerns about the game and all my frustrations about the game, it all stems from an interest in the game, an interest in the franchise, and wanting to see how things play out. The monetization stuff, it is, like I said, really disappointing. It's really frustrating that they're going as far as they are, but on the flip side, at least
it's not pay to win. That's a good point. How would they combat third-party RMT, though? It's very simple. So if you see somebody who trades a Stone of Jordan, they just traded 35 Stones of Jordan to this new account that started playing 3 weeks ago. You do a check on the account that all of the Stones of Jordan got traded to, and you're like, okay, this isn't some streamer's account. There was no prior communication with the previous account. They're not on each other's friends list. This was the first interaction these two accounts had with each other, and he just happened to trade him 35 Stones of Jordan out of nowhere. I think this is RMT. Not streamer, it was free pass. Well, it's not about it being a streamer being a free pass. It's about being able to rule out something else. So, like, for example, if you had your friend trade you 35 Stones of Jordan, I think you should be able to completely do that because you're friends with each other and you should be able to trade gear back and forth. What I'm saying is that, like, you are ruling out, in the process of troubleshooting, the way that you troubleshoot and find the answer to something is you find what all the wrong answers aren't. So, like, you find out, like, is it because of this? No. Okay, rule that out. Okay, is it because of this? No. Rule that out. Yeah, this is the way that you solve problems.
For now, they have lived up to their promise of keeping it cosmetic only, and the battle pass is just something they neglected to mention. Yeah, right.
Somebody said too many loopholes there, man. No, there's not. It's very common sense. Like, it's something that works 99.9% of the time. Too many loopholes there. Give me a loophole and I'll tell you how to close it. Because I know how to cheat in every fucking way, and I know how to detect it in every fucking way because I was the one doing the cheating. And I was thinking to myself, I hope they don't look at it from this perspective because I can't fucking do this. I can fucking guarantee you that you can figure it out 99.9% of the time, and the reason why they don't is because they're lazy and they want to save money. That's why. An RMTer becomes a streamer for a short period of time to pick up the stuff. Well, I think you can easily detect if that's happening too. I mean, again, so all of these theoretical problems are actually super simple. But the only reason that you guys are making them seem like they're problems is that you are assuming literally the dumbest person on the planet is reviewing the case. If you have representatives that understand the game, that are being well paid, like the people in Final Fantasy, like, it's like Soda does the name, right? The Drader Reg or whatever it was, right? And they're like, well, we know what you're doing, change your name. And he's like, what am I doing? You're like, come on. And they're like, okay, all right, it's fine. So you hire people that have experience, common sense, and a protocol, and you solve all of these problems. And you will never, by the way, is it worth it to have 1% of people, like a very small amount of RMT for the entire player base to be able to trade? Yes, I think so. Path of Exile has RMT. Every fucking game has RMT. I would rather have a very small, but risky level of RMT and full trading than not have any trading at all. That's the way I see it. And you can't get rid of RMT either. Yeah, you're still gonna have RMT. Of course, you get fed items. I thought this before you were born. I was getting items farming for myself before you were born. I don't want to hear about it.
Coincidence, they neglected to mention, but if that is also cosmetic only, I guess they haven't lied about it, I guess. They just, they're putting on the extra layer of FOMO. Like, make sure you play every day so you can get enough experience to level the battle pass and get those cosmetic.
I think FOMO games are here to stay. Like battle passes, dailies, etc. Every game wouldn't be adopting this if it didn't work. Every game does this. Every fucking game. So easy to RMT and PoE. Yeah, but is your experience ruined because somebody else is RMTing? I think that's the interesting question. I would say no.
And also, you probably want to spend the money because all the good stuff is locked behind that premium track. The top track is all garbage. You're wearing trash bags, basically. Yeah, but keep in mind, when I talk about stuff like this and when I make these videos, going in on certain aspects of games, it's because I'm genuinely interested. There's so many games out there that I never talk about, I never cover, I don't care. So many games that do way worse than this that I don't spend time railing into because the expectation and
so we're not gonna get
my
a Tower
interest level is too low. It doesn't matter. But the stuff that I'm interested in, like all the talk about the day before game and all the issues surrounding that potentially and stuff like this, it's because there's a level of interest. I am actively invested in how this thing turns out, for better or worse. I'll be here for the ride. So there you go. That is all the recent information about monetization, friends and family leaks, and all that stuff. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, the talk, and as always, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Take it easy.
This was a great video. I really think this is awesome. I looked online to try to find some of this information. I didn't see it at all. This is some actual grade A, high quality fucking content from Force Gaming. I'm gonna link the video. Give it a like, give him a sub. We've watched a lot of his stuff before, and we continue to because it's fucking amazing. Yeah, there we fucking go, guys. Great video. Yeah, it's a great video. Like, it's a good breakdown. It's a good understanding. Obviously, I'm actually hoping and looking forward to whenever he potentially does a video talking a little bit more about, like, the pros and cons of each one of these things, especially with things like restricted trading, because I think it's something that's very important to be talked about with the community. Yeah, there you go, guys. This is exactly what I think everybody expected. And it's also what I said, and people that called me a doomer, I wonder what they're saying now. Well, now they're probably saying it's all, oh, guys, it's only a survey. They're not going to do this. And then, oh, well, it's only the release. It's different. They're not going to do this all the time. Well, yeah, but it's the beginning of the season. They're not going to do this all the time. Well, yeah, but every other game has this, so why not? Yeah, of course, right? They'll fix it in the beta. They'll fix it in the alpha. They'll fix it in the release. They'll fix it in the pre-release. They'll fix it in the head start. They'll fix it whenever the game actually goes live for everybody. They'll fix it on the first season. They'll fix it in the second season. There's the second season. They'll fix it on the 5th season. They'll fix it in the first expansion. They'll fix it in Diablo 5. They'll fix it in Diablo 5 alpha. You see what I'm saying? It's just a second season. Yeah. Exactly, and my grandson will fix it. Maybe someday it will be fixed.
So far, so good.
The lands between are ruined, mired in torment and despair. Is there really anything here worth?
Diablo 4 monetization plans leaked. Force Gaming has been, he was huge with New World. Like, this guy, in my opinion,
on, guys. So the day is
Hickory
almost
said,
hello Hickory, what's
lurking.
Alright, what's going on, guys?
When it comes to the state of Elden
Howdy.
Ring as a game, the hunt for many of the secrets and questions we still have is going a bit slower. And as time goes on and the hype has been dying down quite a bit, it doesn't mean that the discoveries are any less cool. So today we're going to be diving into a lot of really cool gameplay tidbits that you probably didn't know, as well as some very intricate and thought-provoking lore theories that even I'm having some trouble wrapping my head around. But as we explore these today, if you're someone that's been keeping up with these Discoveries videos ever since I started, or if you've just recently found out about this series, make sure you're subscribed to the channel, as that'll let me know that you want to see more of these types of videos. But with that, I'm sure this first one is going to make a lot of people very happy. Patch 1.06 was probably one of the biggest changes to Elden Ring we've had since the game came out. It produced a slew of sweeping balancing changes across the board to a lot of different weapons, revamped the way invasions and co-op work, and fixed a ton of bugs and glitches that were really plaguing the game. But one of the more interesting changes that they made to a base function in the game was reworking the differences between medium and light rolls. The patch added the change where light rolls now carry you a farther distance than medium rolls. As you can see in the clip, the light roll takes me about 8 or 9 rolls to get from one side to the other, but while I have a medium roll, it's about 11 or 12 to go the same distance. Now, while that change is very interesting on its own, it had an unintentional but very, very useful side effect, and that is that if you fight Malenia with a light equip load, it is now much easier to dodge the waterfowl dance as comparable to how it was a week ago. Now, the waterfowl dance was always possible to dodge, but unless you were using Bloodhound Step, you barely stood a chance. Now, if you do choose to use a medium equip load, it is still going to be the same. But for me personally, now when I go to fight Malenia, I'm always going to be using that light roll. And if you're someone that was struggling to dodge this, try doing what you see on screen now, because with 1.06, now you can stand a good chance. Elden Ring honestly does a good job of giving us a very vast repertoire of weapons and skills to make us feel very powerful as the player character. If a boss has a cool weapon, you can get that weapon. If a boss has a cool skill, typically you can use that skill later on. But there was one that I was notably disappointed did not exist in the game, and those are the golden weapons that Margit and or Morgott used throughout their fight, conjuring them as a quick one-move ability. Now, while yes, the weapons themselves exist in the game, technically the standard versions that can be wielded as a weapon, the player can't actually do this ability to summon them out of thin air as the forms of golden light, at least not anymore, because it was recently discovered within the game files by Rodan over on Twitter that at one point these items may have existed as an ability the player could get in the consumable slot, as the visual effects files for these weapons do still exist within the game's code. So based on these tweets, what this may have looked like are items that can be cycled through to use to summon these weapons for a singular attack or a combo. And I gotta say, it sounds like a big shame that these were cut, because I bet you could pull off some really cool combos with these, and they probably would have been a great tool for faith builds, because if we're being honest, faith builds could use all the help they could get. When it comes to From Software, one thing they do better than almost any other company out there is attention to detail. And with Elden Ring, one thing they really sought to communicate and nail down, at least when it comes to certain concepts, is physics. And sometimes in Elden Ring, the key to making a hard fight a lot easier is thinking scientifically. The abductor versions are one of the tougher enemies in the game. Honestly, very awkward to fight, and if you're fighting more than one at a time, it can be a nightmare. But the true creature that commands these vessels lies on the inside, beneath the iron casing. And if you try hitting them with a standard weapon, it's not going to do a whole lot of damage. However, did you know you can actually bypass the iron with lightning? Because the lightning will conduct through the iron to the creature beneath, and you can tell by the damage counter. Faster than your eye can even register it, you can see the damage jump with one strike from 322 to 422. This is as slow as I can make the clip, but you have to pause directly when the sword strikes in order to see the 322. But if you just want to think about it practically, these guys are really weak to lightning, but I'm not sure if there's other enemies out there that take this chip damage that goes so fast you can't even see it. But if one of y'all out there wants to investigate it, I would be more than happy to see the results of your findings. One part of the lore that I will be the first to admit I'm not an expert on are the dragons. Why do they live in a storm? Why are they so closely associated with stone? Why do they use lightning? And why do they have white hair? I really have no idea. But I do know enough to tell you about a really cool detail when it comes to their red lightning. Did you ever notice that all the lightning attacks used by the ancient dragons dragons result in the red lightning falling from the sky. The lightning is caught and then harnessed, and even weapons like the Bolt of Grandsax abide by this rule. However, golden lightning in many cases follows the opposite, but there are instances of both of these types of lightning behaving as standard lightning and striking down from the sky. However, in those cases you can see the grounding point of the lightning before it strikes. But there is one who completely breaks this rule, able to generate the red lightning of their own volition, and that is Placidusax. He is the only one of the ancient dragons who can create the red lightning out of his own body. Yes, some of the other ancient dragons can coat themselves in the red lightning, but it's the same appearance as the grounding points where the lightning strikes, so they are turning themselves into conductors, points of opposite charge, so that the red lightning will strike to them. But the behavior of Placidusax seems to insinuate that he himself is the source of the red lightning. Even the Dragon King's Cragblade, which is gained from his remembrance, suggests that the weapon contains the primeval red lightning. And if Placidusax is the source of the red lightning, there would be no need for him to coat himself in the negative charge, which explains why he doesn't have it running along his skin. And honestly, that scientific part of the lore is just so cool to me. But let me know if you have anything to go along with that, because I do believe that a further explanation could support this idea. Up next, did you know about the horrifying secret of Caelid? That the weird deformed dogs and crows that we can find all around the Aeonian swamp are actually of the same species. If we look closely at the morphology of these creatures, we can see that they appear to share the same skeletal structure, bipedal and with a similar hunched posture. The most prominent feature is the oversized head. Looking closely at the crows, we can also see that they're full of fur and teeth, which are obviously not components of a bird. The dogs also try to mimic the movements of the crows by smashing their faces in the ground, but almost forgetting that they don't have a beak anymore. But if the dogs and the crows are the same creature, why can we find some of the crows in the mountaintops of the giants? Well, we know at one point Caelid and the mountaintops of the giants were connected by a long bridge. And in similar fashion to most birds, perhaps the crows migrated north, escaping the sweltering heat of Caelid and the source of the Scarlet Rot. Perhaps it was the Scarlet Rot itself that caused them to become deformed so badly. But this is also a theory that deserves a lot more investigation. One of the biggest changes that came with Update 1.06 to Elden Ring is the new invasion system that allows you to invade anywhere on the map. This has completely revitalized my love for the game, and I've been spending a lot of time doing invasions recently. But one of the questions a lot of people had was how exactly the pool of invadable areas was determined. Well, according to several different sources, it has now been confirmed that that pool of invadable areas is determined by exploration. You do not have to activate the Site of Grace in order to unlock that area for invasions. All you have to do is step 1 foot in the area in your own world, and then it is unlocked for remote invasions. So if you want to have the widest pool possible, make sure you stop by every dungeon. You don't have to clear it, and you don't have to activate the Site of Grace, because I will say dungeon invasions are a ton of fun. As I said earlier, From Software are some of the best at hiding little tiny details that almost nobody is gonna notice. And this next one is a perfect example of that, because did you know that beneath the Clean Rot Knight waistcloth, by removing the textures, you can actually see that it has the outline of an insect wing. And the implications of this are actually really interesting, because the Clean Rot Knights are under the service of Melania and Mikola, both of who have a strong relation to insects. Melania, unsurprisingly, is closely associated with butterflies, but Mikola's is a bit more tricky. We know that Mikola has the ability to craft for himself a cocoon and undergo a metamorphosis, but the type of cocoon that we find him in has a lot of its own clues to point us in the right direction. First of all, we can see a lot of silk or webbing attaching itself to the cocoon, very closely resembling that of a silk moth. And it's also worth noting that in the intro cutscene, we see Mikola being carried away by Moog with little tiny wings growing out of his back. He's almost completely white and covered in silk, and his posture is almost identical to that of a silkworm larva inside the cocoon. So was Mikola originally supposed to evolve into some sort of giant moth? I think so. And it raises another question: is that actually him inside the cocoon in Mohgwyn Palace? Maybe for those answers we'll have to wait for the inevitable DLC. But to end the video on a pretty lighthearted note, if you've been keeping up with this series for a long time, you know a rabbit hole that we have gone down continuously is that of the the Elden Ring and mushroom connection. If that sounds insane to you, I made a whole video about it that is definitely worth a watch, and I encourage you to check it out. But something that I keep getting in comments over and over again and in my messages is that, is Ronnie's design also based on mushrooms? And honestly, I can't lie, I think you guys might be onto something, because I came across a species known as the indigo milk cap, and while I could go into a deep speculation about this, I think I'm just gonna let the pictures speak for themselves. In all honesty, it's pretty spot on, and you know what, I think it might be. But that's gonna pretty much do it for the video today. I hope I showed you something that you didn't already know. If I did, be sure to leave a like on it, and I gotta say that the vast majority of you that have been watching every single Discoveries video I put out have been doing so without being subscribed to the channel. So if that's you, make sure you press the button down below. I can guarantee you're gonna like the rest of my videos too. But if you guys have a discovery that you think deserves a spot in these videos, be sure to join the channel Discord that I'll have linked down below. And with all that, I'll catch you in the next one.
All the way. Come on. Attention. Building complete. Great idea, sir. Let's go.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? Yeah.
Any orders? At your service. Come on. Attention. Building complete. Orders, sir. Let's go. Reporting for duty. Come on. Perfect. Any orders?
A new task.
Is everything okay? Attention. Building completed.
You
The train has arrived at the Commander? Station. Guide me to the infected. Let's go. That will be easy. Perfect. Any orders? Understood. On your orders. Let's go. For duty. Great idea, sir. Perfect. Understood. All right. Come on. Let's go. That will be easy. Great idea, sir. Attention. Building complete all the way. Building. Perfect. Let's go. They are reporting our building. Ready and waiting.
Откуда слезешь?
Orders, sir. Our colony is succumbing to the infection. On your orders. All right. Come on. Building completed. Waiting on orders. Let's go. All the way. Perfect. Come on. For the colony! On your orders. Perfect. Tell me. Of course, my commander. Ready and waiting. Reporting for duty. Do you need me? All right. Understood. All right. Perfect. Great idea, sir. For the humans! That will be easy. Reporting for duty.
What do you want now? Oh, more orders. Yes. Okay.
Ready and waiting. All right. Understood. Great idea, sir.
Attention. Building completed.
Orders, sir.
Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed.
Waiting on orders. That will be easy. All right. Understood. On your orders. All the way. All right.
Da ste momci, šta se radi?
Evo igramo. Borba.
Borba titana. Baš me zanima. Da. Srećno.
O, gdje si?
Kad čovjek streama, bar da ga
A što
supportam.
se čini?
Si gubio?
Orders, sir. Understood.
Donese li gore ovu čašu sladoleda kad dolaziš, jebeno materijalno.
Zaboravim.
Da dolazim zadnje.
Neko mi se popeo na krov ovdje, s ove strane.
Daj, ubij ga jebot. Čekaj, sad ću ja da ga ubijem, kako si tupav?
Ubij ga ti za njega.
Ne daš ti to, moj rizb. Daj da te nauči kako se puca kroz pod. Daj damo, ne znaš ti taktike moje. Šta radiš to? Nemoj pucaš tako na slepo. A što pucaš na slepo?
A ne, pucam na slepo, pucam do gole na lik.
Borba.
jebote, žica! Beži u pičku materinu.
Beži, kurac je!
Ne znam, moguće da si skočio, da si umro.
Pusti me, kurac.
Lako. Bomba. We are dead. Hvala, ja. Ko me hostao, brate? Piki, hvala za raid, jebote. Nije mi izašao ni vrate notifikacije. Idi u kurac.
Šta je odakle me bode kroz pod? Jebala vas šica da vas jebe žica. Kurac da vas jebe žica.
Aj, prosto da se borba.
Kaj sada, Milan? Sam uspao, Milan.
Ne, ajmo prođemo od jebene žice. Nište!
Čuti!
Kurac!
Čuti, bre!
Neka, Boris. Jebote, što ti?
Šta je ova žica? Robe, ne mogu, gužvaju me, brate! A jebote, ova žica! Je moguće da me kroz pod... Ajoj. Šta je ovo? Unlucky, brate, ne mogu patatije. Ajmo novo. Igra mi se svakako i...
Nemam sreće, nemam para, nemam sreće, aman.
Gleda već ovo ludilo. Hunter slot, hvala lepo, Mr. Cherry, I don't care. I don't care about Hunter. Evo ga Makić u chatu. Jesi Makiću. Šta da nosim ja?
Winchesterku i K2 ladni, New Army.
Hello.
Ručni samostrel, slušaj sad, ručni samostrel s onim choke boltom, to se ja nosio zbog vas. Da mogu da ga ugasim iz daljine. Dobro, nije mi trebalo, stvarno. Nije bilo potrebno.
Nosit ću Classic Romero. Što s Milanom igram, da ulećem. I može Ash. Jedan Ashić. Jedan... Lock and key. Sad će da nam nađe insta match. Još hudo. Evo Milane, kaži, evo ga našao. Poličeć mi mudo. Ugasio sam Stream Snake na YouTube. Znaš? Snake! Ilija! Jesi čuje ljudi? Šta ste umrli jebote, šta vam je? Alo matori, daj malo živnis. Šta tu? Nema tvoje sprednje, kad dođeš i trolaš nas, ne steš bre da brate pričaš, samo spamuješ, a sad čutiš tu kako piču.
Slušaj, samo ćete brže ući u novi meč, gledaj to pozitivno.
Rekao da pravi CD-vitu. Ja ga nisam ni čuo jebote. Šta sam hteo?
Slabo.
Da, ne streamam preko YouTube, zato što svaki put moram da prihvaćam ona prava da nije namenjen snimak za decu i tako to. Puši kurac, bolje mi na troll. Ja i mogu da puštam muziku ovdje.
Nastaje što si.
Tamo ne mogu da pustim muziku.
Eto, to je istina. Tamo ih na troll boli uvo. Ja sam napravio sekundarni kanal, kao za kreatora. I oni kao za starije od 18 godina. Tu me priča.
Nosim 2 telefona. Ja radim i sutra i čitavu nedelju. Ako bude nedelja da se radi, radim i nju. Znači, try hard na Mac, brate, na poslu. 500 sat, 500 dnevnice, pa da. Tako ispade, tako? Da. Nosim 2 telefona. Ne radi. Ne voli da radi. I da hoće. A da imaš ti ima po mraku, nema ništa. Opet miš crko. Polomiću ovaj miš. Evo gasi mi se, pali mi se po 100 puta ovaj smrdljivi miš. Sve ti jebem. I ko mi ga dao?
9 mjeseci drkanja miša dnevno u 15 sati nađe se žali.
A boli me kurac za miša.
Stvarno ne verujem, ne verujem.
A uvrnuo mi se, to se gubi zato što mi se uvrnuo. Kabel otišao u kurac. Nosim 2 telefona.
Mikulaš!
Ajmo na D-raketu. Na serveru. Na kucu. O! Viđe. A šta se čini? Šta ima, Makiću? Jesi mi dobar? Hoćeš da uđeš u koju?
Kolicu.
A? To je... Kažeš... Jeba pare.
Da.
Da. Ja sam da priđem ovom Borisu. Zašto su meni Snake sad okviri oko njihovih oružja uvijek?
Zato što je zamalo...
Ne čujem se ništa, čekaj od ovo.
Boris je zamalo ubio Nenada, znaš?
A.
Upravo zbog toga.
Ko je ubio Nenada?
Ti. Zlikovč.
A?
Ti. Zamalo si ga utepao.
Mrtav sam, spašavajte me. To, sad je moj, gasi sad ovo. Gle sad ovo, gle sad, ajde dođi. Pam! Rekao sam da je moj.
Imam veliku ovaj.
Ima mali.
Jeli ili kad sam ubio Nenad?
Danas si se cimno skočio si. To si nas ubo... Ništa bre, taj plus. Nije bre, nego kad smo bili pored zatvora, kad si otišao da mažnjavaš bounty. Imao si gubiti, jel tako bilo? Ne.
Ne sjećam se, kako sam ja mogu da ga ubijem.
Ovo je za kad je ustao, samo li...
Vest.
Hehehehe.